फाउंडर इंडिया का एक खास शो जहां आपकी मुलाकात होगी कला के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से जुड़े कुछ बेहतरीन फनकारों से, जिन्होंने न सिर्फ आर्ट को अपनी जिंदगी में शामिल किया बल्कि उसी को अपना पेशा भी बनाया और ये साबित कर दिया कि पैशन को भी प्रोफेशन बनाया जा सकता है। अगर आप भी एक आर्टिस्ट हैं और अपने टैलेंट को फुल टाइम करियर बनाना चाहते हैं तो देखना ना भूलिए आर्ट कारोबार। फाउंडर इंडिया का एक खास शो जहां आपकी मुलाकात होगी कला के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से जुड़े कुछ बेहतरीन फनकारों से, जिन्होंने न सिर्फ आर्ट को अपनी जिंदगी में शामिल किया बल्कि उसी को अपना पेशा भी बनाया और ये साबित कर दिया कि पैशन को भी। अगर आप भी एक आर्टिस्ट हैं और अपने टैलेंट को फुल टाइम करियर बनाना चाहते हैं तो देखना ना भूलिए आर्ट कारोबार।
India's first business media venture for the digital world of smart screens. Founder India, streaming on Amazon Fire TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Twitch, and various other OTT platforms. Catch buzzy chat shows with rising entrepreneurs. Top business leaders host special invitation business shows. The best of business journalists in conversation with startup founders to corporate leaders. Industry and sector-focused special shows hosted by domain experts. Founder India Hindi, streaming live shows aimed at financial literacy. Real-time coverage and analysis of stock market. with technical and fundamental analysis experts. And the icing on the cake, India's first live show on cryptocurrencies for traders and investors. The channel decodes policies for young entrepreneurs on a platform that offers voice to the issues of people in business. Check out Founder India on your smart devices now.
नमस्कार और स्वागत है आपका मार्केट लाइव में। मार्केट लाइव देश का पहला ऐसा शो जो शुरू हुआ था लाइव स्ट्रीम करता था, रियल टाइम इंटरैक्टिव था, जिसके अंदर में हम बात करते थे शेयर बाजार की और क्रिप्टो लाइव की। थे इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि आपको याद रहे कि ये पहला शो था हिंदुस्तान का जो इस तरीके से शुरू हुआ था। हमने उसमें बहुत सारी और चीजें जो उसमें ऐड करी हैं, आपकी स्क्रीन पे वो सारी चीजें दिख रही हैं और बहुत मजा आता है इस सफर में जो हम रोज चलते हैं मार्केट लाइव में, जिसमें कि हम मुनाफे के सफर को इसको बोलते हैं। और इस सफर में हमारी जो मदद करते हैं या हमारा साथ देते हैं देश के बड़े एनालिस्ट जो कि बाजार को बहुत अच्छे से समझते हैं, उसके उतार चढ़ाव के अंदर से कहाँ मौके निकलते हैं मुनाफा कमाने के, पूंजी को बढ़ाने की, सारी चीजें निवेश करने का सब कुछ हमें बताते हैं। स्वागत है सभी दर्शकों का, बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे साथ में जुड़ गए हैं और उनके पास चलेंगे एक एक करके सबके सवाल लेंगे। लेकिन सबसे पहले हमारे खास मेहमान विशाल वाघ जी, उनके पास चलते हैं। रिसर्च हेड हैं बोनांजा पोर्टफोलियोज के और बड़ा समय इन्होंने बाजार में दिया है और बाजार को सिखाया है बहुत कुछ इन्होंने, यानी जब बाजार से पहले सीखा था और उसके बाद अब ये बाजार के लोगों को, हम लोगों को सिखाते हैं, हमारी मदद करते हैं। बहुत स्वागत है विशाल सर हमारे शो पर। गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग लवजीत जी। दूसरा ये कि मैं बाजार को कुछ सिखा पाता हूँ ना किसी और को कुछ सिखा पाता हूँ। जो एक्सपीरियंस है वही शेयर करता हूँ। बाजार तो रोज हर दिन सबको नई लर्निंग्स देते रहता है। तो इवन आई एम अ लर्नर। मैं भी एक स्टूडेंट ही हूँ बाजार का। उससे ज्यादा कुछ मतलब बाकी सब चीजें रिसर्च हेड या प्रोफाइल वगैरह ये सब चीजें तो लगी रहेगी। उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बट बाजार हर दिन नया है तो उसको जैसा है वैसे देखे तो वो बेटर रहेगा।
जी जी, नहीं लेकिन हम सब भी बाजार का पार्ट है। मैं उसको ऐसे समझता हूँ कि बाजार कोई एक एंटिटी नहीं है, एक संस्थान नहीं है, एक कंपनी नहीं है। बाजार हम सब से मिलकर के बनता है। हम सब बाजार से सीखते हैं, हम सब ही बाजार भी हैं, उसका हिस्सा हैं। तो उस हिसाब से मैं कह रहा था, उस लिहाज से कह रहा था कि आप जब हमें सिखाते हैं, हमारे दर्शकों को सिखाते हैं, बताते हैं चीजों को, तो वो बाजार को आप बता रहे होते हैं या सिखा रहे होते हैं कि क्या चीजें कैसे चल रही हैं, क्यों चल रही हैं। और उसी तरीके से क्योंकि आप भी बाजार का हिस्सा हैं और आप भी हम इन सब चीजों से, रोज के उतार चढ़ाव से और बहुत सारी चीजों से सीखते होंगे। तो उन चीजों को या बहुत सारी पढ़ाई आपकी है और वो सारी चीजों, तो वो इंटरेस्टिंग है और वो मजा है। उसी सफर पे हम रोज सुबह चलते हैं। स्वागत है सभी दर्शकों का। किटी मल्होत्रा जी हमारे साथ में हैं, गुड मॉर्निंग। के वर्ल्ड के नाम से और एक दर्शक हैं हमारे जो पूछ रहे हैं क्रिप्टो करेंसीज पे। तो आज हम क्रिप्टो का शो वैसे 11:30 बजे करते हैं, लेकिन राहुल सिरोही जी जिनका की जो आज गेस्ट थे, उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी सी खराब हुई है या कुछ गला खराब हुआ है, तो वो आज हमारे साथ में नहीं ज्वाइन कर पाएंगे। तो आज हम 11:30 बजे क्रिप्टो का शो नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो क्रिप्टो से जुड़े हुए सवाल आज हम नहीं ले पाएंगे, कल जरूर लेंगे। कल 11:30 बजे जरूर जुड़िएगा क्रिप्टो लाइव में। राज मल्होत्रा जी गुड मॉर्निंग, स्वागत है आपका और आपके सवाल को अभी लेते हैं विशाल सर से। लेकिन विशाल सर, सबसे पहले बाजार जिस तरीके की गिरावट आई और उसके बाद जिस तरीके की उछाल आया, अब मुझे ये नहीं पता है कि वो रिकवरी है या उछाल है, बाउंस बैक है, और ये शायद अभी हमें कुछ समय लगेगा। आपको क्या लगता है किन लेवल्स पे आप इसको रिकवरी का साइन मानेंगे? ओवरऑल ट्रेंड को कैसा देख रहे हैं और जो संकेत आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि बाहर से या विदेशी बाकी बाजारों से जितने संकेत हैं या एफआईआई के भी अभी जितने संकेत आ रहे हैं, जिस तरीके के भी संकेतों की अगर हम बात करें जिनसे कि बाजार का डेली का सेटअप समझा जाता है, आज के लिहाज से काफी कुछ पॉजिटिव साइंस हैं। अगर हम खबरों को, और जिसमें कि ओमिक्रॉन के खबरों को या और भी नए वेरिएंट्स की बातें हो रही हैं, उसकी जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, उससे जुड़ी हुई खबरें आ रही हैं, अगर उसको किनारे कर दें, एक बार उसको इग्नोर करें, जो कि इग्नोर करना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन कई बार हम ये भी समझते हैं कि बाजार प्रीएम्प्ट कर चुका होता है और इन चीजों को डाइजेस्ट कर चुका होता है, तो शायद इसलिए बाजार उसके आगे की चीजों को देख रहा है, सोच रहा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं सर बाजार को, और किन लेवल्स पर नजर रख रहे हैं?
अ, हम लोग शुरुआत ना यहाँ से करते हैं कि हम लोग जहाँ पे मेजर है वो है करेंसी आज के डेट में, और कहीं न कहीं हम लोग रुपए का डिवैल्यूएशन जो देख रहे हैं, ये कहीं न कहीं थोड़ा-सा इंडिकेशन ये दे रहा है कि हम लोग आउटसाइड पैसा हम लोगों का जा रहा है, तो कहीं न कहीं एफआई सेल ऑफ जो कंटिन्यूअसली कर रहे हैं, दैट इज़ अ वरी पॉइंट। ये क्यों हो रहा है, फर्स्ट पार्ट। सेकंड पार्ट, अगर हम लोग अच्छी तरह से देखें तो 16,782 जो पिछला लो था वो हम लोगों ने कल ब्रेक किया। उसके बाद हम लोग कहीं न कहीं बाउंस बैक हुए, परसों ब्रेक किया, थोड़ा बहुत बाउंस बैक हुए। अभी आज भी मार्केट थोड़ा अच्छा दिख रहा है। बट ये तब तक रिकवरी माना जाएगा जब तक हम लोग 17,200 के आंकड़े कट करके सस्टेन नहीं हो जाता है। आज के डेट में भी हम लोग देखें तो 16,900, 16,930 ये रेजिस्टेंस ज़ोन दिखता है। वहाँ पे कहीं न कहीं सप्लाई आ रही है। ये मान के चलो कि एडवांस डिक्लाइन नंबर बहुत अच्छे हैं आज के, तो कहीं न कहीं स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक रिकवरीज़ बहुत शार्प होती हुई दिख रही है, बट कहीं न कहीं पार्टिसिपेशन जो है वो नदारद है। ठीक है। उसके बाद वी आर क्लोजिंग नियर टू द क्रिसमस, तो क्रिसमस की छुट्टियाँ जैसे शुरू हो जाएगी तो एफआई से भी पार्टिसिपेशन थोड़ा कम ही रहेगा। ये सब चीज़ों का थोड़ा हम लोग अगर देखें तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली 1-2 दिन, 4 दिन के लिए एफआई सेलिंग कम हो जाएगा, या एफआई जो एग्ज़िट कर रहे हैं वो कम हो जाएगा, वो पॉसिबिलिटीज़ है। बट जो तरीके से एफ इंश हम लोग कहीं न कहीं डीआईज़ को बाय करते हुए दिख रहे हैं, तो वो कहाँ तक बाय कर पाता है, उसके ऊपर आगे आने वाले 7 या 8 दिन का जो भी है मदार रहेगी। लेकिन जहाँ पे रेजिस्टेंस ज़ोन है या जो वीकेस्ट सेक्टर है, वो है बैंक निफ्टी। बैंकिंग स्टॉक जो है ये वीकेस्ट बने हुए हैं, उसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट सेक्टर है वीक वाला वो है मेटल। तो ये 2-3 सेक्टर है, मेटल, बैंकिंग, एफएमसीजी, ये तीनों सेक्टर थोड़े से वीक बने हुए हैं, और हर एक लेवल पे कहीं न कहीं ऊपरी स्तरों पे जब सप्लाई आती है, तो हम इसमें लोअर लोज़ बनते हुए कहीं न कहीं देख रहे हैं। तो ये तीनों जो सेक्टर है उसमें थोड़ा बहुत हम लोगों को कॉशियस रहना पड़ेगा। प्लस हम लोग निफ्टी के वीकली चार्ट पे जाते हैं, तो वीकली चार्ट में 2 वीक का तेजी, 2 वीक का मंदी, ये एक लोअर लो वाला फॉर्मेशन बना हुआ है। तो दिस इज़ अ सेकंड वीक, अगेन वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट इन नेक्स्ट 2 डे देयर मे माइट बी अ चांसेस ऑफ फर्दर सेल ऑफ इन द मार्केट। तो 16,800 का लेवल आज के डेट में मेरे लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट लेवल बनता है। इसके नीचे अगर निफ्टी जाना चालू होता है तो मैं बहुत कॉशियस मार्केट में हो जाऊँगा। दूसरा, 34,000 मैं बैंक निफ्टी की बात कर रहा हूँ। 34,000 का बैंक निफ्टी का लेवल, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट लेवल है मेरे लिए। अगर ये लेवल ब्रेक होता है तो बैंक निफ्टी फर्दर बड़ा करेक्शन के लिए जाएगा, और ये सब चीज़ें जो कहीं न कहीं इंडिकेशन दे रही है, ये फर्दर सेल ऑफ का इंडिकेशंस दे रही है। ठीक है। तो आज के डेट में हम लोग नया बाइंग कुछ करने की सलाह नहीं दे रहे हैं। व्हेयर एज़ एफआईज़ फेवरेट जो स्टॉक्स है, उसमें हम लोग कॉशियसली देख रहे हैं, स्पेसिफिकली एचडीएफसी बैंक, एसबीआई, मेटल में टाटा स्टील्स। दीज़ आर सम फेवरेट एफआई स्टॉक्स। वो स्टॉक्स अभी भी रिएक्शन जो दे रहे हैं, वो नेगेटिव रिएक्शन दे रहे हैं। तो ये सब चीज़ों को हम लोग शांति से देखें, थोड़ा-सा इस पे संयम देके सोचें, तो 16,800 का लेवल मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट बनता है, और 34,000 का लेवल मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट बनता है। अगर ये दोनों लेवल कट होते हैं, तो हम लोग डेफिनिटली फर्दर सेल ऑफ मार्केट में देखेंगे। अभी हम लोग बात करते हैं आईटी। आईटी पे हम लोगों ने नीचे के स्तरों पे बाइंग आते हुए देखा है, और कहीं न कहीं रुपए का बढ़ना आईटी सेक्टर के लिए अच्छा है। तो आईटी सेक्टर अभी भी मार्केट को सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड कर रहा है। जिस दिन आईटी सेक्टर से सपोर्ट आना बंद हो जाएगा, उस दिन डेफिनिटली हम लोग आगे बड़ी सप्लाई देख सकते हैं। तो टिल द टाइम क्रिसमस डोंट गो पास, वी डोंट फाइंड एनी सरप्राइजेस फ्रॉम यूएस मार्केट। बट इफ दोस सप्लाईज कम्स, देन डेफिनेटली जो ये पूरा साल के 10 लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन बचे हुए 6-7, मेरे हिसाब से जो ट्रेडिंग सेशन बचे हुए हैं, वो शायद से फर्दर सेल ऑफ की निशानियां हो सकती है, हम लोग फर्दर इसमें सेल ऑफ कर सकते हैं। सॉरी।
ना, ठीक है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो मुझे एक सेंस आ रहा है विशाल सर, वो ये आ रहा है कि
सॉरी।
अभी ट्रेंड कहीं ना कहीं नीचे की तरफ ही है या वीक है कह लें, और एक रेंज के अंदर में काम करता हुआ और रेंज को नीचे खिसकाता जा रहा है बाजार। तो वो डेली की या वीकली की जो रेंज है, वो एक रेंज हर हर हफ्ते एक नई रेंज खड़ी होती है, और फिर वो नीचे की तरफ टूटती है, फिर दूसरी रेंज खड़ी होती है, फिर वो नीचे की तरफ टूटती है। हर हफ्ते या 2 हफ्ते में हम एक नई रेंज निचले स्तरों पे देखते हैं, मतलब जिस तरीके से रेंज के अंदर में डेली का और वाला, और उस तरीके से बाजार कहीं ना कहीं नीचे के लेवल्स पे खिसकता जा रहा है और अभी कमजोरी है। और जिन चीजों से एक्सपेक्ट किया जा सकता है, जिन फैक्टर्स से कि ये वापस से रिकवरी आ सकती है, वो फैक्टर्स अभी कहीं ना कहीं हम जैसे पिछले उसमें देखते आए हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं ये वाला जो या ये सीजन जो होता है, ये जो क्रिसमस सीजन या फेस्टिव सीजन जिसको कहते हैं ग्लोबली, तो उसके अंदर में कहीं ना कहीं नई खरीदारी या बड़ी खरीदारी कम होती है, और उसके भी चलते कोई गुंजाइश कम आ रही है कि बाजार के अंदर में और खरीदारी होगी और वापस से रिकवरी होगी। तो ये कॉशियस रहने वाला समय है और ट्रेंड कहीं ना कहीं वीक है। इस समय में स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होनी चाहिए सर? करना क्या चाहिए बाजार के अंदर में?
इस समय पे स्ट्रेटेजी ये होनी चाहिए, जो वीकर सेक्टर है वहां से पोजीशंस पहले तो हटा लेनी चाहिए। ओके। और जो स्ट्रॉन्गर सेक्टर है वहां पे एलोकेशन अच्छा होना चाहिए, बट दैट शुड नॉट बी एक्सेसिव एलोकेशन। उसके आगे चल के मैं एक बात करूंगा कि अगर हम लोग कुछ समय के लिए मार्केट को वेट एंड वॉच मोड पे रखे और लेट इट कंफर्म के यहाँ पे बॉटम बनी है कि नहीं बनी है, तो दैट विल बी फार मोर बेटर एंड बिगर साइंस कि जो हम लोगों ने 16,400 का बॉटम जो देखा है वो कंफर्म हो गया है कि नहीं हो गया। एक बाजार को उतना कंफर्म करने के लिए थोड़ा सा मौका दे दे। आगे आने वाले 3-4 दिन थोड़े से शांति से बिताए हम लोग, वेट करें एक अच्छा बॉटम बनने का, और वहां पे बाइंग करें तो अपने को रिटर्न्स बहुत जल्दी और बहुत अच्छे मिलेंगे। हाँ, जहाँ पे हम लोगों का आज के डेट में एक्सेसिव पोजीशन है, तो डेफिनेटली आपका एक्सेसिव पोजीशन कहीं न कहीं आपको हेज करना पड़ेगा या कहीं न कहीं पोजीशन थोड़ा रिड्यूस करना पड़ेगा। सो वी कैन मेंटेन द वोलेटिलिटी। ये चैलेंज मोर और लेस प्रॉफिट और लॉस का नहीं है, ये चैलेंज है वोलेटिलिटी में खुद की गर्दन बचा के रखने का। ओके, तो ये टाइम पे वोलेटिलिटी जो है उसमें अगर आप बच गए तो फिर हम लोगों को में कहावत है ना सर, सर सलामत तो पगड़ी 50। सो दिस इज समवेयर द मार्केट इज। अभी का टाइम जो है वो सर सलामत रखने का टाइम है। और ऐसे ही टाइम में बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी मार्केट में आती है, तो अगर मेरे हाथ में कैश होगा तो ही मैं मार्केट में अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटीज कैप्चर कर पाऊंगा। ओके।
जी,
और
ठीक है।
जो
तो ये
यहाँ से हम लोगों को स्टार्ट करना चाहिए अच्छे अच्छे स्टॉक पिकिंग करना के व्हाट विल बी माय फर्दर इन्वेस्टमेंट फॉर नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ टू 1 ईयर डाउन द लाइन, और उसको फिर वो स्टॉक को ऑब्जर्व करके उसके लेवल्स अगर मिलते हैं तो वहां थोड़ा 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 इन्वेस्टमेंट करना स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा। दिस इज समवेयर आई फील द मार्केट इज एट दिस मोमेंट।
ठीक है। जी जी, तो मैं विशाल सर ये समझ गया कि कहीं ना कहीं इंट्रोस्पेक्शन का समय है, एक बार बैठ करके चीजों को दोबारा से रिविजिट करें, अपने पूरे पोर्टफोलियो को ठीक से देखें। जो कमजोर दिख रहे हैं या कमजोर हैं जो स्टॉक्स या कंपनीज, उनसे धीरे धीरे एग्जिट करने की कोशिश करें। जो स्ट्रांग है उसमें बढ़ाना नहीं है, लेकिन उसको भी बैलेंसिंग कर लेना है कि अगर किसी में ओवरली आप किसी में आपका परसेंटेज ऑफ एलोकेशन ज्यादा है तो उसको थोड़ा थोड़ा सा बैलेंस कर लिया जाए, और कोशिश ये करी जाए कि कुछ पूंजी अपने हाथ में रखी जाए। एंड होल्ड टाइट वाली सिचुएशन है कि यहाँ पे अगर आप सलामत रहेंगे, वही जो सर सलामत है वाली चीज है, तो अगर आप रहेंगे और बाजार के अंदर में और वाला, तो फिर से वापस मौके फिर से निकलना शुरू होंगे। और इस समय देखते रहना, वॉच लिस्ट एक अच्छी तैयार करने का समय है कि अच्छे स्टॉक्स को या अच्छे सेक्टर्स को अपनी लिस्ट में हम डाल करके उस पर नजर रखें। और शायद अगर मैं उसमें थोड़ा सा और ऐड करूं तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद अगर उसके अंदर में डिप्स आ रही तो छोटा छोटा थोड़ा थोड़ा परसेंटेज उसके अंदर में ऐड करना भी, एक्यूमुलेट करना भी शुरू कर सकते हैं। ठीक कह रहा हूँ सर?
डेफिनेटली यस।
ठीक है, तो कुछ छोटा छोटा सम उसके अंदर में, अगर आप 100 रुपए का खरीदना चाहते हैं कोई स्टॉक, तो 10 रुपए का हर डिप में कहीं ना कहीं ऐड करते चलें, क्योंकि ये एग्जैक्टली कहाँ से टर्न अराउंड होने वाला है कोई नहीं जानता है। तो ये बताना या ये समझ पाना ये मुश्किल होगा, और वो लेवल्स दोबारा मिलेंगे नहीं मिलेंगे। तो हर लेवल पे आप ऐड करना शुरू कर दें। अगर और नीचे के लेवल्स मिलते हैं तो और ऐड करें, और ये सोच के ऐड करें कि हो सकता है, या और अभी जो अपने 10 रुपए का अभी सामान खरीदा है, वो हो सकता है आपको कुछ दिन बाद 8 रुपए का दिखने लगे। लेकिन उस 8 रुपए में जब हो रहा होगा तब आपको फिर से 10 रुपए का और खरीद लेना है, तो आपकी एवरेजिंग वापस से 9 रुपए जैसी हो जाएगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं उस तरीके की स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ में काम कर सकते हैं। सर, कोई स्पेसिफिक सेक्टर या कुछ एक स्टॉक्स हैं जिन पे अभी नजर रख रहे हैं आप?
मैं अभी बैंकिंग पे नजर रखे हुए हूँ, नॉट फ्रॉम द बाइंग प्रोस्पेक्टिव, फ्रॉम द गोइंग शॉर्ट प्रोस्पेक्टिव। कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग ऊपरी स्तर अगर बैंकिंग पे मिलता है मेरे को, तो मैं शॉर्ट क्रिएट कर सकूँ। दूसरा जो सेक्टर मैं देख रहा हूँ, मेटल स्पेस देख रहा हूँ कि मेटल में भी एक अच्छा बाउंस बैक मुझे मिला है, तो कहीं ना कहीं मैं सेलिंग के लिए जा सकूं। लेकिन अभी तक वो सफिशिएंट बाउंस बैक आया नहीं है, इसलिए मैं कोई रिकमेंडेशन एज सच कोट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। बट डेफिनेटली मैं यहाँ पे ये दो सेक्टर्स थोड़े से डाउनसाइड जाते हुए देख रहा हूँ। वेयर एज मैंने जैसे कोट किया कि मैं आईटी में अभी भी बुलिश हूँ, और आईटी के सेक्टर कहीं ना कहीं मैं वन बाय वन स्टॉक जैसे विप्रो है, एचसीएल टेक है, टीसीएस है, इंफी है, ये जो मेजर चार स्टॉक है, अगर मेरे को डीप में मिलता है तो डेफिनेटली आई विल स्टार्ट एक्यूमुलेटिंग दोज स्टॉक्स फॉर द, जब भी मार्केट में रिवर्सल आएगा पहला बाउंस मेरे हिसाब से आईटी में ही आएगा। So
समझ
we should be tracking IT at this moment, whereas on a shorter side we should be happy with banking and metals.
मेटल्स, ठीक है। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं एक सेंस दे दिया है विशाल सर ने कि बाजार के अंदर में, और जो हम बात कर रहे थे कि कुछ स्टॉक से या कुछ आपको अपना पोर्टफोलियो हल्का भी करना चाहिए, या कुछ कमजोर स्टॉक से उनसे बाहर निकलना चाहिए, और कुछ जगह पे एक्यूमुलेशन या थोड़ा थोड़ा सा बाइंग शुरू कर देनी चाहिए। उसको भी कहीं ना कहीं डिफाइन कर दिया विशाल सर ने कि किन स्टॉक से बाहर निकल सकते हैं या उल्टा बिकवाली भी कर सकते हैं। तो बैंकिंग में बिकवाली का मौका निकल सकते हैं, और मेटल में बिकवाली के मौके निकल सकते हैं, वहां गिरावट और बढ़ सकती है। और दूसरी तरफ आईटी में खरीदारी के मौके निकल रहे हैं, या कोई भी डिप के अंदर में आप थोड़ा थोड़ा ऐड करना शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो और आईटी के कुछ एक स्टॉक्स उन्होंने टॉप कुछ 4 पिक्स भी बता दिए हैं उसके अंदर में, जिसमें कि हम एडिंग शुरू कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो सर मैं कुछ एक सवाल ले लूं जल्दी से।
हाँ, डेफिनेटली सर।
ठीक है, ज्यादा अभी सवाल है नहीं, क्योंकि अभी सभी दर्शक भी वेट एंड वॉच के उसमें हैं, तो इसलिए मैं भी समझता हूँ कि ये कुछ एक उन दिनों में से एक दिन है आज, जहाँ पे ये नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि करा क्या जाए। कल तक की गिरावट और परसों तक की गिरावट में तो मतलब कहीं ना कहीं ये भी था कि सस्ता मिल रहा है, ऐड कर लें, या सवाल उस तरीके के थे, या एग्जिट कर जाएं, होल्ड करेंगे एग्जिट करें वाले सवाल थे आज। अब कहीं अब जहाँ एफआईआई छुट्टी के मूड में जा रहे हैं, वैसे ही हमारे दर्शक भी काफी हद तक शायद छुट्टी के मूड में लग रहे हैं। सर, एक सवाल है ईशान जी का, और मैं पहली बार नाम देख रहा हूँ। स्वागत है ईशान जी हमारे शो पर, चैनल पर। और आप इस सवाल का जवाब विशाल जी से लेने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर, सीमैक, SEAMEC, सीमैक,
ठीक है।
सीमैक लिमिटेड कैसा दिखता है? इसमें इन्होंने आगे कुछ तो नहीं पूछा, लेकिन
एस
व्यू
ई
मांगा।
एस ई एम SME, सॉरी।
सर, SEAMEC, सीमैक 1095 का है अभी, करीब 2.5% की गिरावट।
SEA
हाँ जी, SEAMEC।
नहीं, एस सिमैक लिमिटेड, ओके, 1090।
जी।
अभी जो सिमैक पर्टिकुलरली, हाँ, स्टॉक के बारे में अगर मैं बात करूँ तो ये वॉल्यूमलेस स्टॉक है, तो इसमें टेक्निकल्स नहीं देखने चाहिए। बट लेट अस सी कि हम लोग कोई बड़े पैमाने पे कुछ चीज निकाल पाते हैं इसमें से। तो क्वार्टरली पैटर्न बहुत स्ट्रांग है, बहुत पॉजिटिव है। अगर मैं बी के मंथली चार्ट पे जाता हूँ तो मंथली चार्ट एक कंसोलिडेशन दिखा रहा है इसमें। तो लोअर साइड में बाई की अपॉर्चुनिटीज बनेगी, और लोअर साइड में जो बाय जोन रहेगा वो कहीं ना कहीं 800 के करीब का रहेगा, 800 से लेके 900 के बीच में। ओके, हायर साइड पे कहीं ना कहीं रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है 1200 या 1150 के लेवल का। तो हम लोग बाय ऑन डिप का स्ट्रेटेजी यहाँ अपनाए तो बेटर रहेगा। और तेजी का ही काउंटर है, तो आगे के दौर के लिए इसमें आपको बड़े उछाल दिख सकते हैं। एट दिस मोमेंट बाय ऑन डिप का स्ट्रेटेजी इसमें रखना चाहिए।
ठीक है, बाय ऑन डिप्स का स्ट्रेटेजी सीमेक में रख सकते हैं ईशान जी, तो ये राय है आपके लिए। सर, राज मल्होत्रा जी का सवाल है सोलर इंडस्ट्रीज।
सोलर
आज करीब 5% की तेज बढ़त है।
सोलर इंडस्ट्री देखा जाएगा तो बहुत अच्छा स्टॉक है, और बहुत अच्छे लेवल्स इसमें अभी फिलहाल बने हुए हैं, लेकिन अगर हम लोग ऊपरी स्तरों से देखें तो एक अच्छा खासा सप्लाई भी हम लोगों ने इसमें देख लिया है। मेरे हिसाब से एक अच्छे लेवल से बाउंस बैक भी ये वीक में किया हुआ है, तो 2200 का लेवल जो रहेगा, 2270 का लेवल एक क्रूशियल लेवल है। ये लेवल के नीचे जाता है तो एग्जिट करना चाहिए, ये लेवल पे आप बने रह सकते हैं, और अगर ये 2510 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस करता है तो कहीं ना कहीं ऊपरी स्तरों पे ये वापस 2900 के लिए जाएगा।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है राजी सोलार पे। और सर, इन्हीं का एक और सवाल है मास्टेक, वो भी देख लीजिए।
वैसे चॉइस ऑफ स्टॉक बहुत अच्छा है मैं कहूँगा, तो मास्टेक मास्टेक जो 2900 चल रहा है, ठीक है। मास्टेक में कहीं ना कहीं एक कॉशियस साइन रेडी हो चुका है, और एक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग के इंडिकेशंस मास्टेक्स में आ रहे हैं, तो एक लॉन्गर टर्म जो हॉरिजॉन है वो थोड़े टाइम के लिए साइडवेज टू बेरिश रहेगा, और नीचे के लेवल पे कहीं ना कहीं 2000 के लेवल पे अच्छे खासे सपोर्ट देखे जा रहे हैं, तो यहाँ से एक 20-30% का करेक्शन एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं मास्टेक में। ऊपरी स्तर कहीं ना कहीं जब भी 3000 के लेवल कट करके सस्टेन्ड हो जाएगा स्टॉक फॉर मे बी वीक और टू, उसके बाद ही हम लोग ऊपर के लेवल पे कुछ कमेंट कर पाएंगे।
ठीक है, ये राय है मास्टेक पे। और राज जी का सवाल है। राज जी हमारे साथ पुराने दर्शक हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से बाजार को बहुत समय से वो भी देख रहे हैं, ट्रैक कर रहे हैं, और हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स को भी सुनते रहते हैं, और उनकी कॉल्स रिकमेंडेशंस को भी समझते रहते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं इसलिए शायद जो चॉइस ऑफ स्टॉक्स है वो पिक उनकी अच्छी है। ठीक है, बहुत शुक्रिया विशाल सर। बहुत सारे और सवाल हैं, लेकिन आपका समय, मुझे पता है कि आपसे हमने बहुत जो समय लिया था हम उसके आगे निकल गए हैं, तो फिर आपसे जुड़ेंगे दोबारा से एक बार, फिर आपके पास आएंगे और आगे समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि बाजार को कैसे काम किया जाए बाजार के अंदर में, और कैसे देखा जाए। बहुत शुक्रिया आज हमारे साथ में जुड़ने के लिए, अपनी रणनीति शेयर करने के लिए, और हमारे दर्शकों के सवालों के जवाब देने के लिए। आप अपना डिस्क्लेमर सर दे सकते हैं।
Thanks a lot, Lavjit ji, for inviting me in the show. As far as disclaimer and disclosures are concerned, Bonanza Portfolio Limited is a research entity. We are registered with SEBI for the same purpose. जो भी हम लोगों ने स्टॉक डिस्कस किए हैं, या मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो रिकमेंडेशन कोई दिए नहीं आज हम लोगों ने, बट जो व्यूज है वो डेफिनेटली क्लाइंट लोगों के साथ शेयर किए गए हैं, और कहीं ना कहीं पीएमएस टीम के साथ भी ये चीजें शेयर की गई है, तो उनके उसके मुताबिक पोजीशन हो सकते हैं, लेकिन कहीं पे भी 1% से ज्यादा बड़ा पोजीशन नहीं है। फिनेंशियली ना इधर हम लोग कहीं फाउंडर इंडिया के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, और जो भी कंपनीज हम लोगों ने डिस्कस की है वही वहाँ कहीं भी हम लोगों का फिनेंशियल इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं है। थैंक्स अ लॉट लवजीत जी फॉर इनवाइटिंग अस इनटू द शो।
थैंक्स फॉर कमिंग विशाल सर, थैंक यू सो मच। ये थे विशाल वाघ जी, हेड ऑफ रिसर्च हैं बोनांजा पोर्टफोलियोज के, और बता रहे थे कि बाजार के अंदर में किस तरीके से रणनीति अपनानी चाहिए। कहीं ना कहीं कॉशियस व्यू है, तो निश्चित रूप से बाजार उस तरीके के सिग्नल्स दे रहा है कि जहाँ पे एक कॉशियस व्यू रखना चाहिए। अगले मेहमान हमारे साथ में जुड़ रहे हैं, और वापस उनके साथ में मार्केट लाइव का सफर जारी रखते हैं। हमारे साथ में जुड़ने रहेंगे इसके बाद वैभव कौशिक जी, तो अपने सवाल पूछते रहिए, और एक्सपर्ट से उस पर आपके जवाब भी ले लेंगे उनके, और उसके अलावा उनकी भी रणनीति क्या है ये भी समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। खास मेहमान हमारे साथ में जुड़ रहे हैं। हमारे साथ में हैं वैभव कौशिक जी। वैभव कौशिक जी से समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि बाजार को कैसे देख रहे हैं, और इस समय पे जब बाजार एक ऐसे लेवल्स में है जहां पे थोड़ा सा असमंजस सा माहौल है, वहां पे क्या करना चाहिए और क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, सारी चीजें समझेंगे वैभव जी से। वैभव जी, बहुत स्वागत है आपका शो पर।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, और आपके सभी व्यूअर्स को भी वेरी वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग।
जी, गुड मॉर्निंग सर। और सबसे पहले तो बाजार थोड़ा तो गुड है, लेकिन ये गुड बना रहेगा, आगे चलेगा, या अभी इसके अंदर में कुछ आपको कोई कौन से लेवल्स देख रहे हैं जहां से आपको एक कंफर्मेशन मिलेगा कि हम थोड़ा सा कंफर्टेबल जोन में आ गए?
सर, अपन लास्ट 2 बार जब मिले, अपन ने सेल कॉल जनरेट किया हुआ था आपके यहाँ पे 18,200 से हम सेल कॉल दे रहे थे 16,400 के टारगेट पे, और ऑलमोस्ट वो टारगेट्स अचीव भी हो गए। अब अपन देख रहे हैं यहाँ से क्या मार्केट कर सकता है। तो अंटिल 17,250 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आता, हम स्टिल सेल साइड रहेंगे। और हमारे को लगता है कि 16,200 जो 200 डेमा है वो एक बार टूटना चाहिए, और वहां से वापस एक रिवर्सल बाइंग आना चाहिए। तो हमको 16,200 से 16,000 के बीच में मार्केट जाता हुआ दिख रहा है कुछ दिनों के अंदर। तो वहां पे अगर मार्केट जाता है तो ऑब्वियसली बाई करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, तो कुछ और नीचे के लेवल्स, और वो लेवल्स कहीं ना कहीं एक हेल्दी लेवल्स हैं, क्योंकि अगर उनको टेस्ट कर लेता है और वहां तक पहुंचता है बाजार, तो उसके बाद जो बाउंस बैक होगा, उसके बाद जो रिकवरी होगी, वो थोड़ी सस्टेनेबल होगी। तो कहीं जो कह रहे हैं वैभव जी, तो उसका सेंस आप ये समझिए कि वो नीचे की तरफ का मतलब ओवरऑल या लॉन्ग टर्म में शायद ट्रेंड की बात नेगेटिव नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो एक शॉर्ट टर्म की बात कर रहे हैं, जिसके अंदर में उनको कुछ नीचे के लेवल्स और दिख रहे हैं जहां तक जाना चाहिए था, या जाएगा, मतलब जाना चाहिए। और अगर उन लेवल्स तक जा करके काम करता है, तो शायद उसके बाद जो रिकवरी होगी वो सस्टेनेबल होगी। अभी जो हम देख रहे हैं वो एक टेक्निकल बाउंस बैक जैसा शायद है, और तो इसलिए उसको ये ना समझें कि यहीं से अब सीधा वापस का ट्रेंड जरूरी नहीं है। हो सकता है, मतलब बाजार अपने तरीके से काम करता है, लेकिन कहीं एक जो एनालिस्ट की राय है, टेक्निकली कहीं एक जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो ये है कि थोड़ा से और नीचे के लेवल, जो कि 16,200 के आसपास के लेवल्स हैं, उनको देखना चाहिए। सर, बैंक निफ्टी कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बैंक निफ्टी भी सेम सर, थोड़ा वीकर साइड लग रहा है। हमारे को लगता है कि 33,500 से लेकर 33,200 ये एक लेवल होगा जहाँ पे बाइंग इनिशिएट करना चाहिए। दूसरा हमारे को ये लगता है अगला जो रैली आएगा, जैसे अपन ने जो प्रीवियस रैली देखी उसमें बैंक निफ्टी ने पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया, बट हमारे को लगता है जो नेक्स्ट रैली आएगा उसमें निफ्टी को आउट परफॉर्म करता हुआ दिखेगा बैंक।
ठीक है, तो एक बड़ा ऑप्टिमिज्म जहाँ नीचे की तरफ भी है, वो दोनों चीजें, उसके बाद जो रिकवरी होगी उसके अंदर में भी कहीं एक बड़ा जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है वो बैंक निफ्टी से है, या बैंकिंग सेक्टर से है। ठीक है सर, इस बाजार में काम क्या कर रहे हैं आज के लिए? हमारे पास कुछ है करने के लिए, या अभी हम वेट एंड वॉच के रूप में है मोड में?
सर, आज थोड़ा वेट एंड वॉच ज्यादा है, फिर भी एचडीएफसी बैंक हमने सेल करवा रखा है, तो वहां से थोड़ा टूटा हुआ है, बट स्टिल हमारे को लगता है कि ये सेल करना चाहिए। तो एचडीएफसी बैंक हमारे को लगता है कि 1400 तक के नीचे लेवल्स देखने को मिल सकते हैं।
ठीक है, 1440 के आसपास अभी काम कर रहा है, 1435 का आज का लो है, और नीचे के और लेवल यानी 1400 तक के लेवल्स तक का एक लेवल है जो कि देख रहे हैं फिलहाल के हिसाब से, जो पहला टारगेट होगा। ये शॉर्ट सेलिंग की राय एचडीएफसी में अभी है,
इसका
एचडीएफसी
स्टॉप
बैंक।
लॉस रख सकते हैं 1457, 1457।
ठीक है, तो एक छोटा सा रिस्क और छोटा सा रिवॉर्ड, मतलब बराबर सा ऑलमोस्ट और वाला, और 1470 यानी 30 रुपए ऊपर का यहाँ से स्टॉप लॉस, और 40 रुपए नीचे का टारगेट। तो ये राय है, एक छोटा ट्रेड, लेकिन क्योंकि अभी बाजार जिस तरीके से है, एक बाउंस बैक दिया, अब उस बाउंस बैक को वो सस्टेन करेगा या लूज कर जाएगा, जब तक बाजार का ये क्लियर इंडिकेशन नहीं आता है, तब तक थोड़ा सा नई कॉल्स बनाने में दिक्कत है। तो इसलिए फिलहाल सभी एनालिस्ट कहीं ना कहीं आपको एक कॉशन की राय ही दे रहे हैं। ठीक है बाबू जी, और कोई स्टॉक है जिसको डिस्कस करना है, या कोई अपडेट है? नहीं तो मैं सवाल ले लूं दर्शकों को।
तो बिरला सॉफ्ट दिया हुआ है आपके यहाँ पे, तो बिरला सॉफ्ट स्टिल बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है। टेक महिंद्रा, ये 2 स्टॉक्स दिए हुए हैं, दिवाली पिक्स दिए थे आपके यहाँ पे, दोनों ही अभी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। आगे भी लग रहा है कि आईटी स्टॉक्स अच्छा परफॉर्म करते रहेंगे, तो इनमें हमारा खुद का भी इन्वेस्टमेंट है, हमें लॉन्च कर रहे हैं।
ठीक है, और उसमें अभी कोई हल्का करने की पोजीशन या कुछ बाहर निकलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, आराम से बने
नहीं,
रहे?
अभी नहीं लग रहा, उल्टा बाय ऑन डिप्स होता है, कोई नीचे अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलती है तो और इन्वेस्टमेंट।
ठीक है, तो अगर और कोई डिप मिलती है तो और ऐड करने का या एक्यूमुलेट करने का ही मौका होगा। और आईटी सेक्टर वैसे भी कहीं ना कहीं एक अच्छे ट्रेंड में, अच्छे स्ट्रेंथ के साथ में काम कर रहा है, तो उस पे बेट करते हुए उसके दोनों स्टॉक्स को जो कि पुरानी कॉल्स की रिकमेंडेशन, उसमें भी बने रहने की और ऐड करने की ही राय। जल्दी से सवाल ले लेता हूं सर। और राज मल्होत्रा जी का एक सवाल है सर, ओबरॉय रियलिटी।
सर स्टॉक तो अगर अपन अभी देखें पर्टिकुलरली तो एक नेगेटिव ट्रेंड है, बट नीचे से एक बायस दिखा रहा है, तो सेल ऑन राइज की अपॉर्चुनिटीज देखनी चाहिए। अगर ये स्टॉक कहीं पे भी आपको 850 के आसपास रहता है तो सेल करना चाहिए। स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा उस सिचुएशन में 880 का, और नीचे में जो टारगेट देखने को मिल सकते हैं वो मोटे मोटे 770 तक के देखने को मिल सकते
ठीक है, और ये ट्रेडिंग के नजरिए से वैभव जी बता रहे हैं, जहां तक मैं समझता हूँ कि मतलब एक शॉर्ट टर्म के हिसाब से एक छोटे उसमें कहीं ना कहीं इसमें एक डिप
हैं। का लंबा नजरिया है तो बाय एंड डिप्स की अपॉर्चुनिटीज देखनी चाहिए। हमारे को, हम रियल्टी स्टॉक्स पे थोड़े बुलिश भी है, तो हमको लगता है कि अगर कुछ नीचे ये स्टॉक्स आते हैं रियल्टी के या रियल्टी से रिलेटेड स्टॉक्स, तो उनमें बाइंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज देखनी चाहिए लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से।
ठीक है, वो इसलिए मैं थोड़ा क्लेरिफाई कर रहा था, क्योंकि जिन दर्शक का राज्य जी का सवाल है उनको मैं जहां तक जानता या समझता हूँ, जितना मैं उनके जो सवाल आते हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं वो निवेश के लिहाज से चीजों को पूछते हैं कि डिप में क्या ऐड किया जा सकता है, निवेश किया जा सकता है। तो अभी शायद और नीचे के लेवल्स मिल सकते हैं, और अगर निवेश का नजरिया है राज्य आपका इसमें, तो उन डिप्स पे ऐड कर सकते हैं। वैभव जी भी कह रहे हैं कि बुलिश है रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर पे भी और इस स्टॉक पे भी। ठीक है, और सर रियल एस्टेट से ही जुड़ा हुआ एक और सवाल है किमी शर्मा जी का। वो पूछ रही हैं गोदरेज प्रॉपर्टी पे क्या राय है सर?
सर इसके अंदर लॉन्ग टर्म व्यू अभी भी पॉजिटिव है, बट शॉर्ट टर्म में थोड़ा वीकनेस दिख रहा है। इसमें हमारे को लगता है कि 1660 से 1720 तक के टारगेट नीचे में आ सकते हैं। तो 1660 से 1720 के बीच में मिले तो वो बाइंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज रहेगी लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए। बट शॉर्ट टर्म इन्वेस्टर्स को भी दूर रहना चाहिए अंटिल ये जब तक 2100 के ऊपर की क्लोजिंग देकर सस्टेन नहीं हुए, जब तक सॉरी 21 नहीं, 1950 के ऊपर।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है किमी जी कि अभी शायद और नीचे के लेवल्स देखने को मिल सकते हैं। उन लेवल्स में लॉन्ग टर्म निवेशकों के लिए ऐड करने का, खरीदारी करने का मौका होगा। और शॉर्ट टर्म या मिड टर्म के निवेशकों के लिए ऊपर के लेवल्स वापस से जब बाउंस बैक के अंदर में और 1950 के ऊपर में काम करेगा तो एंट्री का उनके लिए मौका होगा। फिलहाल इस समय जिस जहां पे है सीएमपी पे, शायद इसको अवॉइड करना ही बेहतर रहेगा। ठीक है सर, किटी मल्होत्रा जी का सवाल है सोना पे, सोना कौन?
सोना कौन? आपका सोना सोना कौन, तो क्या स्पेलिंग होगा सर इसका?
SONACOMS, कोड जो इसका NSE वाला है, SONACOMS, सोना कॉम्स। सोना BLW प्रेसिशन के नाम से कंपनी है।
ओके ओके, अच्छा। सर
सात सौ
न्यू
बारह
लिस्ट है
रुपए
तो
जी जी।
ज्यादा तो नहीं दे पाऊंगा इसके अंदर, बट स्टॉक नहीं, ये मैं कुछ गलत तो नहीं देख रहा हूँ।
सात सौ
न्यू
बारह रुपए
लिस्ट
75 पैसे, करीब ½ % की गिरावट।
स्टॉक के अंदर अगर देखें तो टेक्निकली थोड़ा सा स्ट्रॉन्ग था, बट अब थोड़ा सा नीचे आ रहा है। बट बाय ऑन डिप्स अभी भी देखना चाहिए इस स्टॉक के अंदर, और जो बाइंग रेंज रहेगा वो 670 टू 640 रहेगा।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है किटी जी आपके लिए सोना कॉम पे। और सर दीपक मल्होत्रा जी का सवाल है पॉलीप्लेक्स को लेकर के, क्या करंट लेवल्स पे एंट्री करी जा सकती है?
फ्लैक्स ये सर PRPF के नाम से है।
नहीं, पॉलीप्लेक्स, POLY,
POLY
PLEX।
ठीक है।
1816 रुपए का है अभी, 1% की आज गिरावट।
सर इस लेवल पे तो नहीं करना चाहिए, बट हाँ इसमें बाइंग अपॉर्चुनिटी 1740 के आसपास मिलता है, तो वहां पे आप एंटर कर सकते हैं। स्टॉप लॉस में मेंटेन रखना होगा आपको लगभग लगभग 1700 से थोड़ा सा नीचे ले लें तो इसको 1697 के आसपास, 1697।
ठीक है, 1697, 1600 से थोड़ा सा 1700 से थोड़ा सा नीचे स्टॉप लॉस रख करके, और थोड़े निचले लेवल्स पे खरीदने को कह रहे हैं सर, इससे और नीचे
बिल्कुल
लेवल्स।
निचले लेवल पे 1750 से 1740 की लेवल्स के आसपास में।
ठीक है, वो लेवल जब आता है और एक और डिप आते हैं तो वहां पे एंट्री करने का मौका होगा। अभी थोड़ा सा शायद महंगा लग रहा है वैभव जी को। सर ओम प्रताप त्रिपाठी जी का सवाल है, और ये भी फ्रेश एंट्री को लेकर के ही है। 3M इंडिया में क्या लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए फ्रेश एंट्री करी जा सकती है? टारगेट्स और स्टॉप लॉस मतलब लेवल्स भी बता दीजिएगा। 24,690 रुपए का स्टॉक है, 2% बढ़ करके काम कर रहा है, करीब 500 रुपए आज की बढ़त है।
हाँ सर, काफी टाइम से कंसोलिडेशन के अंदर चल रही है, काफी टाइम हो चुका है। एंट्री करी जा सकती है इस स्टॉक के अंदर, एक अच्छा ब्रेकआउट देने के बाद में अच्छा कंसोलिडेशन के अंदर है, तो एंट्री कर सकते हैं। और इसमें लेकिन स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा आपको, वो रखना होगा 22,900 का, 22,900 का स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा। ऊपर के अंदर जो टारगेट देखने को मिल सकता है वो 30,000 से ऊपर के देखने को मिल सकता है, बट काफी एक तो वॉल्यूम्स कम है और लंबा कंसोलिडेशन के अंदर चला हुआ है स्टॉक, तो वो चीज एक ध्यान में रखना जरूरी है।
ठीक है, महंगा स्टॉक और साथ में लेकिन वॉल्यूम बहुत कम, तो वो दोनों चीजें थोड़ा परेशान करने वाली कि आज का वॉल्यूम भी 426।
अगर एक चीज कहना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे, अगर किसी को इस तरीके का स्टॉक लेना है जिसका टिकर थोड़ा बड़ा है, तो उसमें हमको हनूट बहुत अच्छा लगता है, तो वो
कौन सा कह
हमारा
रहे हैं
उस
सर?
हनूट,
अच्छा, अनूप।
तो वो देखा जा सकता है, हनीवेल ऑटोमेशन, वो उसमें हमारे टारगेट्स भी हमने लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से काफी अच्छे दे रखे हैं क्लाइंट्स को। हमारे को 66,000 से ऊपर पे इसके टारगेट्स लगते हैं आने वाले 1 से 1.5 साल।
ठीक है, तो ओम प्रताप जी अगर आप एक थोड़ा सा कंपैरिजन कर लें, और इस टिकट साइज में अगर आप देख रहे हैं 25 से 30,000 रुपए के रेंज के स्टॉक की बात कर रहे हैं अगर, तो शायद थोड़ा सा बेटर, जहाँ पे ज्यादा पॉजिटिव व्यू है वैभव जी का, वो है हनून पे, यानी हनीवेल ऑटोमेशन, इसको भी
अब
नजर में
जहाँ
रख
तक
सकते
मुझे ध्यान आ रहा है शायद F&O में भी एंटर कर रहा है कुछ ऐसा।
हैं। अच्छा, ठीक है, इसमें क्या लेवल्स देख रहे हैं सर?
सर इसमें हमारे को 66,000 का टारगेट्स दिखते हैं आने वाले 1 साल से 1.5 साल।
ठीक है, 1 से 1.5 साल में 66 तक के टारगेट्स, यानी ऑलमोस्ट डबल जैसे लेवल्स देख रहे हैं वैभव जी, तो इसको भी देख करके आप चल सकते हैं। ठीक है। सर एक सवाल आ रहा है सजल कुमार जी का, और सजल जी का नाम मैं भी पहली बार शायद देख रहा हूँ, या नए दर्शकों में से हैं। स्वागत है सजल जी, और सजल जी का सवाल है सर डाटा मैट्रिक्स।
अच्छा, ये जो नया IPO आ रहा है, आई थिंक उसके लिए पूछो।
डाटा मैट्रिक्स ग्लोबल के नाम से है सर, हाँ, नया होगा ये, 278 रुपये 60 पैसे है।
मेरे
नहीं सर,
हिसाब
पुराना,
से
पुराना
है।
है। डाटा मैट्रिक्स ग्लोबल के नाम से है, कोड होगा डाटा मैट्रिक्स ही है, DATAMATICS, पुराना है सर।
ओके, ठीक है,
हम्म,
ये तो काफी पुराना है, पुराना ही
जी
नहीं
जी।
है।
2004
अच्छा,
से।
हाँ,
जी।
अच्छा ब्रेकआउट है इसके अंदर, मतलब, और लगता है कि स्टॉक में बाइंग करना चाहिए। 250 के आसपास अगर लेवल्स मिलते हैं तो आप इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकते हैं। जो स्टॉप लॉस रहेंगे वो 220 के रहेंगे, ऊपर में जो टारगेट देखने को मिल सकते हैं वो 350 प्लस देखने को
ठीक है। अच्छा, इनका सर आगे शायद इन्होंने सवाल में जो लिखा हुआ है, इन्होंने इनका बाय है 280 पे।
280 का अगर पहले से
जी,
बाई है तो 220 के आसपास का क्लोजिंग बेसिस का स्टॉप लॉस लगा कर
ठीक है। 220 का क्लोजिंग बेसिस स्टॉप लॉस लगा करके सजल जी आप इसमें बने रहिए। और उन लेवल्स को अगर तोड़ता है या उसके नीचे जाता है तो फिर थोड़ा चिंता हो सकती है, तो इसलिए तब बाहर आ जाइएगा। और उसके बाद फिर नई एंट्री इसमें या किसी और स्टॉक में जो भी करना होगा वो हम उस समय देख लेंगे, लेकिन फिलहाल अपने सेफ्टी नेट का ध्यान रखिए 220 का। और अभी फिलहाल तुरंत एग्जिट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। अभी नहीं करना है ना सर कुछ, क्योंकि बहुत मार्जिनल सा ही अभी
अभी
तो
अभी
डिफरेंस
नहीं
है।
अभी नहीं करना।
ठीक है, ठीक है। और जीटीपीएल भी देख लीजिए सर, इन्हीं का एक और सवाल है। जीटीपीएल हैथवे लिमिटेड, और ये इनके पास है 250 रुपए पे, जो कि ऑलमोस्ट अभी भी 253 के आसपास ही चल रहा है, मतलब थोड़ा ऊपर ही है उन लेवल से। क्या करना चाहिए सर?
एक लंबे कंसोलिडेशन के अंदर चल रहे काफी टाइम से, तो उसको देखते हुए तो यही लग रहा है कि बने रहना चाहिए। बट कंसोलिडेशन लंबा है, जब भी ब्रेकआउट आएगा वो आएगा लगभग लगभग 272 के ऊपर। तो जब तक आपको थोड़ा हो सकता है टाइम और देना पड़े, और स्टॉप लॉस जो आपको रखना होगा इसके अंदर वो 230 का रखना होगा। 230 का क्लोजिंग बेसिस का स्टॉप लॉस बना के आप बने रह सकते हैं। और जो ऊपर में टारगेट देखने को मिल सकते हैं, अगर ब्रेकआउट मिलता है 272 के ऊपर, तो आपको 320 तक के टारगेट देखने को मिल सकते हैं।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है जीटीपीएल पे। और सजल जी, उम्मीद करते हैं आपके सारी शंकाओं का निवारण हो गया होगा। क्या करना है स्ट्रेटेजी दोनों में आपको बता दी, जीटीपीएल में भी और डेटामेटिक्स में भी। वैभव जी, एक सवाल जो कुछ एक दर्शक पूछ रहे थे वो उस पे है कि कुछ ये जो नए आईपीओज आए हैं, वो ठीक है, मैं समझता हूँ कि आपके पास डेटा कम है तो इसलिए अभी आपके लिए उसमें बता पाना मुश्किल है, लेकिन उसमें से एक जो जो सवाल बहुत सारे दर्शकों को और बहुत सारे सोशल मीडिया पे और उसमें मैं देख रहा था, तो बहुत सारे लोग उसमें हम लोग से राय मांग रहे थे पेटीएम पे। पेटीएम पे सर अलॉटमेंट भी नीचे हुआ है खराब, और उसके बाद से मतलब लिस्टिंग भी नीचे हुई है, और लिस्टिंग के बाद से भी कहीं ना कहीं खराब रहा है। और कमजोरी जिन रिकवरी जो थोड़ी बहुत आई भी थी वो भी बाद में लूज करके वापस उन्हीं निचले लेवल्स पे वापस आ गया है। क्या करना चाहिए? और जिनको अलॉट हुए हैं या जिन्होंने उस समय के अंदर में खरीदे हुए थे अगर।
सर अगर किसी का 5 साल से ऊपर का नजरिया है तो ही बने रहना चाहिए। मिनिमम मैं बोलूंगा एटलीस्ट 3 साल का तो होना ही होना चाहिए, तो ही बना रहना चाहिए, वरना इसमें से निकल जाना चाहिए। फर्स्ट थिंग तो यही रहेगा जो स्टॉक से रिलेटेड। लॉन्ग टर्म में क्यों अच्छा लगता है मेरे को, ये लगता है कि रीजन कि आपका पैन इंडिया पेनिट्रेशन है कंप्लीटली पूरे इंडिया के अंदर। हर जगह आप अवेलेबल हो, एक छोटे से छोटे ठेले वाले के पास भी जाते हैं तो वहां पे आपको पेटीएम मिल जाता है पैन इंडिया। और आपके पास नंबर ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज देखते हैं तो बहुत ही कम है। तो उस स्ट्रेंथ को देखते हुए लगता है कि लॉन्ग टर्म में ये अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा। कुछ टाइम लग सकता है अभी और प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी में आने के लिए, बट लगता है कि लॉन्ग टर्म में आपको पैसा बनेगा। बट मिनिमम आपका 3 साल तो हॉरिजन हो इन्वेस्टमेंट का, तभी आप बने रहे। वरना आप अभी इन भावों पे भी निकल जाएंगे तो ज्यादा बेटर है, आपको और बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी।
ठीक है, तो ये नजरिया पेटीएम पे। कारण ये है कि पेटीएम ने कुछ लेवल की कुछ जो बाधाएं थी कह लीजिए, या पहले लेवल का जो टेस्ट थे वो तो क्रॉस पार कर लिए हैं। इसमें था कि एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म खड़ा करके, अच्छी ब्रांडिंग करके, अच्छी रीच, अच्छी नेटवर्किंग, आज हर एक के फोन में करीब करीब और हर ठेले पे हर दुकान पे आपको पेटीएम का लोगो मिल जाएगा, उसका कोड मिल जाएगा, उसके यूजर्स मिल जाएंगे, दोनों तरीके से उसको पेमेंट करने वाले भी और पेमेंट लेने वाले भी, यानी बायर्स और सेलर्स सबके पास पेटीएम पहुंचा हुआ है। और तो वो बेसिक एक पहले लेवल की चीजें जो कि होता है कस्टमर एक्विजिशन या यूजर एक्विजिशन, वो बहुत अच्छा हो चुका है, पेनिट्रेशन बहुत अच्छा है। अब उसका कन्वर्जन बिजनेस में, प्रॉफिट मेकिंग में, वो जरूरी है। बहुत मुश्किल नहीं है, लेकिन उसमें समय लगेगा, क्योंकि तब जब वो लोन, क्रेडिट, क्रेडिट कार्ड, अकाउंट्स, बहुत सारी और चीजें जो बैंकिंग की जो चीजें हैं, इंश्योरेंस, पेटीएम मॉल आया था वो बहुत ज्यादा नहीं चला, कोई बुकिंग और वो वाली चीजें उतना फिलहाल चर्चा में नहीं है, लेकिन उस तरीके की चीजों को उन्होंने कर रखे हैं या कर रहे हैं। जब वो कन्वर्ट होंगे बिजनेस में और प्रॉफिटेबल होंगे, तब शायद इसके अंदर में ग्रोथ आएगी, जो कि समय ले लेगा 2 से 3 साल कम से कम। और शायद उससे भी ज्यादा। तो अगर वो नजरिया रख सकते हैं निवेश के हिसाब से तो शायद बने रह सकते हैं, अदरवाइज वैभव जी कह रहे हैं कि इसमें से बाहर निकल सकते हैं। वैभव जी, अगर मैं मान लीजिए किसी अलॉटमेंट के हिसाब से या जो भी पैसे डले हुए हैं किसी के, अगर वो बाहर निकलते हैं तो हम उनको कौन सा स्टॉक इस समय सजेस्ट करेंगे, या ये कहेंगे कि वो लॉस को बुक करके जो कैश आएगा, जो लिक्विडिटी आएगी, उसको लेकर के बैठे रहें और अभी नई एंट्री अभी नहीं करनी कहीं पे भी?
सर हमारे को एक चीज लगता है कि 16,000 अगर निफ्टी आता है तो 1 ईयर फॉरवर्ड अर्निंग्स के हिसाब से पीई रेशियो जो होगा वो 18 के नीचे चले जाएगा। तो 18 के नीचे का पीई रेशियो मेरे को लगता है इन्वेस्टेबल है, क्योंकि 15 के आसपास अपन लोज देखते हैं, तो लो पे तो कोई भी इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर पाता। बट अपन देखते हैं कि 16,000 के आसपास एक एडवाइजेबल होगा। तो अगर निफ्टी उस लेवल्स पे मिलता है तो अच्छे बैंकिंग स्टॉक्स में आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। कोटक बैंक हमारे को उन लेवल्स पे अच्छा लगेगा। रीजन यही रहेगा, एक तो उनके ऊपर जो सेलिंग का एक तलवार लटकी हुई थी वो भी हट गई है, तो क्लियरिटी भी आ चुकी है उस स्टॉक के अंदर। तो अगर कोटक बैंक उन लेवल्स पे अगर मान के चले कि 1600 के भी नीचे मिलता है, 1600 से भी, तो लगता है कि वो वहां पे इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है लॉन्ग टर्म हॉरिजॉन पे।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है और स्ट्रेटेजी भी साथ ही साथ बता दी है। 16,000 के लेवल के आसपास जब निफ्टी पहुंचेगा, तो वहां से वो अच्छा मौका होगा नई एंट्री बनाने का। तो अगर आप कहीं से भी नया पैसा आपके पास है, या इस तरीके की जैसे भी हम पेटीएम की बात कर रहे थे और वहां से आप एग्जिट करते हैं, तो वो जो पैसा आता है उसको लेकर के और नजर रखें इंडेक्स पे। 16,000 के लेवल्स के आसपास जब आता है तब, और उस समय पर बैंक के स्टॉक्स, बैंक में कोटक बैंक एक राय वैभव जी की, जिसके अंदर में, और उसमें 1600 के लेवल्स देख रहे हैं, अभी 1740 के आसपास चल रहा है। 1600 के आसपास में इसमें एंट्री का मौका मिलेगा और फिर आपको उसका फायदा मिल सकेगा आगे चल करके, जब वापस से बाउंस बैक या रिकवरी आती है बाजार के अंदर में। ठीक है सर, एक दो सवाल जल्दी से और ले लेते हैं। और एक दिनेश शर्मा जी हमारे साथ में जुड़ गए हैं, उनका सवाल आया है सर पराग मिल्क को लेकर के, क्या राय है?
तो थोड़ा सा नेगेटिव लग रहा है इस वक्त पे। तो अगर इनके पास में पहले से है तो मेरी नजरिए में इनको कोई भी बाउंस मिले 115 के आसपास का, तो इनको एग्जिट कर देना चाहिए और नए इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के लिए अभी वेट करना चाहिए स्टॉक।
ठीक है, क्योंकि ये मार्केट से कहीं ज्यादा टूटा है, मतलब कंपैरेटिवली दिखता है वीकनेस ज्यादा दिख रही है, तो वो वीकनेस कहीं ना कहीं इसके अंदर में एक नेगेटिव अप्रोच की बात कर रहे हैं वैभव जी, कि थोड़ा सा इसमें व्यू नेगेटिव है। अगर आपकी एग्जिस्टिंग पोजीशन है तो निकल जाए। वैभव जी, अगर लॉन्ग टर्म नजरिया हो तो भी निकल जाना चाहिए क्या?
हाँ सर, मुझे नहीं लगता है इसके अंदर होता है, क्योंकि मैं बेसिक चीज देखता हूँ कि इतने टाइम में आप देखेंगे ना, अभी मार्केट टूट रहा है, इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ रहा है, इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ रहा है, तो इन्फ्लेशन इतना बढ़ गया है लेकिन दूध के प्राइस अभी भी कोई खासा नहीं बढ़े। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि इन्फ्लेशन जो है दूध, क्योंकि मतलब मुश्किल से 2% का भी फर्क नहीं आया है पिछले 2 या 3 साल में दूध की प्राइसेस जो है। बाकी इन्फ्लेशन देखेंगे तो उसमें ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटीज रही है, तो इसको देखते हुए नहीं लगता कि मेरे को आगे भी ये कुछ ज्यादा बहुत बढ़िया कर पाए।
जी, वो कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रोडक्ट रेंज उस तरीके की है जहाँ पे बहुत सारा सरकार भी इंटरवीन कर जाती है, अगर कुछ ऐसी वाली चीजें होती हैं, दूध के दाम बढ़ते हैं तो, और बहुत सारी और चीजें भी होती हैं, बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं जिसके चलते एक बियॉन्ड लिमिट, एक बहुत ही प्राइसिंग में आपको फ्रीडम नहीं है कंपनीज को, कंपटीशन और बहुत सारी चीजों के चलते, तो इसलिए बहुत बड़ा स्कोप या बहुत बड़ी तेजी इसके अंदर में नहीं दिख रही है। और वो कहीं ना कहीं इसके चार्ट में भी रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है कि बाजार कहाँ से कहाँ गया, और इसका जिस तरीके का व्यू दिख रहा है पिछले 5 साल का, अगर आप सामने देख रहे हैं चार्ट, तो ये और 5 साल का अगर आप बाजार का चार्ट, इंडेक्स का चार्ट देखेंगे तो बहुत बड़ा अंतर दिख जाएगा। तो दिनेश जी लॉन्ग टर्म में भी, क्योंकि मैं इसलिए लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से पूछ रहा था कि शायद दिनेश जी भी हमारे साथ में बराबर जुड़ते रहते हैं और उनका भी नजरिया थोड़ा अक्सर लॉन्ग टर्म का ही होता है, तो ट्रेडिंग के नजरिए से नहीं, लेकिन दोनों तरीके से। ठीक है, रमेश शेट्टी जी नए दर्शक हैं, अगर आपका कोई सवाल हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं रमेश जी। और ठीक है, पराग मिल्क पे ये राय। और एक सवाल और ले लेता हूँ सर, और सवाल अभी मेरी स्क्रीन पे जो दिख रहा है वो आईसीआईसीआई बैंक को लेकर के है। सर, जो जिस तरीके से आपने कोटक बैंक को बोला है, क्या आईसीआईसीआई में भी उसी तरीके की राय रखते हैं?
हाँ सर, देखो सर, हम वीकनेस तो भी देख रहे हैं मार्केट में, अभी हम पॉजिटिविटी तो नहीं देख पा रहे मार्केट में। बट हाँ, अगर किसी का लंबा नजरिया है तो हम इस बैंक पे भी काफी बुलिश हैं, और लॉन्ग टर्म नजरिए से कोई खरीदना चाहता है तो वो खरीद सकते हैं। दो तरीके का रहेगा। अगर टेक्निकली सेटअप देखें तो 770 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग आएगा तो इसके अंदर एक ट्रेंड रिवर्सल आएगा, जिसके अंदर स्टॉक आपको 790 से लेकर 850 तक जाता हुआ दिखेगा। या फिर आप अपॉर्चुनिटीज देख सकते हैं लोअर साइड में, वो रहेगा 680 के आसपास। अगर 680 के आसपास आता है तो लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर्स यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, और स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा उस रेंज के अंदर 640।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है आईसीआईसीआई बैंक को लेकर के। सर साथ ही साथ फिर एक सवाल और आ रहा है, जो कि बल्कि दोनों सवाल ले सकते हैं। एक मोहम्मद छतरिया जी का सवाल है फेडरल बैंक को लेकर के, क्या उसको उसमें एंट्री करी जा सकती है अभी करंट लेवल्स पे?
सर लॉन्ग टर्म के हिसाब से वैसे हम बुलिश है इस स्टॉक के ऊपर, बट करंट लेवल्स पे तो कुछ वीकनेस ही दिखा रहे हैं चार्ट्स के ऊपर। तो अभी मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ा वेट करना चाहिए और बाय ऑन डिप्स की अपॉर्चुनिटीज देखनी चाहिए। जो नीचे में भाव देखने को मिल सकते हैं हमारे हिसाब से, वो 77 तक के आ सकते हैं नीचे के अंदर। तो 77 के नीचे के आसपास मिलता है तो वहां पे बाइंग करा जा सकता है, और उससे इसमें सिचुएशन जो रहेगा वो 66 का स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा अगर आपका लॉन्ग टर्म का नजरिया। और अगर आपका शॉर्ट टर्म का नजरिया है तो आपका जो स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा वो 71 का रहेगा।
ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा भी और नीचे के लेवल, सपोर्ट लेवल 78 है, 78 उससे थोड़ा सा उसके आसपास या उसके वहां पे अगर कहीं मिलता है तो फिर कह रहे हैं कि वहां पे एंट्री करी जा सकती है। तो अभी थोड़ा सा और डिप का या गिरावट का वेट कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, और दिनेश जी जो कह रहे हैं कि दूसरे एक्सपर्ट से भी, हाँ वो भी हम कर लेंगे, एक और राय ले लेंगे। ठीक है, हमारे साथ में थोड़ी देर में नीरव बकरिया जी होंगे। सर एक, ठीक है, मेरे ख्याल से अभी फिलहाल यहीं पे समेटते हैं। और बहुत शुक्रिया वैभव सर हमारे साथ में जुड़ने के लिए, दर्शकों के सवालों के जवाब देने के लिए और अपनी भी राय शेयर करने के लिए। दोबारा आपके पास आएंगे और फिर समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि बाजार थोड़ा सा तब तक शायद कुछ सिग्नल दे चुका हो कि आगे करना क्या है, क्या स्ट्रेटेजी ठीक से होनी चाहिए तुरंत के हिसाब से, या कौन सी नई कॉल्स निकलती हैं। शुक्रिया सर हमारे साथ में जुड़ने के लिए, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जी, तो ये थे वैभव कौशिक जी जो बता रहे थे कि बाजार को कैसे देखें और उसके अंदर में किस तरीके के काम करें। कहीं ना कहीं एक चीज जो कॉमन थ्रेड ज्यादातर एनालिस्ट में दिख रहे हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स में दिख रहा है, वो कॉशन एक शब्द है जो कि सभी इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। आइए देखते हैं, अगले एनालिस्ट हमारे साथ में जुड़ रहे हैं। हमारे साथ खास मेहमान हैं नीरव बखारिया जी, और उनकी क्या राय है बाजार को लेकर के, उनसे समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। ठीक है, नीरव जी आपका शायद इंटरनेट मेरे ख्याल से कुछ थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ है, एक बार दोबारा से आप कनेक्ट हो जाइए। आपकी आपका वीडियो भी नहीं आ रहा और शायद मेरे ख्याल से आवाज भी। नीरव जी आपको आवाज आ रही है? नीरव जी आपको शायद दोबारा से एक बार कनेक्ट होना होगा। ठीक है, तो एक छोटा सा ब्रेक ले रहे हैं। ब्रेक के बाद दोबारा से आते हैं, नीरव जी के पास चलेंगे और उनसे समझेंगे कि बाजार को कैसे देख रहे हैं। कुछ एक इधर जो सवाल हैं उनको दोबारा से भी ले लेंगे, उनसे भी ले लेंगे, जिससे कि एक और सेकंड ओपिनियन भी मिल जाएगी हमें।
India's first business media venture for the digital world of smart screens. Founder India, streaming on Amazon Fire TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Twitch, and various other OTT platforms. Catch buzzy chat shows with rising entrepreneurs. Top business leaders host special invitation business shows. The best of business journalists in conversation with startup founders to corporate leaders. Industry and sector focused special shows hosted by domain experts. Founder India Hindi, streaming live shows aimed at financial literacy. Real-time coverage and analysis of stock market. With technical and fundamental analysis experts. And the icing on the cake, India's first live show on cryptocurrencies for traders and investors. The channel decodes policies for young entrepreneurs on a platform that offers voice to the issues of people in business. Check out Founder India on your smart devices now.
एक बार फिर स्वागत है आपका मार्केट लाइव में और उम्मीद करते हैं कि नीरव जी तक हमारी आवाज अब पहुंच रही होगी और उनको भी हम सुन पाएंगे। नीरव जी, आपको आवाज आ रही है? नीरव सर, आप तक आवाज पहुंच रही है क्या? नीरव जी, आपको आवाज मिल रही है मेरी? नीरव जी, आपको आवाज मिल रही है?
नहीं, बहुत कट के आ रही है।
हाँ, मुझे लग रहा है शायद आपका इंटरनेट का एक बार कोई कौन सा आपने वाईफाई अगर कनेक्ट करना हो आपको कुछ तो एक बार देख लीजिए, क्योंकि ठीक है आपका नेट शायद थोड़ा सा दिक्कत कर रहा है। ठीक है, तो दोबारा से कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश करेंगे, फिर चलेंगे नीरज जी के पास में, एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेते हैं और सुधार करके सारी चीजें कनेक्ट करके उनसे और फिर शुरू करेंगे, शो को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। बहुत स्वागत है आपका एक बार फिर मार्केट लाइव में। चलते हैं नीरव जी के पास में और समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि बाजार को कैसे देख रहे हैं। बहुत स्वागत है नीरव सर शो पर।
जी, थैंक यू।
नीरव सर, ये जो बाजार ने बिल्कुल अनसर्टेनिटी लेवल पे ला करके खड़ा कर दिया है, कितना परेशान कर रहा है ये, और या कुछ कौन से लेवल्स हैं जिनको आप वॉच कर रहे हैं? एग्जैक्ट मतलब हालत ये है, अगर मैं बिल्कुल इसको नंबर टू नंबर की बात करूं तो आज 16,820 से 16,920 आज जो रेंज है 100 पॉइंट की रेंज, और उसके ठीक बीचों बीच में 200 पॉइंट की रेंज शायद है, और उसके ठीक बीचों बीच में 820 से 920, ठीक है, आज का लो 820 और हाई 920, और उसके ठीक बीचों बीच में 50 पॉइंट ऊपर बीच में आकर के 870 871 के आसपास काम कर रहा है। किन लेवल्स को वॉच कर रहे हैं और कहां से कुछ कंफर्मेशन मिलेगा कि बाजार का ट्रेंड आगे क्या होने वाला है?
जी, सबसे पहले तो देखिए कि मार्केट में पिछले 6 दिन करीब हमने 1200 पॉइंट से भी ज़्यादा का एक फॉल देखा। 17,650 का हाई लगा था और वहाँ से 16,400 तक का लो लग गया। तो काफ़ी बड़ा एक मूव हमने देखा पिछले 6 दिनों के अंदर में। और इतनी स्पीड से मार्केट टूटा है कि जो वोलेटिलिटी है बहुत ज़्यादा हेवी हो गई है और बेयरिश एकदम पैनिक टाइप का सिचुएशन हो गया है। अभी 2 दिन से कल हमने एक बाउंस बैक देखा, आज भी हम तो हल्के से एक पॉजिटिविटी के साथ ट्रेड कर रहे हैं। तो मार्केट में अभी जो एक ठहराव की स्थिति अगले 1 से 2 दिन तक चलेगी। हो सकता है कि अगले 1 आध दिन में फिर से हमें एक नीचे का मूव दिखे। लेकिन अब ये मार्केट कंसोलिडेशन रेंज में फँस गई है। जो नियर टर्म जो पैनिक था वो खत्म हो गया। मैं खाली नियर टर्म की बात कर रहा हूँ। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि ब्रॉडर है, लेकिन नियर टर्म पैनिक जो था वो मूव आ गया, वो खत्म हो गई है। अभी बाजार यहाँ पे कंसोलिडेशन की एक रेंज पकड़ रही है और हो सकता है कि आने वाले दिनों में 16,500 से लेकर के 17,000 तक की एक रेंज बने। 17,200 का लेवल बहुत क्रूशियल है। 17,200 क्रॉस करता है तो फिर मुझे लगता है कि ट्रेंड रिवर्सल का सिग्नल मिलेगा। तभी आई थिंक 17,200 जिस हिसाब से अभी पैनिक सिचुएशन फैला हुआ है, उसके हिसाब से 17,200 भी काफ़ी दूर लग रहा है। तो ये क्रॉस करे तो फिर वहाँ से एक ट्रेंड रिवर्सल का सिग्नल मिल सकता है। अदरवाइज़ अभी 16,500 तक की नीचे की सपोर्ट रेंज बनेगी और 16,500 के नीचे क्लोजिंग होने के बाद फिर हम लोग हो सकता है कि 16,250, 16,100, 15,900 ऐसे नीचे के लेवल खुलेंगे। तो आई थिंक अभी अगले 2 से 3 दिन तक 4 दिन तक जो है ना एक छोटा-सा कंसोलिडेशन रेंज यहाँ पे प्ले आउट होता रहेगा।
ठीक है, बड़ी गिरावट, उसके बाद एक अच्छी उछाल, और उसके बाद कुछ सुस्ती, कुछ सुस्ताने के और आराम करने के मूड में दिखता हुआ बाजार, और उसके अंदर में कौन से लेवल्स हैं जिनको नीरव जी वॉच कर रहे हैं उन्होंने बता दिया। सर, कोई स्टॉक्स हैं अभी इस समय, या इस समय कहीं वेट एंड वॉच की स्ट्रेटेजी पे ही काम करें?
हाँ, अभी तो वेट एंड वॉच ही कर रहे हैं। इतना आई थिंक जिस हिसाब से मार्केट में वोलेटिलिटी और जिस हिसाब से स्टॉक्स टूटे हैं, ऐसा तो लग नहीं रहा कि वी शेप रैली बननी चाहिए। तो ऐसा कोई भी स्थिति नहीं है, क्योंकि जो ग्लोबल सिचुएशन है, जो पैनिक है ओमिक्रॉन का या फिर इंटरेस्ट रेट जो बढ़ रहे हैं, उसका जो एक पैनिक बना हुआ है, वो भी तुरंत सबसाइड होने वाला ऐसा लग नहीं रहा है। तो वी शेप रैली नहीं देख रहा, तो उससे मुझे लगता है कि आपको आराम से अपना पोर्टफोलियो में फिर से स्टॉक को लेने के लिए एक अच्छा मौका मिलेगा। तो वेट एंड वॉच करके और स्लोली एंड स्टेडीली अपना फिर से इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए देखना चाहिए।
नीरव सर, अगर मैं ईमानदारी से पूछूं तो ये बहुत समय बाद ऐसा समय आया है ना जहां पे ना ट्रेडिंग का कुछ नजरिया निकल रहा है और ना निवेश का के लिए कुछ अभी राय आ रही है। तो ये बहुत समय के बाद बाजार ने एक ऐसा छुट्टी का सीजन दिया है या छुट्टी वाला दिन दिया जिसमें कि सभी एनालिस्ट करीब करीब पूरी तरीके से छुट्टी पे हैं कि इसमें केवल स्क्रीन देख रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। ये छुट्टी बहुत लंबे समय के बाद मिली।
वेल, आपकी आवाज बहुत ज्यादा कट रही है, मुझे एकदम समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या आप कह रहे हैं।
हाँ, मुझे लगता है शायद नेट का कुछ इशू है या तो मेरे एंड पे भी है। नीरव जी, मैं पूछा था कि छुट्टी बहुत समय बाद आई है ना ये वाली, जिसमें ना ट्रेडिंग का नजरिया है ना निवेश का।
क्या कह रहे हैं?
ठीक है, नीरव जी दोबारा से कनेक्ट करें क्या, या सवाल ले लें? अगर आप सीधा सीधा सवाल वो सुन पाएंगे शो।
मैं लॉग आउट करके फिर दोबारा लॉग इन करता हूँ, क्योंकि आवाज एकदम नहीं आ रही है।
ठीक है, ठीक है, दोबारा से नीरज जी को कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं। लेकिन एक चीज तय है कि जितने भी एनालिस्ट के साथ में हम बात कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं सभी वेट एंड वॉच में की राय है। और ये बहुत समय बाद इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि बाजार का जो ओवरऑल जो ट्रेंड था उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा एक ट्रेंड नहीं वीक हुआ है, लेकिन शॉर्ट टर्म के हिसाब से या ये भी लगता है कि निवेश के लिए भी आपको इससे बेटर लेवल्स मिल सकते हैं। तो अभी तक बाजार में सभी एनालिस्ट ये कहते थे कि अगर आप निवेशक हैं तो खरीदते रहिए, ट्रेडर हैं तो अलग बात है कि कभी आपको खरीदारी की राय थी और कभी बिकवाली की राय थी। ये बहुत समय बाद एक ऐसा समय आया है जिसमें एनालिस्ट कह रहे हैं कि निवेशक भी रुकें और रिविजिट करें और पूरे पोर्टफोलियो को दोबारा से देखें। और नई खरीदारी में भी कहीं ना कहीं वो थोड़ी थोड़ी सी छोटी छोटी सी खरीदारी की ही राय मिल रही है, बड़ी खरीदारी की राय नहीं मिल रही। ठीक है, कोशिश करते हैं नीरव जी से फिर से संपर्क करने की। नीरव जी, आपको आवाज मिल रही है मेरी?
हाँ जी, थोड़ी थोड़ी आ रही है जी, बताइए।
चलिए ठीक है, तो मैं बाकी चीजों पे नहीं जा रहा हूँ सर, सीधा सीधा सवाल ले लेते हैं। फेडरल बैंक पे एक सवाल है, कैसा दिखता है सर?
हेलो
नीरव जी, फेडरल बैंक।
हेलो, फेडरल बैंक। देखिए, फेडरल बैंक में फिर से वापस अपना जो इंटरमीडिएट सपोर्ट था 75-76 का, उसके करीब आ गया है। और अभी 78 के अराउंड, 80 के अराउंड 78 का सपोर्ट लेकर थोड़ा सा बाउंस बैक आया पिछले दिनों में। एक ये सपोर्ट लेवल है, तो उससे मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे आप अगर किसी की पोजीशन है तो वेट एंड वॉच कर सकते हैं। बाउंस बैक की यहाँ पे पोजीशन बन सकती है ऊपर में। 83 के ऊपर अगर चलता है तो फिर 87 तक जा सकता है। तो हल्की से एक बाउंस बैक यहाँ पे नजर आ रही है। बीच एकदम वर्टिकल फॉल हुआ था, तो इसका कंसोलिडेशन मूव यहाँ पे रिवर्सल देखने को मिलना चाहिए। और 87 तक का ऊपर का एक इमीडिएट रेजिस्टेंस लेवल है जिसको टेस्ट कर सकते हैं।
ठीक है, नई एंट्री बनानी हो सर तो?
एंट्री के लिए जब ऐसा कुछ देखिए, बहुत छोटी सी पोजीशन है, तो अभी 81 चल रहा है, 4-5 रुपए ऊपर है, 4-5 रुपए नीचे, इस तरह की पोजीशन है, तो रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो उतना फेवरेबल नहीं है।
ठीक है। और सर, पराग मिल्क पे दिनेश जी का एक सवाल था। पराग मिल्क,
और ग्रेड
पराग 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 दूध।
ओके। वेल इसमें भी देखिए आप जैसे कि पूरे मार्केट में हमने देखा है एकदम वर्टिकल फॉल हुआ है पिछले कुछ दिनों में और अभी इसको संभलने में काफ़ी समय लगेगा। 160 का हाई लगा था, वहाँ से करीब 100 का लो लग गया और इस तरह के वर्टिकल फॉल के बाद में फिर जनरली जो है ना एक एल शेप की रिकवरी आती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि छोटी-सी रेंज यहाँ पे डेवलप होनी चाहिए। 120 से ऊपर में और ₹100 नीचे में इस तरीके का ट्रेडिंग रेंज बनेगी। तो क्योंकि काफ़ी बड़ा फॉल था तो इसलिए एक रिकवरी भी थोड़ी-सी फास्ट होती है। लेकिन फास्ट रिकवरी जैसे अभी ऑलरेडी 106 के आस-पास चल रहा है तो फास्ट रिकवरी आपको ऊपर में 120 तक तो ले जा सकता है। लेकिन
अगर आप बाइंग करना चाहते हैं, कोई बाय करना चाहते हैं तो
ठीक है।
₹100 के नीचे का स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करके चल सकते हैं।
तो ये
और
राय
ऊपर
है
में
पराग के
120 के अराउंड तक
और
का टारगेट रख सकते
सर जुबिंदर सिंह जी का सवाल है मिंडा।
हैं। मिंडा कौन सा इंडस्ट्रीज या कॉर्पोरेशन?
मिंडा इंडस्ट्रीज।
हेलो, मिंडा इंडस्ट्रीज?
जी।
वेल मिंडा इंडस्ट्रीज ऑलरेडी न्यू हाई पे आया हुआ है और उसे लग रहा है कि इस स्टॉक में जो है स्ट्रेंथ काफी है और मैं इसका अभी एक इमीडिएटली 1200 तक का टारगेट लेकर के चल रहा हूँ। 1160 ऑलरेडी आ चुका है। तो क्योंकि जब स्टॉक एक इस तरह की वर्टिकल मूव लेकर के चलता है तो फिर आपको एक छोटे-छोटे टारगेट लेकर के चलना है। तो 1200 क्रॉस करने का तो मे बी 1270 तक का दूसरा टारगेट हो सकता है। क्योंकि स्टॉक काफी ज्यादा तेजी के साथ आया तो मैं बाइंग करने की सलाह नहीं दूंगा। लेकिन अगर किसी के पास स्टॉक है तो और उनको अगर कोई ट्रेलिंग स्टॉक रखना है तो मे बी नीचे ₹1000 का नीचे में काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है। तो उसके आसपास आया तो वहाँ पे बाई कर सकते हैं दोबारा या फिर जो है 1000 तक उनको जिसका भी पास भी अगर स्टॉक पड़ा है तो उनको कोई ज्यादा ऐसी मुश्किल होती हुई लगने की।
ठीक है। और मेरे ख्याल से उसी हिसाब से ये सवाल है क्योंकि अभी हमने कल ही कल या परसों में प्रदीप हल्दर जी ने इसको बाय करवाया था और इनफैक्ट कल ही कराया था और कल भी उन्होंने जो पहला टारगेट था उसमें 50% प्रॉफिट बुक करने के लिए कहा था जुबिंदर जी को। 50% प्रॉफिट ही केवल बुक करना था या आज अगर करना चाहें तो आज भी उस लेवल्स के और ऊपर ही है। तो लेकिन और बने रहे अभी ऊपर के टारगेट्स भी वो भी देख रहे थे और नीरव जी भी कहीं ना कहीं और ऊपर की तरफ बुलिश ही है। ठीक है। इंडिया बुल्स हाउसिंग फाइनेंस, नीरव जी।
ऐसा है ना, इसमें आप कुछ भी कर लो, इसमें कर दो ना 30 से करो 30। और आपने वो गलती कर दी तो ना वो खरीद हो जाएगा, उसके बाद पीछे जाके काटना पड़ेगा ढूंढ के। हमने खरीद ना एक बार।
नीरव जी, इंडिया बुल्स हाउसिंग फाइनेंस क्या राय है?
आज लोग बात नहीं कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसने ऐसा कुछ बताया, कुछ ऐसा इतनी बढ़िया पेज छूट रहा था और वो हमारा सौदा उल्टा हो गया, हमने फिर सारा सिस्टम
ठीक है। नीरव जी से शायद संपर्क फिर से टूट गया, थोड़ा इंटरनेट का इशू आ रहा है। तो वो जो चैट के लिए दिनेश जी कह रहे थे वो उसमें भी वही समस्या है कि वो इंटरनेट ही उनका कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा, प्लस फोन पे जब होते हैं तो चैट पढ़ पाना और मुश्किल होता है। ठीक है। और जुबिंदर जी, आपका जो सवाल था बुक किया होल्ड मिंडा में, तो अभी 50% कल जो राय दी थी जो प्रदीप जी ने जब हम शो को आखिर में, तो उसी में दोबारा से मैंने उनसे पूछ लिया था अपडेट और तब तक उनकी जो राय थी, या आज भी मेरे ख्याल से क्योंकि उन लेवल से और ऊपर ही है, तो 50% प्रॉफिट बुक करें और बने रहें बाकी पोजीशन के साथ में। नीरज जी, उम्मीद करता हूँ आपको अब आवाज आ रही होगी।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
इंडिया बुल्स हाउसिंग फाइनेंस सर।
वेल इंडिया बुल हाउसिंग फाइनेंस तो मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक में जो है ना एक वीकनेस आ गई है, क्योंकि अगर पिछले 3-4 महीने का लोग ट्रेडिंग रेंज देखें तो एक काफी बड़ी 210 से लेकर के 270 की एक मूव बनी है और एक ब्रोडेनिंग ट्रायंगल की फॉर्मेशन है इसमें। इस तरह की फॉर्मेशन है तो जनरली इस तरह की फॉर्मेशन होती है, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका जो मूव है वो नेगेटिव रहेगा। तो अगला मूव इसका 210 के नीचे टूटने की संभावना मुझे ज्यादा लग रही है और 210 टूटे तो फिर नीचे 170 दोबारा आ सकता है। बाउंस बैक पे 235 240 बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग बैरियर रहेगा इसके लिए। आई थिंक 235 240 के ऊपर जिस हिसाब से इसका ओवरऑल मूव पैन आउट हुआ है पिछले 3-4 महीने के अंदर में, उससे तो लगता है कि भाई 235 240 को सस्टेन करना मुश्किल होगा और इसमें ज़्यादातर संभावना ये है कि नीचे के सपोर्ट रेंज जो 200-210 की रेंज बनी है, उसको तोड़ दे और नीचे में फिर 170 तक नीचे एक्सटेंड कर सकता है।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है इंडिया बुल्स हाउसिंग फाइनेंस पे। सर इन्हीं का एक और सवाल है आईएफसीआई, एक वो भी ले लीजिए।
आई थिंक देखिए आईएफसीआई में कुछ स्टॉक में ज़्यादा है नहीं, अभी सेंटीमेंट के चलते एक अच्छी तेजी आई है। बाकी फंडामेंटली स्टॉक में तो अभी कोई खास ज़्यादा दम नहीं है, तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर उनके पास स्टॉक है तो मैं भी छोटी सी एक 20-22 तक का टारगेट लेकर के चल सकते हैं और नीचे में 12 रुपए का अपना स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करके चल सकते हैं।
ठीक है, तो ये राय है आईएफसीआई पे। तो ठीक है, और सर कोई पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक जिसको वॉच लिस्ट में डाल रहे हैं और जिस पे नजर रखी जाए और किन्हीं लेवल्स पे एंट्री करी जा सकती है, कोई ऐसा रिकमेंडेशन है आपके पास कंडीशनल बाय के साथ?
मेरा ध्यान अभी आईटी के दिग्गज शेयरों पर है। कोफोर्ज हो गया, इन्फो एज हो गया, एचसीएल टेक हो गया, विप्रो हो गया। मुझे लगता है इन सब शेयर में एक आपको पॉजिटिव ट्रैक्शन दिखेगा। एक पर्टिकुलर शेयर में डेफिनेटली यहाँ पे रेकमेंड करना चाहूंगा। मुझे लगता है एचसीएल टेक एक अच्छा ब्रेकआउट स्टॉक दिख रहा है यहाँ पे। 1200 का एक बैरियर था, नेकलाइन रेजिस्टेंस था, उसको ब्रेक किया हुआ है और आज भी थोड़ी सी तेजी के साथ में 1215 के राउंड चल रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि एक्सेल डेक में आपको 1300 तक की एक रेंज अगले 2-3 सप्ताह में दिख सकती है। तो अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट के हिसाब से या छोटी सी ट्रेडिंग के हिसाब से भी करना है तो एक्सेल डेक में आप निगाह रखें और ऊपर 1270 और 1300 तक का टारगेट रहेगा।
ठीक है, आईटी सेक्टर वैसे भी कहीं ना कहीं स्ट्रेंथ दिखा रहा है इस गिरते हुए बाजार में भी, या बाजार को संभालने में एक बड़ा योगदान है आईटी सेक्टर का। उसके अंदर में से एचसीएल टेक एक ऐसा कैंडिडेट जो नीरव जी कह रहे हैं कि लेकर के चला जा सकता है या उस पर नजर रखी जा सकती है। बहुत शुक्रिया नीरव सर हमारे साथ में जुड़ने के लिए, सारे दर्शकों के सवालों के जवाब भी देने के लिए और अपनी रणनीति भी शेयर करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच। तो ये थे नीरव बखारिया जी जो बता रहे थे कि बाजार में क्या करें, थोड़ा इंटरनेट या उनके कनेक्टिविटी में इशू आ रहा है, तो हम और सवाल नहीं ले पाएंगे और फिलहाल शो को यहीं समेटेंगे। आज हमारे पास क्रिप्टो का शो भी आज हम नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारे जो एक्सपर्ट थे वो उनका गला तबीयत कुछ खराब हुई है, सुबह उन्होंने मैसेज किया, तो वो बोल पाने में या अच्छे से बात करने में थोड़ा असमर्थ हैं। तो आज हम क्रिप्टो पे चर्चा नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्रिप्टो लाइव आज नहीं होगा। मार्केट लाइव शो के यहीं पे विराम दे रहे हैं और फिर जुड़ेंगे आपके साथ में कल सुबह 10 बजे और फिर आपको ले चलेंगे मार्केट के सफर पे और साथ ही साथ क्रिप्टो के सफर पे भी 11:30 बजे। तो कल फिर मुलाकात होगी। बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ में जुड़ने के लिए सभी दर्शकों का। अपना प्यार, अपना स्नेह बनाए रखिए और लोगों तक और भी पहुंचाते रहिए कि ये जानकारी किस तरीके से इस चैनल के माध्यम से उनको बहुत सारी चीजें सीखने को मिल सकती हैं और कैसे वो बाजार के अंदर में काम कर सकते हैं, निवेश कर सकते हैं और ट्रेड कर सकते हैं। कल फिर मुलाकात होगी सुबह 10 बजे और कल फिर इस सफर को शुरू करेंगे एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ में सुबह 10 बजे मार्केट लाइव के साथ। धन्यवाद।
India's first business media venture for the digital world of smart screens. Founder India, streaming on Amazon Fire TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Twitch, and various other OTT platforms. Catch buzzy chat shows with rising entrepreneurs. Top business leaders host special invitation business shows. The best of business journalists in conversation with startup founders to corporate leaders. Industry and sector focused special shows hosted by domain experts. Founder India Hindi, streaming live shows aimed at financial literacy. Real-time coverage and analysis of stock market. With technical and fundamental analysis experts. And the icing on the cake, India's first live show on cryptocurrencies for traders and investors. The channel decodes policies for young entrepreneurs on a platform that offers voice to the issues of people in business. Check out Founder India on your smart devices now.
फाउंडर इंडिया का एक खास शो जहां आपकी मुलाकात होगी कला के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से जुड़े कुछ बेहतरीन फनकारों से जिन्होंने ना सिर्फ आर्ट को अपनी जिंदगी में शामिल किया बल्कि उसी को अपना पेशा भी बनाया और ये साबित कर दिया कि पैशन को भी प्रोफेशन बनाया जा सकता है। अगर आप भी एक आर्टिस्ट हैं और अपने टैलेंट को फुल टाइम करियर बनाना चाहते हैं तो देखना ना भूलिए आर्ट कारोबार।
Hello and welcome to Green Shoots. I'm Anisha Nair Dhawan. On this show, we catch up with startup founders and talk about the genesis, growth, and the future of their ventures. On this show today, I have with me someone whose products many of you must have used, especially if you're a foodie. Please welcome on the show Mr. Shan Carville, co-founder and CEO, Fresh to Home. Welcome to the show, Shan.
Anisha, it's great to be here.
Thanks so much for being with us, Shan. I actually want to understand, when did you have this light bulb moment of yours and you thought that I must do something to deliver at the doorsteps of customers fresh meat and fish and seafood?
As with most startup entrepreneurs, and I was trying to solve my own problem. That's really when the idea struck us. So, just to give you a little bit of background, my background is I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been in the valley for most of my professional life, and I used to do a bunch of different stuff, different companies in software and others. And then the last job, I used to make games. So I've made games like Farmville, Mafia Wars, and so on. As the India CEO for a company called as Zynga. And when I was running the company, I used to buy fish from a venture called Seed to Home, started by my current co-founder, Matthew Joseph. So Matthew used to ship fresh fish. This was in 2011. So it was actually one of the India's first sort of e-grocery ventures from Cochin back to Bangalore and Delhi. The product was really amazing. And I used to be a regular customer. I really like my fish. I'm from Kerala, so I love my fish morning, evening, and dinner. And during this process, Matthew knew his fish, but the business of e-commerce is a little different breed altogether, and he had to stop operations for some time. And I couldn't get good fish. So the only logical alternative at that point of time, as a foodie, was to go find him, figure him out, and then join hands with him and get the business started on a much larger scale. And that's what we called as Fresh to Home at that time. So it all started with solving my own problem of not getting good fish and meat, and that led to starting the company. So it was solving my own problem. That was the genesis of the company.
Great. So we're glad that you at least managed to get your fish without any hassles. But how did you start the business? You thought that this is a great idea. You got your fish and you wanted others to get it too. But where did you start? Your friend is already doing this on a smaller scale. Where do you start, and what did you have to build so that this business grows?
So if you look at it from a any entrepreneur perspective, right? So there are essentially three things that typically you have to look at, right? The first is there enough of a large market for the idea, right? That's the first part of what you look at. The second is really, is there sort of an unmet need, what investors call as product market fit, right? Something that consumers or whoever is the actor in the system really likes. And the last one is really, what is the unfair advantage you bring to the table, right? These are the three things required to make a business successful. In my case, the first one was really the market was huge, right? If you look at it, fish market or chicken or mutton or the others is a 94 billion US dollars market in India. Now, just to give you put that in perspective, if you take the entire revenue of all the English movies in Hollywood as well as Bollywood put together, or anywhere in that world for that matter, it'll still be less than that. So something as mundane as what we think about it, right, as our fish markets or our chicken markets and so on, is actually much larger than making Avengers next movie, right? Just put that in perspective. That's really the size of the market. Then coming to the next equation is that what's really the problem? Now, if anybody who's lived in India can actually understand the problem. Right? If you go to a wet market, you'll be horrified at sort of the kind of quality that you get, or sort of what is really happening there. Right? Because you know that bacteria can multiply within 30 minutes in any fish or meat. And you would see that if you go to a very wet market, you would see mutton hanging from morning to evening. You will see that the fish is on display with very little eyes. And not just that, this would have been caught maybe 3 days back or 4 days back. So the entire supply chain in a country like India, where supply chain and cold chain is absent, is really the key of the problem, right? It's basically giving consumers a really bad quality produce. And it is also from the other side, because I've spent a tremendous amount of my time, and it's one of the prime reasons for me to start it after two companies in the US, is really if you go to the fishermen and farmers, their lives are quite marginalized, right? If you go there, the supply chain is actually full of middlemen. You will have, and some of these middlemen are glorified money lenders, right? They'll give you 90 rupees in the morning. They'll collect 100 rupees in the evening. That's really the sort of ecosystem that they live in. So, in terms of the unmet need for the consumer, it is actually getting a good quality produce, right? Things that are free of chemicals, things that are free of fish that's free of ammonia or formalin or chlorine. For the chicken, it is meat without antibiotics and so on, right? And that's where really our brand guideline of 100% fresh, 0% chemicals actually comes in. And then for the farmer or the fisherman, it's really all about making sure that they can get a higher price for their product. This is really again something that we do really well, and that takes me to the unfair advantage, right? The third vector in the business, right? So first is the large market. Second was the unmet need. The third is really the unfair advantage we bring to the table. So the unfair advantage is really that our platform enables direct sourcing, right? So direct sourcing from at least 1,500 fishermen across the length and breadth of India. And typically, if you imagine this, it's really hard to sort of actually put this in perspective, right? Going to just one harbor or two harbor itself is a huge challenge. Going to about 150 harbors to get sort of 1,500 fishermen across is a tech challenge, right? You can't do it using brick and mortar infrastructure. So we've created a virtual app-based economy where people on the back end, the fishermen or farmers, can actually auction their produce with us. We've done then the same thing and extended it across the India, and then we put together we enable the entire supply chain of cold storage, vehicles, testing, factories, all of that to put together the hygiene that you require, right? So you require product to be always in 0 to 4 degrees centigrade. We call that the safe to home technology, right? Every aspect of the supply chain is maintained in a cold chain. And then we also do enable large scale contract farming, right? We do about 6,000 tons of farming, whether it's fish or poultry or other products. So that's really the crux of the business. Large market, unmet need, and unfair advantage. These are the three things that enable us to be successful as a business. I know that's a long-winded answer to your short question. Sorry for that.
Right. But Chan, a number of things that I want to understand here. As a customer, I see the front end of the app, and you're right, there's a great unmet demand. But to meet this demand, were you confident that you could do it profitably? Because yes, you also eliminating the middleman gets you a good price. So your markup would be good. But what was the metrics you worked with? Was it going to be volume growth? Was it going to be, the markup? And Indian customers are very finicky. If they've always done buying meat from the wet market, don't you think they'd be suspicious about the freshness and the quality of something that is being delivered at home? So how did you have any of these doubts? And what was the metrics that you were working with on the customer side of the business?
Yeah, it's a great question. So all of this stuff is actually on behind the scenes. And the way that we started communicating that is through this really short brand tag, right? 100% fresh, 0% chemicals, and 0% preservatives, right? So this essentially embodied everything that we are doing for the consumer. And then it's really hard for a consumer to make that switch, right? People have been going traditionally to wet markets to buy their fish and meat. And if you look at our growth, about 60% of our users actually come in from word of mouth. Multiple different brands use different strategy, right? Some people use a really heavy marketing strategy. We are so confident in our products that our word of mouth is extremely strong. There are two aspects that actually make or break your business, right? The first is really what is your retention of your customer, right? So if a customer comes back today, how often do they actually come back? And how much often do they buy? So we've got about 5 years data. And what we see is that after the sort of third purchase, right? After the third purchase, consumers are typically trying things out. They're actually understanding it. But once we get to the third purchase, we see about 92 to 93% retention. That's probably unheard of. So that's the primary thing we invested in. Then we gave people to try the product. And once they tried, it got really sticky. And that's really the way that we drove the business. Obviously, after that, we started doing brand and marketing and the others. But really, the product was the brand, right? Consumers' trust was really the big element of the brand that we created. And that led to a phenomenal rise in our orders. And we are now doing close to about a million to 2 million orders, which is between sort of 10 to 15 lakh orders in a month. So it's a phenomenal rise that we've seen thanks to product quality.
All right. So definitely volumes are going to be a big growth factor going ahead. Now, I want to speak about the other end where you said that the fishermen can have an auction for the produce. But who's buying here? You're the only buyer. Aren't you deciding the price?
We are the only buyer. And then
you're deciding the price, right?
We are not deciding the price. So the way it works is that assume that you've got auctioning going on, pan India, right? And so we've got, let's say in Mangalore, a particular fisherman is trying to auction. So assume that the local markets are selling his produce. So let's say he's got prawns and the prawn is being traded, say 100 rupees, right? So the fisherman will try to auction with us as 120 or 130 rupees. He will always get a 20% higher. So the markets decide the price. The local markets and the local auctions actually decide the price. He will bid higher with us. And then what ends up happening is that the same 100 or 120, we will get it at a lower price from a different coast perhaps. Right? So basically, geographically, because the fact that we cut off the middleman and we've got this auctions, which is tech-based auction, we get an arbitrage there. But it is extremely helpful for the local fishermen. In fact, one of the big things that many investors, for example, the US government or other investors focused on sustainability came to us because of the fact that we are able to empower fishermen and give them a higher price. And this whole model of an auction, because the price is set by the local market, allows us to give them 20% higher price than the local market. Similarly, we are able to then, in the farming side of things, we don't farm ourselves, right? We enable farming. We enable inputs, that is fish feed or chicken feed or the young fishling or the poultry. And then we give it to the farmers. We also give them micro capital, right? We give them X amounts of money as an advance against that purchase. So essentially that model allows them, especially rural, in particular rural employment, and it's a more sustainable ecosystem that we have put together.
Right. So, Chana, I believe your 20% markup to the local price, you would have your intelligence to know what the local price is. I want to understand how you're using technology to streamline things. Of course, in India, you need to invest in cold storage. But does technology make your life easier and make it easier for the farmer and the customer?
So if you look at it, just at a high level, right, Presto may have grown, about 4 times in the last 1.5 to 2 years, and we're doing currently somewhere in the range of about 1,000 crores of revenue on our platform. If you look at it, this kind of a growth cannot happen without technology. And the only reason why you're able to grow is technology. There are essentially three elements of our technology. The first element is our e-grocery stack, right, where we are able to, the app, the front end that the consumer see, and the entire interface, and the whole data warehouse behind that. Then the second one is really what consumers don't see, which is really the auctions and the entire auctions platform. So that's we talked about that. The last one is really what we call as the safe to whom technology. This is essentially the entire bells and whistles. By using the second platform uses a lot of AI, because AI is required to predict patterns in auctions and so on. It also uses computer vision, because the phone, because these are like the farmers who are bidding on the platform may not be fully literate, right? So essentially you have to allow them the camera on the phone will allow them to understand what kind of fish has come or what species has come, right? So there is a computer vision element there. And then in the last one, we use a lot of IoT devices, right? Because IoT devices allow you to monitor temperature, pilferage, location, and all the other elements required in a supply chain, right? The cold storage. This is from the software side. Then we have non-software technology. Right? We've got a lot of technology to ensure quality, right? Test swabs that allow you to detect ammonia or formalin in the field test kits for detecting antibiotics. And we also have a fair amount of technology in aquaculture. We invest a lot in aquaculture and aquaponics, and also in seed pool and those kind of areas as well. So these are the list of areas and technologies that have allowed us to scale this kind of a growth, right, up to about 4x within about 18 to 24 months.
All right. So you've also raised about $150 million in funding. So how do you plan to deploy this capital? You've enumerated for us how the three boxes where most of the investments are going in, including technology. So going ahead, how do you plan to grow from here on? Where would you be investing the maximum amount of capital?
So we would be looking at it from multiple segments. The first would really be in brand building and sort of marketing and then growing sort of through the length and breadth of India. We are planning to be in 56 cities by the end of next year. We're already in about 28 cities. So that's a huge amount of expansion there. We have also a fair amount of international play right now. We are in one country in GCC. We're now expanding to all the countries in GCC and then eventually to Southeast Asia. So there's a fair amount of expansion on that front. And then the last one is really where I'm the most passionate. It's really the vertical integration. So we are currently doing about 6,000 tons of fish and poultry. And we want to expand that to a much larger footprint. Fundamentally, I believe that especially India requires injection of a fair amount of technology and organized sort of behavior, especially in fish farming. We have a fair amount of organized behavior in poultry farming. That's actually a very organized segment in India. But fish farming, except for ponds, still are in the early stages. So bringing that will enable local employment, it will enable food security, and also gives a huge amount of jobs. We're talking about we directly and indirectly currently enable about 17,000 jobs. That's something that I'm the most proud of. We've been recognized by the Prime Minister of India as part of the Champions of Change program for that kind of an effort. And we want to now expand more on that. So these are roughly the areas where we'll be using the capital.
Great. So how many cities in India are you present? Do you plan to increase the footprint as well in India?
28 cities right now. We're going to 56 cities in the next 12 months.
Okay. And Shan, did the COVID lockdown prove to be a big hurdle for the growth of the company since the inception of, and you'd already started growing before COVID happened? But how did COVID impact your business? Was it actually a boost for your business?
COVID is actually a terrible time for all of us. Right? So it's essentially a pandemic like nothing else. But from our business perspective, it has been largely positive. Right? Obviously, we've had business disruptions and operation disruptions and so on. But COVID has been extremely positive for the business from the sense that the biggest issue or biggest friction that we deal with is what you alluded to, Anisha, is how to get people to try you the first time, right? And what COVID did is to give us a try before you buy kind of behavior to the consumer, right? Because in certain cases of uncertainty of going to wet markets or the hygiene levels and so on, which became very conscious during the COVID time, they tried online for the first time. And that led to a huge adoption curve, right? Because once you try it out, consumers really realize that this is really the really hygienic and really much more fresher option because it comes through a supply chain that's just about 24 hours from the time of catch or 24 hours sort of from the source to the destination, right? So that sort of gave them the confidence. That led to a huge growth for us. So COVID has got plus and minus for us. On a positive side, it's allowed us to grow really rapidly. On a negative side, obviously, we've had a lot of issues with our own friends, family, and fresh home employees. So there's a lot of things we have to do in terms of taking care of our consumers, getting the best produce without any COVID concerns, taking care of our employees and our staff, enabling them. One of the things that we are the most proud of is that during the COVID time, we are among the handful of companies which actually gave a COVID hero bonus when everybody else was cutting jobs, right? So this is really a big part of how we see COVID, and it's been largely positive to our business. Anisha, I cannot hear you. I'm sorry. Maybe it's an audio issue.
Could you talk about Fresh to Home Daily and the kind of product diversification you're looking at in the years ahead?
Yeah, so Fresh to Home Daily is really our foray into figuring out different other categories. So we see two big aspects there. One is that we see that the whole subscriptions business and having to reach the consumers' doorsteps on a regular basis is a really big enabler of frequency as well as adoption of products. So we are trying that out in a different platform. We also see that getting consumers in India, milk is a big habit, is a really good customer acquisition source, right? So essentially, customer acquisition is a really key part of our overall business and trying to reduce that cost. So milk and vegetables are really good ways to getting in to do that. Thirdly, we see that consumers have a much more superior experience through us because we specialize in cold chain, right? We really understand cold chain. And then if you look at the products that FTS Daily caters to, these are milk, fruits and vegetables, and so on, which have to be between 0 to 8 degrees centigrade. And we really understand temperature, right? So compared to sort of any horizontal grocery player who deals with sort of additional categories which are not temperature sensitive, consumers get a much better experience from that. And that's really why we've seen a huge flourish behavior from the FTS Daily standpoint. Internally, it gives us customer acquisition source. It gives us an additional muscle that is very critical to our overall business, which is the delivery cost, right? Because if you look at the FTS Daily, it's very high density delivery. We will have probably 100 customers in a single building. That reduces our overall delivery cost as well. So it's really accretive for both our business as well as the consumers. It is hugely positive because there is no other player who can actually give vegetables or dairy in a separate supply chain, but with sort of managing the cold chain. That's really the biggest USP we bring to the table.
All right. Shan, last question to you. What's your nugget of advice for entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs watching? Now, you would perhaps have had a first mover advantage, but now there is competition. What should they focus on? Because the journey is not easy. The path is not easy. What should they focus on? Should they focus on volumes, growth, customers, margins? What would you recommend should be the ideal journey for an entrepreneur?
I think the first thing that people should focus on is that most of us spend a lot of time worrying about planning. Right? We think about what happens in plan A, plan B, plan C. Don't do that. Just have a plan A. Don't even forget about a plan B. Just do it, but fail fast. So it's important to sort of try things and move fast, but fail fast, right? So you can't take 2 years or 3 years to sort of figure out that the business is working or not. Right? You have to know that within 6 months or a year, right? And then move on, try different things. Failure is a culture that we need to celebrate, right? It's not really, especially in our society, we tend to think about failure as really failure, right? As a personal failure. It's really not a personal failure. Right? It's just that you're trying multiple things. You'll eventually get there, but you've got to try that quickly. You've got to fail fast, and then try the next thing. That's really the culture that will cultivate new entrepreneurs and effectively improve our economy overall.
Right. Thank you so much, Shan, for joining us. And here's wishing you all the best, wishing Fresh to Home and its entire team all the best for the years ahead. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Anisha. It's been great to be here. Take care.
So that was a conversation with Sean Carterville of Fresh to Home on Green Shoots. Keep a track of all that is happening in the startup world on Green Shoots. Make sure you subscribe and keep watching Green Shoots. Hello and welcome to Green Shoots. I'm Anisha Nair. Green Shoots is a program where we catch up with startup founders who know their story, about their dreams, how they nurture the business, and what they plan for the future growth of their companies. In the show today, I have with me Mr. Girish Nagpal, CEO and co-founder of Metro Ride. Metro Ride is a ride-hailing service where your ride to the metro station becomes easy and economical. Thank you so much, Girish, for joining us. So what was your light bulb moment to start Metro Ride? Was it because ride-hailing was the thing, the best place? Was it EVs, because EVs are the future? What led you to start Metro Ride?
Well, at the onset, thank you, Anisha, for this opportunity to share my story and the team at Founder India. Glad to be here. And like you said, yes, you always have these nagging problems, right, which you face firsthand. And that was my story, right? I've been an entrepreneur for the last 4 years. So after building one startup into education, which again was very close to my heart. And this was when an old-time friend, Kaman, who was visiting me, this was January of 2020, last year. So he came from US and we were just sitting over a coffee and discussing how the life has actually evolved, the way we commute. And he interestingly shared that he stays in East Bay in California, and how he struggles to reach the metro station when he has to go to San Francisco City, his workplace. And I could immediately click so well with it because I have personally faced it. So I stay in South Bangalore, and I used to commute to CBD, which was a place called Cunningham Road here in Bangalore. And I used to drive anywhere between 1 to 1.5 hours in the morning and coming back absolutely no clue when would you actually reach. 2 hours, 2.5 hours, at time 3 hours driving on the road. And when the metro started in Bangalore, I was so happy that I would be able to use metro and utilize that time, maybe reading, because I love reading. So that was my whole motto. But when the metro started, day one, I was there, and I was amazed that there was no place to park my car. And I had to literally take a detour and go back to office in the same car. Next time I tried using the taxi options, but again I got rejected by these drivers 5 times. Again, came back and took my car and went to office. So long story short, I was not able to reach the metro station to enjoy that ride to my office. And later I realized that there were people who used to stay very close to metro. One side, their house was very close, but right from the last mile itself. So the metro station from my office was almost 1.5 kilometers, and I literally saw people walking from there because in the morning there was no option available. So I had these colleagues of mine who would literally walk from metro station to the office, carry one extra set of clothes because they were always sweating when they came back, an extra set of shoes with them. And that was so vivid in my mind when Kaman shared his story, and I was like, this exactly is what we face in India, and let's try to do something about it. And that's how the whole Metro Ride journey started, Anisha.
Look, Girish, you reminded me of my time in New York where I had to wade through knee-high snow to make it to the metro station because there's no option. You got to walk. And honestly, in New York, we used to walk a lot to the metro station. In India, it's so sweltering hot that it's very difficult to do this. But now I'm talking about Delhi, and I do use the metro in Delhi. Now, I step out of the station and there's an auto ride there. So, I mean, why do I need metro ride? I got an auto ride.
Wonderful. So, like you said, you don't use metro too often, and maybe I would put you in the affluent category, so to say. So, our solution is typically meant for somebody who uses metro for their everyday commute, right? So, imagine I'm using metro for 15 kilometers and I say I pay some 30, 40, 50 bucks, right? But to reach that station, which is just 2 kilometers from my home, it'll really pinch me if I was to pay an 80 or 100 rupees for an auto or even a taxi, right? And if it is once in a while, I don't mind paying. And I'm talking of a working class and the college students here, right? For them, every single day, that cost of reaching the station to and fro, right? Not just once, but twice in a day. It is really high, so to say. And that's where, in fact, when we did our research, that is where we found that most of the people, because of this big issue, they don't even use metro. So they rely on their alternate means, wherein they, of course, spend three times the time which they normally would have using metro. So they actually do not use.
But they
Yeah,
have
and
convenience.
Delhi still, I would say, is one of the better markets where you still have some options, and that shows in the metro ridership numbers as well, right? So every single city apart from Delhi, if you see, is running at less than 40% of the projected ridership. That tells you the story.
Okay, so Girish, how does it work? Because when ride-hailing apps, Ola and Uber started, they were famous for the cash they burned. They weren't making money, but they were giving rides to millions of people. How does it work for you? Because I'm guessing the USP is that it's a very cost-effective way for people to reach the metro station. And how reliable is it? And how does the metric work in your favor? Is it the number of trips? Are you going to be making money soon enough? How does it work?
Sure. So I think you've put the head on the nail, right? So if you look at any of the typical, without naming any brands, any ride-hailing taxi service, we pay more because there is a lot of inefficiency into the system still. Though they have tweaked the whole model. When I used to earlier walk for an auto or a taxi to the taxi stand, but now the taxi comes to my home. But what that does in the process is there is a lot of dead kilometers the driver has to drive to reach me, and also in locating me. That's a huge challenge which we found again during our research, that on an average any taxi hailing service spends 12 to 15 minutes in just locating the customer or the customer driver matchmaking. So these dead minutes, dead kilometer, ultimately who's going to pay for it is the customer, right? So that was a key insight we built on. So we use a lot of technology to ensure that we remove these inefficiencies from the system. And of course, there is something which we expect the daily commuter, if he was to get a ride which is less than 50% of the regular cost of a taxi, so we expect them to walk a little. So we bring in technology plus process innovation to solve this problem. So what we do is, let's say if I am used to in South Delhi, so let's say you're at a Malviya Nagar metro station. So what we do is, if I am at Malviya Nagar, we pick up that 5 kilometer radius from the metro station and plot something called as virtual stops or the metro ride stops. Okay. So the moment you open my app from your home, you'll be guided to the closest metro ride stop. We expect you to walk there. So in most cases, it will be less than 150, 200 meters, right? So you reach there and all the passengers basically going to the same destination are clubbed together. So this is a 100% shared mobility solution, and we use 100% electric vehicles. So that also helps, not only it is cheaper, it also helps the environment by reducing the number of cars on the road and definitely reducing the carbon footprint as well.
Great. Sustainable business is the future. So I want to understand how, where and how do you make money? Because I'd wait if it's efficient. If my wait time is not too long, yeah, I'll wait. Otherwise, I'll just take a solution expensive. I mean, a auto or a taxi, no matter how expensive it is, because time is money these days, right? And you're saying that this app will build a route. So I'm guessing that I can also time how much time it will take. I want to understand how you're making money, because EVs are cheap, your costs are low, but you're offering low cost rides to people as well. So where is the kicker coming in for you? Are you also burning cash?
Sure. So I'll tell you how we are able to match ends here. Like I said, there are lesser number of dead miles and dead minutes here. So our drivers actually finish almost 60% more rides than any other platform in India, right? So because they are able to do more, they earn more from our platform, and that's what binds them to us. How we make money is, of course, we charge a percentage to the drivers, right? And there are alternate revenue streams which will kick in now because we have this data available to us, right? So we are building our proprietary solution, which is a hyper-local advertising platform. So rather than taking too much money from the driver, we monetize the the time of the customer who's with us, right? So we basically use this as a hyper-local advertising platform wherein we can show them ads of local businesses. So this also comes in a very interesting proposition for the local businesses, like a high-end gym or a restaurant. If you want to promote your business in the 4-5 kilometer hyper-local market, there is absolutely no option as of now, right? So you basically use pamphlets, which are 95% of them go waste. You don't even know who's watching them, right? So we are able to do a targeted campaign for these local businesses, which gives us an additional revenue stream. And to add to it, we also do last mile deliveries in the mornings to ensure that our drivers again are able to basically be utilized in a better way.
Okay, so you told me about three streams. One is the earnings of the drivers, one is advertising, one is delivery. So roughly, what is the contribution of these streams to your revenues, and what about the profitability?
Sure. So it's going to change with time, but as of now, 80% of course is through the driver commissions, and 10% each from the other two streams. But it's going to change, wherein it will become 60-20-20.
And the ownership of the vehicle, is it yours? Is the drivers? How does that work?
So the vehicles are all owned by the driver. So we are an asset light company because when we have to expand, that becomes really critical for us, right? So we have to expand in different geographies. If we own vehicles, then it's going to become too asset heavy on us. But having said that, we do, like for example, there are markets where you do not have too much of EV adoption, right? So Bangalore, for example. So there we've come up with very interesting models wherein we help people who do not have vehicles in getting loans at preferential rates, even getting them leased because we ensure that because if he's driving on our platform, there is a certain predictability on how much money he can make, right? So that makes them more loanable, so to say. So we help them get these vehicles through different institutional types we have.
Great. So we've understood your revenue sources. What about the profitability? Are you burning cash? Are you profitable?
Sure. So see, we are in a B2C environment, Anisha, wherein you have to, of course, set up the pillars before we set going. At a scale where we are, the good thing is at the unit level, we are not burning money. But of course, on the whole, because we've just started, it's been less than a year, right? So to build the whole technology stack took us a good 8 to 9 months, right? We have a huge tech team because we are building a tech company rather than a transport company here, right? So of course, with economies of scale, definitely the numbers, we don't expect us, we won't be burning too much of cash because again, there is a unique thing about our business model that the customer literally walks to a metro station. So rather than going and hunting for him everywhere, so that's why our cost of acquisition is really low. But yes, if you ask me today, definitely there is a burn because of the scale we are at. But still, at the unit level, we are not burning cash.
So, Gish, were you nervous about starting this at the height of the pandemic when there's a lockdown and the metros are shut and no one wants to step out of their homes? Were you a little worried, fearful?
I would say, of course, there have been jitters because nobody expected when we started. Yes, there was a pandemic already, but I'm sure at that time nobody expected it to last for so long, right? But I would say blessing in disguise that because we've been used to this environment. In fact, we've been trying to meet the corners at a capacity which is 2/3 of our full capacity. Like for example, we have partitions within our vehicle, so we use electric autos in Bangalore, right? So instead of seating 3 people, we are only running with 2 people. So that also ensures that we are so frugal in our approach. And the moment we are back to normalcy, it's going to directly contribute to our bottom line. And more importantly, this is again I would say blessing in disguise, because we use so many measures to ensure that our drivers and customers are safe. So there is a 7-point program, right, from sanitizing the vehicle to vaccinating the drivers and ensuring that there is a partition between the driver, between the passenger, right? So all of these measures we take care of, and also we advertise this on our vehicles. So if a normal customer comes by choice, he would actually board our vehicle because the other vehicle might not be safe, right? So that actually gave us a huge edge over competition, which of course we had done it for more for the safety of our customers and drivers, but yeah, definitely it is giving us a huge advantage.
So I'm guessing nobody can sit with the driver and enjoy the front seat in your vehicle. Girish, tell us, how many cities are you currently present in, and what is the plan ahead?
Sure. So we currently are operational in Delhi, Noida, and Bangalore. And of course, these were the obvious strategic choices for us, Delhi being the biggest metro market for India. And Bangalore is the fastest growing. And also, I am based in Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of India, I would say. So we had a good team here. So because of that, we are, of course, headquartered in Bangalore. And for the next 1 year, the plan is to increase our footprint in these 3 cities, plus add one more city in India, as well as launch our first station in the California state. So we are all set for that. So by end of 2020, we will be operational in 4 cities, as well as in the first station in US will be at a stable state. In terms of numbers, we are looking at serving close to 8 lakh customers by the end of December. So yeah, that's what our target is, Anisha.
Great. That sounds very optimistic. And you know, could you tell me how this gap never got filled? What explains this? Because I've seen the small mini buses, with a conductor hanging out the door and saying Dwarka, 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 get in. So why haven't we got lasting solutions, and why was this gap there that you thought could be filled?
So if you look at that bus technically, or a van is a good solution for that kind of market. But the problem is our cities were already there, and the metro is getting built now. So you look at any major metro station, even to, I'm sure you've seen why Delhi or Bangalore or all these metro stations or the systems get delayed, because the acquisition of land becomes so much of an issue, right? So the city is already there. You're putting the metro station today. So we never planned when we were making the city that there would be a metro station coming, right? So just to get the metro station itself is a huge issue. Imagine the other infrastructure like parking or the roads, right? If the roads were broad enough, I'm sure the local corporation buses would have solved the problem. But because metro station, the lanes are so congested, the bigger vehicles are absolutely not possible. In fact, in most of the cities, you would see next to the metro station, maybe half a kilometer radius, the buses are not even allowed, right? So that, I think, creates a big gap in the market, because the last mile cannot be served by bigger vehicles. And when you're, of course, doing smaller vehicles, I want to drive on my own, there is no infrastructure like a parking at the station. So that creates a huge issue, because I can't drive, because that will be the ideal solution, right? I drive there, park at the station, go to office, maybe do something for the last mile. Last mile, of course, will be a challenge still, but at least half of my problem is solved. But because of the strained infrastructure at the stations, there is no option. There are thousands of people coming, and you will find tens of parking spots. So that creates a huge gap.
Right. So, Girish, you recently raised funds as well. So, how are you going to deploy these funds? Will it be for for technology? Will it be for solutions for the drivers? Perhaps financing, increasing the fleet? How do you plan to? How are you planning your growth ahead?
Sure. So most of our funds will go to the growth. Anisha, as I said, we are increasing our footprint in India. But we also plan to deploy a major chunk of it in technology, because technology is what differentiates us, helps us to grow, right? So we already have technology in almost every single process we utilize, right? So mostly we'll go to marketing and growth, and the second biggest is going to go to the technology. in building newer solutions, in ensuring that we are able to deliver a better experience to the customers. So just to tell you that our wait time has been an industry benchmark, which when we started, our initial commitment to the customer was that you will be picked within less than 5 minutes of wait time. So we've served over 75,000 customers in last 6 months, and our average wait time has been 2 minutes 1 second.
Wow, that's awesome. So would you attribute this to the technology? What solutions are you using to fine tune this to such an extent where the wait time is reduced to just 2 minutes?
So as I said, when we were building right from day one, the vision was very clear that we do not want to build just one more transport company, but it's going to be a tech platform which will really solve problems. And technology always came handy, right? Right from deciding who's going to pick you to where you would be picked from. So there is a technology in every single bit, and that's where the artificial intelligence or the machine learning tools come in very handy, because when you are plotting these spots, you should know that which is the ideal place from where you would be picking people from. And then, of course, we used a lot of research when we were building this solution. Just to share a very simple story. Imagine you use a metro and you come out of metro and you booked one of these taxi hailing services, and the driver has been assigned to you. You come out, you will see tens of taxis in the line, or maybe hundreds at times, right? And of course, along with you, there are thousands of people, or at least hundreds of people. So just to do that, or for you to locate the taxi which has been assigned to you, takes a lot of time. More often than not,
you even leave that because there's a dam there. To even get out of those stream of taxis takes a long time.
Right. So more often than not, you'll be saying, "Bhaiya, I'm standing here in red t-shirt near pillar number 23. All of that takes a lot of time. So what we did very simply is, our vehicles actually have an LED which displays the color of the route. Okay, when you book our ride through our app, your app screen actually changes to that color. So imagine you booked a ride and your app screen is red, and you just have to basically locate the red taxi, and you can just hail any of those red taxis, and you are given a unique OTP using which the customer can actually identify you. It makes the driver customer matchmaking so easy, especially at the congested junction. So it really cuts down the time which normally you would have wasted in just the location of the driver.
Right. So 5 years from now, what kind of revenue growth are you looking at?
So 5 years, of course, is a long time, but definitely we have our projections. As I said, we are looking at India and US as our key markets. So put together, so we are building a company which is going to grow to 400 million in top line with a positive EBITDA of 20%. So that's what our aim is, to build a company which will not only create profits, but also generate employment for tens of thousands of people. And of course, we will be cutting down the carbon footprint by close to 250 million tons every single, in the 5 years tenure.
That is a significant achievement. Girish, would you also be in a position to get some incentives from the government because of usage of EVs? And would these then be passed on to drivers who are ultimately owning the vehicles?
Oh yes, I think EV, the single point agenda today is the adoption of EV. The government is already doing a lot. So these vehicles which drivers buy are already given subsidies by the government. So most of these EVs, if you look at, there are a decent amount of subsidies already passed on by the government. Plus, there are a lot of other incentives when you are setting up a charging infrastructure. So government has been, I would say, very, very proactive. Niti Aayog is coming with a lot of initiatives to ensure that EV adoption happens at the fastest pace. And I think we are lucky to be in these times that the government is so pro, and the private sector is definitely getting benefited from it.
Right. And Girish, you don't foresee any problems that your drivers face for charging, etc., because you want to increase the fleet size, right? But is the infrastructure catching up in the right pace?
Yes. So of course, I would not say it's a breeze. Definitely, you got to work around it. So we have done strategic tie-ups with some big companies which are working as a very strong ecosystem partners for us. So we work with a company called Sun Mobility, which is one of the leading charging infrastructure companies in India. Similarly, we have our OEM partner in Piaggio, and we work with a few other vendors as well. So it's a time that everybody has to join together and work towards adoption. So I would not say it's as easy, because it definitely is a constraint. If I was to buy an IC vehicle, definitely it's not the future, but it will be easy for me today. But we have taken the harder route just to have a longer and a sustainable vision, right? So yes, so we work with a lot of such companies to ensure that we are looking at a long term results rather than just taking short term.
All right, Giri, thank you so much for speaking with us. It's been fun talking with you, and at least one thing I can take out is that I'm a fluent. Maybe one day, once I see your vehicle in South Delhi, I will get to board it, fluent or otherwise. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Anisha, for all the time. It was lovely chatting with you. Good day.
Thank you. So that was Girish of Metro Ride talking to us about the journey so far and the plans ahead for the company, which is a ride-hailing technology company which provides last-mile solutions from the metro station to your home. With that, we close this episode of Green Shoots. We'll be back with more founders of startups talking about their journeys. Do join us again. Hello and welcome to Green Shoots, a show where we get up close and personal with startup founders and have a heart-to-heart chat about the journey of their ventures from infancy to maturity. I'm Anisha Nair Thavan. On our show today, we have Ms. Meera Chokshi, co-founder and CEO of Credible. Credible is a supply chain financing platform to facilitate working capital management across Asia. Welcome to the show, Nirav.
Thank you so much.
Nirav, you're an investor, you run a trading and resource company as well as a technology company. So tell us, what was your light bulb moment when you decided to start Credible?
Well, Credible came about because of my combined learnings during my stint as the CEO of the global commodities and structured finance business that we have. That exposed me to over 30 international banks when we were trying to set up trade finance and working capital lines for that business. And quickly we realized that while this is not much of a problem globally, I think in India, especially for small businesses, getting access to working capital financing is a huge challenge. That's when Ram and I came together and said, look, can we build India's largest working capital platform to enable straight through processed working capital credit for small businesses in India?
Okay, so what was the problem Indian vendors face or those small businesses face? And
Sure.
what solution does Credible provide? I mean, if I need finance, I go to the bank. Why should I go to Credible?
Well, it's not that easy, right? If you are a small business or a new business without enough vintage, or you don't have a balance sheet or collateral to back your fundraising ambitions, no bank is going to finance you that easily. So while being credit worthy is one thing, also having a track record, having a strong enough balance sheet, having security available, those are challenges that small businesses face. Now, they would almost never have enough security to meet the growth demand of the business. And which is why there was a need to create a platform that enables unsecured, collateral-free financing, especially for vendors and dealers and distributors of large corporates. And that's where Credible fits in really, really well.
So tell us how Credible works. You said it's unsecured financing. Who's giving this money? I mean, what risks are involved? And what are the payment cycles? How do you make money?
Sure. There's a bunch of questions, but let me go step by step. So the way Credible works is it essentially partners. It has multiple models of engagement, but let me start with the first one. So we partner with very large corporates in India on one side, and then we partner with every known multinational bank and large Indian private bank in India on the other side. And then we enable both payable and receivable financing for vendor, dealer, retailer ecosystems of these large corporates. Now, the payment risk is sitting on the large corporate, and hence banks are comfortable taking that credit call. So the need for the small business or the vendors or whoever to be credit worthy goes out of the equation, which is why we are able to today disburse over 2,500 crores a month to over 100,000 borrowers within this ecosystem. So that's one way in which we engage. We also engage directly with the small business, where we are able to do what we now call cash flow based lending. So you're able to understand what their receivables and payable cycles look like, and then hence you're able to finance them both pre and post invoice, to enable working capital availability on a real time or what we call just in time basis.
Okay, so that's an innovative, solution that you're providing. How are you making money? So you have tie up with banks. You're giving financing, unsecured financing to vendors of known established companies. How do you get your cut?
Well, we make money through a fee-based model on the first part of the business, where large corporates and banks pay us to bring these transactions to the table. We don't charge the vendors anything. So for the vendors, it's an interest rate that they pay to get early payment against their invoices or to get financing against their payables to large corporates if you're a dealer or a retailer. On the other side of the business, where we lend directly to the small business, we use our own balance sheet. We are an NBFC, so that allows us to make a spread or a fee income, spread and a fee income. I'm sorry. So that's really how Credible makes money.
Okay, and I think this was started about 3 years ago. Did you have a tough time during the pandemic? Because that is when small businesses had huge problems, and the government came out with financing schemes for smaller companies. But the grouse is that the schemes don't work because banks don't lend. So how was it like for you?
In fact, it's funny when you ask this, because the pandemic has been a blessing in disguise for us. What really happened is, like you exactly said, banks don't want to lend to small businesses in times of crisis. So, but they're very, very comfortable lending to large corporates, or having the risk transfer from the small business to the large corporate, and which is exactly what Credible did. So that happened on one side. On the other side, large companies started realizing that they need to strengthen their supply chains, and they need to strengthen their customer chains, which is why there was a huge demand in working capital requirement, which showed up. So when you put both of these together, we scaled almost 5 times in terms of volumes that we did on the platform the last 1 year. And it's been incredible in terms of growth for us.
That's great. What has been, what are your projections now? The pandemic has given you the fillip. How do you plan to scale further? What are the future growth plans for the next few years?
Sure. So we are currently doing about 2,500 crores a month through our large corporate ecosystems. We believe that this is not even the tip of the iceberg. We expect this to scale exponentially over the next few years.
Nirav, sorry
But
to
now,
interrupt you. 2,500 in what? In lending, in
2,500
revenues?
crores in early payments made
Okay.
to vendors, dealers, distributors, retailers of these large corporates through banks and other partnerships with financial institutions. We see a future now in directly partnering with small businesses. So we've recently launched a platform called Upscale that will directly enable working capital credit to small businesses without having to depend on their large corporate anchors. And I think this is the next big move for us in terms of enabling small businesses to being able to scale this platform. We truly believe that we could, over the next 3-4 years, cross 500,000 crores of disbursement on an annualized basis through the platform.
Great. But you're okay with the risk involved of unsecured lending? Because that's big banks be very nervous.
It's not much of a risk, right? Because working capital financing is very short tenor, right? So you're funding between 30 and 90 days. None of our term loan or business loan products exceed 1 year. So you have great visibility into the business that you're financing, because now with India Stack available, account aggregators available, you're able to triangulate data between their GST, their cash flows from bank statements. And with Upscale, we now directly integrate into their accounting softwares, into Tally and a bunch of other things. So you're able to manage credit far more effectively than, say, you doing a 3-year or a 5-year term loan to a business. That's on one side. On the other side, you're largely taking large corporate anchor risk in terms of payments. So what are the chances that an Amazon will default, on its vendor payments, or an Infosys? So as long as you can control that risk, you can enable really, really large scale working capital finance.
Right. So could you tell us, you already have a technology company. How are you using new technologies to help you with your business is credible? Because you just mentioned, that you connect, you obviously analyzing data from GST and, the payments done there and other data. So could you tell us how technology has enabled you to offer what you are on Credible?
So we are a tech first company. Everything that we do is completely tech enabled. We have less than 10 people in operations, disbursing about 2,500 crores, like I said, on a monthly basis. So the whole platform is built to be a complete digital journey for the borrower on an end-to-end basis. So right from onboarding to credit underwriting to KYC to disbursement and documentation in between. That entire transaction management is done without human intervention. So that's on one side. On the other side, the entire credit monitoring at the back end for financial institutional partners is completely automated. So in that sense, that is why we're able to disburse this kind of money across, over 100,000 borrowers on a month-on-month basis, because there is no human being involved in that process.
Right. You said that you're looking at 5,000 crores of disbursements in the next few years.
100,000 crores annually. Yeah.
Yeah. So you already run. You're already an investor in startups. You run a trading company. You have a technology company. So how do you compare your experience at Credible, which is a very young company, as opposed to the other businesses that you run?
Sure. Well, so one has to ask oneself what wakes you up in the morning and wants you to come to work, right? And for me today, Credible is that answer, because we are really making an impact out there in the small business world. So every story you hear about, the difference you made to somebody's business because you were able to finance them without them having to go through the hassle of going through a bank or whatever else, is very inspiring. And why would you want to do anything different? Also, Credible is a lot different in terms of managing people, building culture. It's a lot younger compared to the other businesses that I have managed in the past. It's something that, like I said, charges me up and wants me to come to work every morning.
That sounds great. That you feel very fulfilled, having touched the lives of these young businesses, your own business, helping out other businesses. So that must be really fulfilling. Now, in the years ahead, you said that direct financing of the small businesses is where the real growth is. What about the large corporate customers, etc.? Is there any plan to perhaps help them with their receivables or with their payment cycles? Could that side of the
Yeah.
business also be one that you could
So
focus on?
that side of the business is business as usual for us. We're scaling that business dramatically month on month. We're adding almost 10 to 15 customers every month on the large corporate side. We've partnered with several banks where we've co-branded our platform so that they can take that platform to their existing customer base. So we see a huge jump in terms of both volumes and the number of large corporates that we will work with, over the course of the next 12 to 18 months. Uh, and through that, what we're really doing is building an ecosystem of small businesses who are borrowing on the platform. And which is why now it makes sense for us to be able to not only do what we do with large corporates, but also directly impact small businesses by giving them access to products like working capital term loans, credit facilities in terms of buy now, pay later, and other such products that can enable them to finance their vendors early and so on and so forth. So it's exciting times. I think both our enterprise as well as small business verticals are growing really, really quickly.
That's great. Do you have to spend a lot in growth marketing to find the smaller businesses, or does that come naturally once you sign up with a big enterprise?
Exactly. So for us, large businesses that we sign up and their ecosystems become natural customers for Upscale, which is our small business platform. We will, of course, market the small business platform independently as well. So once we are fully launched and live, we will spend a significant amount of money in scaling and branding that platform, if I may. But I think the reason we're able to keep our customer acquisition costs so low and we're not burning money is because we already have a huge funnel of borrowers coming in from the enterprise business.
Okay, so by when do you plan to launch this platform for exclusively for the
Upscale
small
goes live.
business?
So Upscale goes live mid-October. We are in beta right now. We have over 100,000 customers, like I said. So we will open it up to all of them around mid-October. Right now, we have about 500 customers on beta and test trials as we're speaking now.
And what is your profitability like at this point in time? Positive EBITDA?
We're very close to profit. We're EBITDA positive. You see, we're a lending business in one way, and we're a fee-based business in another. So it's very difficult to burn money. We are EBITDA positive. We should be very profitable by the end of this financial year. We're losing very little money, negligibly, at this point in time as we speak.
Right. Nirav, you've done, it's like your feet are in two different boats, running your trading company, your technology company, and Credible, which you find very fulfilling. For the entrepreneurs who are watching, or would-be entrepreneurs who are watching, who are willing to take the jump or bite the bullet, what's your advice? You found that that gap in the market which you thought, because of your experience in your trading firm. What's your advice to would-be entrepreneurs?
Sure. But just before that, let me clarify. So the technology company I sold in 2008, the commodities and structured finance business is now fully managed by my co-founder, Rajiv, who's based out of Singapore. And I have more a board role to play there. So on a day-to-day basis, I'm not looking at that business. So 100% of my time currently is focused on Credible. Yeah. That being said, I think today entrepreneurs need to realize that it's important for us to build a value creative business, a value accretive business, rather than worrying about how would you value the business. It's very important to start looking at, there are real investors, there are shareholders, there are customers, there are people that you have within the organization who all need to prosper. So it's important to, focus on the business first. The other aspect to this is a lot of entrepreneurs get obsessed by creating a brand or acquiring customers. It's important before that to have a clear idea on where your product fits into the market. So do you have a product market fit, or are you doing it big just because there is a successful model like that out there in the US or in other parts of the world and you want to replicate it. Thirdly, and I think most importantly, are you focused on your employees? Are you focused on creating value there? Because there's only so much you can do. So are you building a great organization? Are you building a great team who can take your ambitions and execute them? So I think those are things that I would, as an entrepreneur, I have learned through my journey of making many mistakes, and then I just want to make sure that today I don't make the same ones and make newer mistakes. So I think that's really my focus.
Right. So, Neil, are you looking at raising funds since you do want to grow that direct business with the smaller businesses? Are you looking to raise funds for the growth?
Yes, we are in the middle of a fundraise. We should announce that shortly as soon as it's completed. Uh, but we don't see ourselves continuously raising money, right? Because it's a self-propelling growth business. It would be very profitable in the next few months. Uh, so I think what really needs to be done, and we're not heavy on our balance sheet. So less than 3% of our total disbursements is through our own balance sheet. So we are more we are completely a platform business. And the way we look at our balance sheet is more as a warehouse or a risk participant rather than really a classic digital lender or an NBFC. So we will not continuously require to raise capital, but I think after this round for the next few years, we're good.
Okay. And that 5,000 crores per annum of disbursements, how soon do you think that will happen?
500,000 crores. I think that will happen probably within the next 3 years. So today we're looking at about 25 times jump from here uh, uh, as to where we are today in terms of disbursement, and that's not too far away. I think over the course of the next 18 to 36 months, we should easily see that happen.
All right. Thank you so much, Neera, for joining us on Green Shoots and discussing with us the growth of Credible, the idea behind Credible, and how fulfilling it is to touch the lives of so many small businesses in our country. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us your story.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's been really a pleasure.
Thank you so much for being with us. So that wraps up another episode of Green Shoots. We will be back again speaking to another founder to find out their growth story, the story of their enterprise, and what they want to do next. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to Green Shoots, a show where we catch up with the founders of startup companies to have a heart-to-heart chat about the journey of their ventures from the genesis of the idea to its nurturing and its growth. I'm Anisha Nair Thavan. On our show today, we have Mr. Aditya Malik, MD and CEO of Talent Edge. Aditya, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Anisha. Pleasure to be here.
Aditya, edtech companies are doing really well ever since the outbreak of the pandemic, and Talent Edge has also registered scorching growth. Would this have been possible without the pandemic?
I think my personal view is that pandemic has helped us mainstream the education, mainstream the online education or edtech as we call it. But I think edtech is a story whose time has any which ways come in a country like India. So I feel, to answer your question in a short way, I think it would have anyway happened. It's an idea whose time has come. Just that the pandemic has helped us expedite it and mainstream the education a little faster than otherwise it would have done.
Could you tell us what is the USP of Talent Edge? Because, during the pandemic, people felt insecure about their jobs and felt this urgent need to upskill. But they have very many venues to upskill. There are these many platforms, Upskill, Udemy, many more. Some people have just gone straight to a university they know about, and signed up there for their online course. So what is the USP of Talent Edge? What has helped it grow?
So our intent is to give a learner the same experience what he or she would have otherwise got at a campus, at the university campus. As you rightly said, there are too many platforms available in the market, and people are approaching the same problem from a different way. What we did was we ensured, and we still ensure, that a student or a learner coming on our platform gets the same experience which they would have got at a IIM Lucknow or a XLRI or a MICA campus, which means live and interactive learning, which means similar assessments, which means interactions. Because one thing in higher education is, as you would appreciate, is the exposure and the experience which a student gets when he or she goes through the journey. So I think that's where we have an edge over others, where the entire ecosystem is set up like this, that they almost feel that they are sitting in a campus and going through the learning, which is live and interactive, pretty rigorous, and we take them to a journey of the course, handhold them to the journey of the course. So I think that's where we feel we are different than a couple of others.
Aditya, how many institutions have you tied up with, and is that also a factor? I go to one platform and have a choice to pick a course which is offered by top-line universities, not one university, but top-line universities. So can you tell us who all have you partnered with, and is that roll call going to increase in the years ahead?
So we have partnered with over 30 institutions, both internationally and domestically. Domestically, we have partnered with Ivy League colleges like a couple of IIMs, XLRI, MICA, SPJ in Mumbai, etc. Internationally, we have partnered with Cornell and UCLA. Then there are lots of top 100 NRF ranked universities whom we support in India. So the intent is to take the best quality education across to the masses. That's what our government wants. That's what our PM has been striving for, and that's what we are also focused on. So yes, that's a key factor, that when somebody comes on our platform or a website, not only he or she has options to choose across many partner universities and institutes, but also has an option to choose across many courses across HR, finance, tech, analytics, MBA, BBA, etc. So whole plethora of options are available along with many partners.
Right. And how many students have enrolled so far? How many degrees have been given by Talent Edge in partnership with universities?
So we have from the date from inception, we have more than 500,000 learners passing through our platform across multiple courses, not only degree courses, these are certificate courses as well, upskilling courses as well. So we have touched the lives of 500,000 learners, as we like to call them, and this is spread across many programs across many partner universities and Ivy League colleges.
All right. So could you tell us, we've understood how the model works, and we've understood that the pandemic has given a good push to the edtech sector, but what made you come up with this idea of Talent Edge? You saw a need, because usually what happens is that companies, especially in the tech world, they do train their employees on their own, so that they have the requisite skills to keep innovating for how technology changes. So what made you think that your platform could be a go-to for people who are looking to upskill? What was the genesis of the idea?
So Anisha, what is happening in India, if you look around, the gross enrollment ratio in tertiary education, we are at about 27.5% roughly, which is education beyond secondary. Similar comparative metric for countries like China is about 55%, and countries like US is about 80%. So while on one side you see enough colleges and universities across the country and spread across the countryside as well, the gross enrollment ratio is still fairly low. So one of the key things for us is, how do we take education, quality education, to the masses? Look at what is happening around the country as of now. It's all about inclusion. Whether inclusion through getting the non-banked population to open the bank accounts, opening, giving them medical facilities, launching medical ID, etc., etc. Similar story has to be repeated in education, where a person sitting in a small town down south, northeast, north, south of the country should be able to get the same quality education what he or she otherwise would have got from a top Ivy League campus. So that was the genesis of the idea, where you want to make sure that the, as in India it's called JAM, Jandan, Aadhaar, and Jandan and Aadhaar. Similarly, I would call it JME. So education becomes the fourth pillar there, where we are genuinely able to take education from a IIM or a top ranked university to the last person sitting somewhere in a village or a remote corner of the country. And that's where we are focused on, and that's where we feel we have an opportunity to touch many more lives, more than what we are doing today.
So what has this meant for your growth? I've heard that your revenues have zoomed up. So could you touch upon the growth in numbers?
So we have almost 100% growth in last 6 months. The impact of the pandemic, not only impact of the pandemic, but also the impact of the new education policy, which was launched last year by Government of India, where they allowed top universities to offer online degree programs, and we work in supporting many universities to offer online degree programs. So that also gave us a lot of tailwinds. Government allowed online degrees, government allowed dual degrees, where a student, when he or she is doing a full-time course in any university, he or she can also enroll in parallel for an online degree as well. And those things, those regulatory tailwinds, as well as obviously mainstreaming of the online education because of the pandemic, has given us 100% growth in the first 6 months of this financial year, vis-a-vis last year.
Okay, that's amazing. A very strong growth coming in. And are you a profitable enterprise? Are you spending a lot on burning cash on marketing, on bringing in more learners? What does it look like on the bottom line?
So we are still EBITDA negative, although at business margin level we are close to break even, which at from business level. What is happening is, as you rightly said, since because of growth coming in, we are in a constant investment phase to hire more people and expand the operations. So because of that, there's always expenditure ahead of the revenue coming in, and that is driving the EBITDA negative point there. But at a standalone business level, we are close to breaking.
Right. Aditya, you said you're investing to grow. So with this will this growth also be inorganic? Are you also looking at acquisitions? Because I think you bought a stake in a Hyderabad-based company recently.
Yes.
Are you looking to acquire more companies to grow quickly?
That is in the horizon, but not for the next 6 months. And I'll tell you why not for next 6 months is because with this new education policy, our hands are completely full in terms of organic expansion itself. So the intent is for the next 6 months, grow as much as we can, or set the right platform for growth. And in the next financial year, which is 23-24, look for opportunities to grow inorganically as well. So next 6-7 months, it's organic, and then we'll explore the inorganic opportunities, both in the forward as well as backward integration as we go forward.
And your growth plans, do they remain India-centric? Are you looking to expand abroad? Because, there are a lot of foreign students who come to India also to study. There are some marquee institutes in our country as well. So what is the plan when it comes to geographic growth?
So as of now, the intent is to focus on India. As I mentioned to you, the opportunity is to increase the gross enrollment ratio and reach out to the masses. And with the online degrees opening up, that has become a huge opportunity for us to capture the market. And we are already seeing the impact of that in our revenue and profitability numbers. And India opportunity is so huge with a lot of foreign companies entering India. Everybody wants a pie of India. Everybody wants to make sure that they get they go after the Indian middle class, etc. So I think we have an opportunity for next couple of years to focus and consolidate in India. We have a head start with the kind of partnerships we have signed, we have a head start in kind of penetration we have achieved in the Indian market vis-a-vis some of our competitors. So I feel that in next couple of years, our focus is going to be India. And then we will look at opportunities outside, because from a pure business sense and focus perspective, capturing Indian market is a huge opportunity for us, which will help us expand much faster than anywhere else.
Aditya, have you also tied up with international universities? Because we know that at graduate level, at master's levels, a lot of Indian students go to study abroad. Will they have a solution sitting at home? Could they get international degrees on talent edge?
Yes, so we have tied up with a couple of universities, and more tie-ups are in pipeline. Our intent is to get them at an affordable price. As I mentioned to you, one of the things for us is education has to be all about inclusion, and EdTech has to drive inclusion. Unfortunately, not many companies are driving inclusion as of now. But EdTech has to be all about democratizing the education, driving inclusion, getting it to the last person on the ground, getting the right education. So yes, we are in advanced talks with a couple of large global universities as well, apart from what we have signed up, to get them to get to India the affordable education, which can happen online, and also it can happen in a format which is called transnational education, which means maybe 2 years here and 2 years there in an undergrad course, or a year here and a year there in the postgrad course. And it's all about making sure our students get the same education at a much more affordable price than what they are getting in a developed country like US or Canada or Australia.
So over the next couple of years, you sign up with more universities, some international ones as well. How many learners are you looking to sign up? What kind of revenue projections are you working with? You want to do it in an inclusive fashion, but in business metrics, what does it mean? The number of students enrolling, what does it mean?
Yeah, so our immediate metric is in next 12 months we need to double. With the kind of base we have, we need to double. That's the first immediate target we have in line of sight, as we call it. And double the number of students, double the revenue. And even if we are driving inclusion, as you rightly said, it's all about making sure that while you are delivering quality education to people, commercially it should make sense for all of us. Commercially, it should make it the right metric for the investors, for the shareholders, and for the team working on it. And I feel that opportunity is there for us, and we are working towards that. So doubling in next 12 months, and then going forward from there, 60-70% growth year on year is something what we are looking for.
That's impressive, 60-70% growth. But Aditya, are you also looking to raise funds?
Yes, we are. And predominant reason for raising funds is to have the growth capital with us. With the, as I mentioned, tremendous sectoral tailwinds, regulatory tailwinds, opportunity, markets there, proven track record of what we have done in last so many years has set the right foundation for us now to expand in a much more significant space. So yes, we are looking to raise money in next 6 months or so before the end of this financial year. That's the target. Overall, we think we need about 300 crores or 300 to 350 crores, almost about $50 million in next 24 to 30 months. So that's the kind of money we are looking to raise in next couple of rounds to set us up for a significant growth and numbers we have targeted for us to achieve.
All right, that's an ambitious target, and you have ambitious growth plans also in the years ahead. Aditya, as an entrepreneur, what would you like to suggest or advise would-be entrepreneurs? Because EdTech as a space since the pandemic has really taken off. Do you think there is more room to grow in this space? What would you say to entrepreneurs who are perhaps not in this space? Is this the best time for startups?
I personally feel this is the best time for startups with the kind of changes happening in the country, regulators, and so many entrepreneurs. You see about a unicorn a day coming up, and the best part is the failure is not looked down upon. It's okay to fail in business and restart all over again. And it's all about that. It's all about, a few years back, you failed the business, you were almost seen like somebody who's, it's almost blacklisted and you can't do anything again. I think that's the biggest shift which has happened in the Indian entrepreneur ecosystem, but it's okay to fail. You are given a second chance, you're given a third chance, and as long as you're at it, you will succeed. So I think that's the best time. Two, I think personally, with when I moved into this journey, I think I was a few years late. I would have loved to start much more earlier, but obviously the environment around was not that conducive what it is today, with easy availability of capital, easy availability of mentors, global connects, technology, etc., everything being available. I think one advice, since I meet a lot of entrepreneurs, fellow colleagues, etc., one of the key learnings which I have had in last couple of years is that sometimes entrepreneurs are so involved in the tech product they have created, they almost ignore the sales and marketing side of it. And the assumption is that we have a good product and it will automatically sell, and that has resulted in downfall of many businesses. So I will urge any new entrepreneur joining the ecosystem would be that as much as time you are spending on designing the product, on the technology, and getting that part of right, almost spend equal amount of time in getting your sales and marketing processes right. Don't ignore that. That almost comes as an afterthought to people, but it should come much ahead in the game. But it's a great time to be an entrepreneur.
All right, Aditya, thank you so much for joining us and talking to us about Talent Edge, about entrepreneurship, about your growth plans. It's been a pleasure to have you with us and taking all that from you, from a founder who's making it big. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Anisha. Pleasure is mine. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
So that's it in this episode of Green Shoots. We'll be back with another episode with another founder to find out about their journey. Come back for more. Hello and welcome to Green Shoots, a show where we get up close and personal with startup founders and have a heart-to-heart chat about the journey of their ventures from infancy to maturity. I'm Anisha Nair Thavan. On our show today, we have Mr. Siddharth Gupta, CEO, Mercer Metal. Metal is an online assessment platform providing solutions to track and measure technical, aptitude, and psychometric skills. Welcome to the show, Siddharth.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
So Siddharth, tell us what made you come up with Metal? What was that light bulb moment for you?
So frankly, I was not the founding member of Metal. There were two very incisive, sharp IIT, IIM graduates, Ketan Kapoor and Tanmay Singhal, who started Metal in the year 2009. And that year, both of them were working for top MNCs outside India, and both of them saw a lot of potential in coming back to India and starting something of their own. And the first pivot of Metal was actually a corporate training entity. So they came prepared with certain material, and they wanted to train people better. So not only with corporate, but also with education entities, they went and trained a lot of people on it. And as they went about the first few months of Metal, they realized that most of the questions from the buyers was about how do we know the efficacy of what you're training us on, whether it really had an impact, yes or no. And that's where the seed for the current avatar of Metal got sown. And we pivoted from being a training company to a company which started assessing people on various skills. So we started with a very simple Google-like interface, a very simple multiple choice question kind of a metal.com. And from there, we've, in the last 10 years, become one of the largest online assessment companies in the world. So that story has been a growth multifold. And from 2009 to 2018, we would have grown the company at least 50x. And then we got an exit from Mercer. So Mercer Worldwide saw interest and saw that Metal has a lot of potential outside India as well. and that's where they came in and gave a full exit to all the founders, including me. And from 2018 onwards, we are part of Mercer Global. So that's the story of Metal. This was actually one of the most celebrated B2B exits, even before the celebrated B2Cs that people talk about. We were talk of the town in 2018 when we got an exit for India. It's primarily a business problem that got identified by very brilliant Indians. They wrote every line of code for Metal, and from then on, we created so much value that we had one of the top HR consulting company in the world in Mercer come to India and buy us out. So that's the beauty of innovation coming out of India, and that's why we are a great success story out of the India startup ecosystem.
No doubt, that is an amazing story. So, Siddharth, you started with corporate trainings, but now you do proctored exams for everyone, even for universities. So, can you
Yes.
tell us how has this journey been from corporate training to skill assessments
Yeah.
to proctored exams for a whole lot of people on a very wide scale?
Tanisha, let me give you a small introduction to Metal. So Metal is akin to a test engine which is on the cloud. So you can envisage us as a test engine where you can upload multiple types of questions, which can have multiple types of answer types as well. So anybody sitting anywhere in the world can be given a test, and that person sitting at the convenience of his or her house can take that assessment. So this is the world of online assessment. And all the bells and whistles needed for this assessment to be effective, whether it is increasing the authenticity of the entire test taking experience. By authenticity, I mean through a web camera, we have an AI algorithm which has been trained to detect any unfair means being used for you to game the assessment. So through the web camera photographs as well as the video stream, which runs through an AI algorithm, we are able to detect in case any student or any candidate who's applying for a job is trying to switch himself with some other candidate, if he's got a mobile phone to game the answer, or he's got a book in his hand, or if he moves away from the screen to check on another screen the exam results. So it's not only about conducting an exam online, it's also about ensuring that the person who's supposed to take the test is taking the test in the most authentic way. So that's from a perspective of conducting an assessment online. But beyond that, instead of trying to create a hurdle in somebody getting his first job, or trying to just give a platform where you could conduct an exam, what we did was we started working very closely with corporates very early. And we started understanding from them what is the science behind every job role. So if you explore a job role, actually job role has three types of competency. For any job to be done well, you need three types of competency. So one is the basic personality that you come with. So for example, Anisha, your job, now if somebody is in your job, they need to have the confidence, they need to have the gravitas, they need to have the communication skill. So these are the domain competencies needed for you to anchor a show like the way you're doing. But beyond that, if you are doing say an economics based show like this, you might have to look at Metal P&L and then crunch the number and see whether Metal is growing at the right pace or not. So you need some cognition power for you to do this job really well. And beyond domain and cognition, you need a personality, which is being comfortable in meeting people you don't know, having a conversation with them. So these are all personality type or behavior types. So these three buckets of competency is what we built our expertise in. So if you take nearly 33 different industries, nearly 450 different job roles, Mercer Metal can today advise you on what job role requires what kind of competency. So we've got pre-built assessments ready for corporates. So if I am an Amazon or a Microsoft, or I am a Zydus, or I am an Accenture, I can actually come to Metal and say, okay, for this particular job role, I want to go hire somebody from either a campus, or I want to hire them with experience, and we can actually create an assessment for them, and the candidates can then take the assessment sitting wherever they are. So now suddenly, instead of taking an assessment from India in Bangalore, maybe you could have somebody apply from San Francisco and take the same assessment and apply for the job. So that's how we added value for our corporate customers. And similarly, the education story that you spoke about is more nascent, because pre-pandemic we were actually just catering to about 50 odd top private well-run education entities in India. And we were conducting their entrance exams, we were conducting their semester, end semester or mid-semester exams. But suddenly during the COVID time, when all the students got locked up in their houses, the professors got locked up in their houses, and admin also got locked up in their houses. Suddenly, beyond just learning, which was moving online, the need for assessment also moved online completely. So we had a huge pivot from doing some 50 odd customers. We suddenly had 450 customers across 90 countries, where we were supporting various education entities in running their entrance exams so that the entire academic year doesn't go waste. So many universities like Christ, Narsim Monji, SP Jain, IIM Calcutta, IIM Bangalore, very, very prestigious names came to us and said, please help us conduct either an entrance exam or a semester exam so that the lights can be on in the education institute while everybody is locked up in there. So this particular value proposition of Metal really is close to my heart, because frankly, we didn't let the academic year for students go waste. And that is, I think, a bigger achievement than any numbers that you can hit. So this business has become fairly significant. It's become about 40% of our revenue now. We have some of very marquee names, for example, like Cambridge or INSEAD. These are names which are globally the best in their field, and they are all now our customers. So very, very excited about helping the education ecosystem, and we are investing quite a bit in innovations which will further help us add value to our customers.
So, Siddharth, the education business has perhaps got a big fill up because of the pandemic. From here on, what is the chance that we go back to old ways? For companies, do they go back to anything else, or yours is going to be the time-tested solution they're always going to rely on? Going ahead, how much growth can we bank on?
So I think both the customer segments, and I'll speak about each one of them separately. Uh, Regarding really the education ecosystem and automation of assessments there, this question gets asked to me almost every day, not only externally but internally at Mercer as well. That is this a COVID phenomena, or this is something more than that? And frankly, if you step away from the whole chaos of the pandemic, and if you start noticing trends, you will see that education was already on its way to moving online. And In no way I want to undermine the effectiveness of a face-to-face interaction that a student can have with his professor and the learning from there, and as well as sitting next to your peer and learning from them. But given the speed of our lives now, the distance doesn't matter anymore with the internet and online. um, Slowly, lot of very good quality online syllabuses were coming, where very good professors were available for students. And suddenly, even if you're sitting in Bangalore, and you could tap into a top professor for one of the top colleges in the US or EU, and you could learn directly from them. So this particular pivot had already started, though at a slower rate. COVID just gave it a steroid shot. So suddenly, we had a huge amount of traffic move completely from online to offline. Now, again, for the education ecosystem, this was something that was always available. So, whether online platforms or whether online assessment capability as a technology was always available. But somewhere the education ecosystem was a bit of a laggard in adopting newer technology. Somewhere that belief that you need to bring all the students and all the education stakeholders into a real estate and then leave them there with face-to-face interaction, and that is the only way to educate. That, as an assumption, has kind of got questioned over the last 2 years, and I feel we might see a bit of tapering down in adoption of technology, uh, and uh, uh, and we might see a small blip maybe once the students come back. But the efficacy of whether this can be done online or not, and the value associated with what we are delivering, has got very well established. I would just give you an example. Now we have one of the top colleges in India, where more than 200 professors have invigilated their own exams. The 200 professors created their own question banks, uploaded it into the system. Then they conducted their entire exams for their subjects, and then post that on the platform itself. They evaluated the answer sheets and gave a report card out for students. So they have actually gone through a learning cycle during the last 2 years, and I think this is an irreversible cycle. And I'm sure that education is going to be quite a bit online. It would be, I feel, a hybrid of sorts going forward, where for some things you come to campus and some things are dealt fairly effectively without coming back on campus. So I think that's how this is going to move going forward. And one more point here, Ansha, is that we would not. Uh, this is not the last of the pandemics. See, any kind of disruption, we are sitting today and talking in today's Bharat Bandh. So again, you'll have campuses completely empty. If they were filled up, they would have been empty today because there is a Bharat Bandh going on right now. So these kind of disruptions would keep coming. We had massive floods suddenly in the Europe. We have fires in the Australia. So there are many geopolitical as well as climatic disruptions which are coming our way. And I think education ecosystems understood that they need to create 100% backup to learning and assessment. So I think that's the direction in which all education entities are moving. That's the news fresh off the oven when I'm talking to all the top education decision makers. On the corporate front, again, I think in the beginning when Ketan, me and Tanmay used to go and make these pitches to various companies, beyond IT, most companies used to come and ask us, online assessments, we've never done it. We depend on gut. We travel ourselves, we see the candidate face to face, and that's how we've been recruiting for years altogether. And we had to do a lot of market making then. From 2009 to nearly 2014, we used to go and pitch the concept of online assessment. In 2021, as we speak, I think the first port of call for almost all top companies in almost all top industries is that I don't really want to waste my time. Let me engage with a student or a candidate through an online medium. Let us understand each other, the value proposition that I'm providing and the qualities that the candidate is bringing on the table. And once he's gone through what I stand for and understands and is excited about working with me, and I also get to know what exactly does this candidate hold in him and where can I fit him into my organization. Only then do I want to ask the precious resources of recruitment and senior leaders to spend time on a candidate and then select him. So I think that understanding is fairly well established. The only pivot that we are seeing is, instead of having a test relationship, so instead of me being a top company and I just go to a campus and say, okay, take this test, otherwise I won't take you. Instead of that, now we are working with a lot of companies where we are designing a contest or a hackathon or an ideathon with which we approach a campus way earlier than a placement season, where the students come in as teams, as individuals, they participate in contests, they win some prizes. In the process, they understand the value proposition of the company over a 2-month, 3-month period. Similarly, the scores of the candidate through various contests, even the company gets to know what kind of talent is there on campus. And I think that's kind of a symbiotic bridging of talent and requirement is what Metal is doing today. And I think we've done a fairly good job today. Across 7,000, across nearly 92 countries, 7,600 companies have partnered with Metal. So we are expanding at an amazing clip outside India as well. So the value proposition is well understood in the corporate world, and I hope that our growth journey continues from here.
So that the way you were describing it, I think there's just no place for backbenchers to hide. They'll be found out wherever they are and assessed no matter what they try. So, the way you're describing it, because of Mercer now, backing you up, the whole world is your playing field. Now, what kind of growth are you penciling in from here on, both in the corporate training division and the education division? Even if things go back to pre-pandemic, from here 5 years from now, what growth are you looking at?
So I don't want to be morbid, and I hope we go back to the pre-pandemic mode. So we have grown. If you look at our compounded annual growth for the last 4 years, we've been above 40%, and I'm very confident that we will beat that CAGR in the next 4 years as well. So the plan that Mercer Metal leadership is working on is to use the talent that India provides, use the base that we've already built over the last 10 years, and take this great innovation to all across the world. So today we are working with all the regions of Mercer, all local countries, and almost every country has a team dedicated to taking metal solutions to their respective markets. So I'm very confident that Mercer Metal in 2025 would be one of the largest assessment companies in the world. And courtesy us, overall Mercer would be consulting a lot around our product as well. So overall, a very, very positive story from here on as well.
Great. Siddharth, now I want to come to you and talk about the entrepreneurship bit. Now, this is a great success story. Like you said, one of the first B2B exits, which is celebrated by the entire industry. So, for those entrepreneurs who are perhaps struggling with their startup, the pandemic may not have been kind to some of those. What's your advice? You're still with the company, you're still, growing along with the company. When entrepreneurs look to, sell their companies, what's your advice?
Actually, when I speak to a lot of entrepreneurs, especially on weekends. I hear a lot of pitches, and I advise them as well. And if you step away from all of this, if you look at the Indian economy, you can get caught up with these GDP numbers and things like that. But broadly, a country of our size, if 7.2, 7.3 odd billion people are there on Earth, nearly 1.4 billion are in India, and our per capita income hardly does justice. So the consumption in India is fairly low. So if you just leave aside all economic parameters, just one parameter, Indians are going to consume more and more. And India is a vibrant democracy. India has amazing talent and resources. So there is no reason that any story that you pick up, so any industry, any product or any problem that you're solving has a market for it. And that's why you'll see many established markets get disrupted, and it has enough space for enough people, frankly. So you look at all the logistics entities which have come. So we had a problem of logistics in the country. People used to say, very, very big country, north to south is like 4,000 kilometers. How do we deliver everywhere? And suddenly entrepreneurs have come together. Great stories like Delivery, which have come and they're delivering across India. And within a day today, you will get, whatever you want to get delivered anywhere in the country, correct? So I think similarly, there are enough and more problems that are there in India as well as in the world. And India provides an amazing ecosystem for you to attack them. So the price at which you get tech talent, the price at which you get connectivity, the price at which all other resources are available to you, you will not find a single country today which can give you so much for young entrepreneurs to come together. I think that's why India startup ecosystem is so vibrant today, that we are one of the biggest receivers of VC money coming into any country in the world. So to startup founders, I think don't give up. First of all, you've stepped into a game where perseverance is the biggest differentiator. You have to persist with your idea. You have to believe in that idea. And you should not look at quick wins. I'm one person who keeps advising founders, don't look at, getting or raising seed money or raising Series A, B, C. That's not why you build companies. You build companies to solve problems, and you want to solve problems profitably. And if you are able to find that problem statement and solve it well, you will create enough value for your customers to pay you. And if you're running a good enterprise, you will get enough talent in India to scale it, to solve the same problem globally. And I think Freshdesk, Soho, you have umpteen examples out of India where in the B2B space as well, even if I leave aside B2C. B2C, we have a lot of problems. B2C, whether it's milk delivery to mutton delivery, everything's getting solved. Even pharma delivery, everything's getting solved by entrepreneurs, and they have a long gestation cycle to profitability. But in B2B space, and I'll speak to the area which I am good at, B2B space, there is enough value that startups can create. And I think Chennai is one area where a lot of very, very exciting B2B startups have come up, which are profitable from year 2, 3, and they are solving problems for the globe. And I have no doubt that entrepreneurs out of India would do really, really well.
Right. Siddharth, but towards the end, now is perhaps the best time for startups. Valuations have swelled, and, there's a lot of money sloshing around. So even if you sell one business, you could do more businesses. So, for somebody who's thinking like that, what's your advice?
See, I'm not a cynic, frankly. Even if there is a company which hasn't made money for the last 4 years, but is solving a very relevant customer problem. Many such problems require a very long gestation cycle for you to turn profitable, whether it's a Zomato or a Ola. But they're solving a problem which is very, very well defined, and that needs to be solved for the long term, which is going to have a huge impact. And the beauty of startup ecosystem is that you would have a very young founder at the age of 27, 28, or 30. He's running a company whose market capitalization is into billions of dollars. Today, if you see today, there is a message on Twitter that HCL has hit 50 billion as a market cap. We have Baiju, which has already hit about 16 billion. So compare the gestation cycle of how much long that HCL took. So I was a kid when HCL used to be a company that we used to look forward to joining, and it's taken my lifetime for them to hit a 50 billion market cap. Whereas there's a Baiju which was not existent about 7 to 8 years back as a startup, and today they are already at 16 billion. So that's the story, and frankly, the market's flush with funds. You should experiment, and people who are putting in money also are not fools. They are looking at your talent, they're looking at the problem that you're trying to solve, they're looking at what you've created, and only then putting their money there. So even if you get an exit and you move on to something new, doesn't mean that whatever you built just goes away somewhere. So I think that story would get picked up by another young talent, and then they'll try to take it to the next level. So I'm not a cynic. I look at it positively. Even if, say, Zomato is not making money, but Zomato is a great brand. Today, if you mention Zomato, everybody across India knows what Zomato is. I think that's the beauty of the entrepreneurship, that they have out of nowhere built a huge brand. I think their brand recall would be as good as any other brand that you and me have grown up hearing about. So that's the beauty of entrepreneurship. That some young talent came and within 5 years was able to do what a Unilever would have taken maybe 25, 30 years to do. So I think that way I'm fairly positive. Even if there is exit, even if founders move on to a newer problem, they've just solved a very defined problem. They made money out of it. They've got investors to believe in them and the value proposition of the company. Hence, they've got an exit, and now they're attacking another problem that needs to be solved. I think that's how we should look at it, rather than being cynical that these guys have just exited and now they're up to something else again. I think it's a journey that needs to be celebrated. I think capital was so difficult before 1991 for anybody to start business. You had to go and stand in front of a bank and beg them that they give you a loan, and that loan used to come at a very, very stiff interest charge. Whereas now you have enough funds available for all this young talent to go chase their dreams. So I think it's a journey that needs to be celebrated more than anything.
Definitely. And thank you so much for joining us, Siddharth, and putting it so succinctly on the future for entrepreneurs who have dreams in their eyes and how they should go about it. You're not cynical, and you sound very positive. And I think it's a great message for entrepreneurs and would-be entrepreneurs who are looking up to established founders like you, to show them the light, to guide their way. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us the dream story of Mercer Metal. Here's wishing you all the best in the future.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It was a pleasure. Yeah. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Siddharth. With that, we wrap up this episode of Green Shoots. We'll be back again in conversation with another founder of a startup. Join us again.
Hello and welcome to Green Shoots. I'm Tanisha Nair. On Green Shoots, we catch up with founders of startups to find out from them what made them dream about starting a company, what they are doing to nurture this dream, to grow their companies and their future plans. On the show today, I have with me Mr. Sarvesh Srivastava, founder and managing director of Youth's Learning. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Srivastava.
Thank you for inviting me.
So, Mr. Srivastava, you already had a background of working in education companies. You were with Encyclopedia Britannica, NIT, and Pearson. So, you were already in the education space. So, did this come naturally to you to start your own company in something that you do very well?
Well, you see, we have to look at the gaps in the market and are we addressing the gaps properly? So whether it was Pearson, NIT, or Encyclopedia Britannica, it was all about addressing the gaps. And the reason for starting this company is also to address the gaps in the market, Anisha.
All right. So, Mr. Srivastava, EdTech has really boomed since the COVID lockdown happened. It was there even before COVID lockdown, and it was steadily gaining pace. Now, I'm trying to understand what is your business model, because the ones that are really being talked about these days are the ones which offer B2C solutions, straight to your kids, learn coding, learn maths. These are the skills you need. So what does your model work like, and what were the gaps that you were trying to fill?
Two gaps that we were trying to fulfill. One is, and this is very important, is how do home learning solutions which are being offered in B2C manner talk to the school learning part. There should not be any disparity in pedagogy. There should not be any disparity as far as difficulty level is concerned, so that the learner and the teacher are facilitated by all these solutions, and there was nobody offering an integrated solution. And UFS is all about integrating classroom learning with home learning, using the B2B2C model as compared to B2C model. Because if we don't carry these schools along, we would not be able to accomplish our goal.
But Mr. Srivastava, could you tell us which are the schools you're working with? I mean, how many schools you have on the rolls? Because see, B2C is fairly straightforward and simple. You pay the fee, you get this new way of learning. Of course, when you go back to class, it's the same old thing. It's the same old way we've been taught. And some of the schools even go ahead and say, don't enroll into these new age education classes. They're a waste of time, because ultimately we will give our exams and we will teach the way we want. So could you tell us which schools are adopting this? Because many schools even today are still doing the same old thing.
So a lot has happened thanks to the pandemic, Anisha. Schools across India have adopted the online learning methodology down to even the grassroots level schools which we have in India. So it's a big fillip to the online learning, e-learning as far as India is concerned. When we talk about, imparting 21st century skills, which is the most important aspect today of education, that is what we address from our day one of the company. How to impart 21st century skills to the learner, irrespective whether it is being covered by B2C vendors or it is being covered by B2B vendors. We said we have to focus on this and launch this in a big way. We are present across 5,000 schools, Anisha, today. We have a reach of over 13,000 schools in India.
Okay, so 13,000 schools. That's a big number, but I'm still trying to understand. For education is a very important issue for parents today. They spend a large amount of their disposable income on education, and the inflation here, whatever be the inflation, parents will bear the cost, because education is what set their children for life in their future. So there are no stops there. Now, I understand if a parent is paying up the big fat fee for a B2C program where the child is learning in a new way. What's in it for a school to go? Why should the school take your solution? How does the school care on what the student is learning independently at home?
Yeah. So till now, the schools did not have those solutions to offer on a paid basis to the students. That is where B2B2C aspect of our model kicks in. So now we empower the schools with those solutions. Let's take an example. Let's take coding. Now, coding is doing in a big way because it's a required 21st century skill. It was offered by B2C, but how do you get to the schools across the board? That is where we are coming in and saying to the schools, going to the schools and saying that here we have the solution for you. You can offer it to your students on a payment basis over and above whatever tuition they may be charging. So this is a participative play where schools are participating, we are offering the solution, that the students there are participating. And very important point is that the student has a high degree of confidence on what is being offered by the school, because the school goes through the solution before it offers it to the students.
Right, and I mean, for a student, what's being taught in school is hardly a choice, right? So, Mr. Srivastava, is this the growth model then? Focus on the schools, because first you get a big fat client with a lot of students, and then once I'm learning something nice in school, I want to continue, reinforcing it at home. So, is this the focus? What are your growth projections? How many schools do you want to enroll more? More schools do you want to enroll?
So, basically, our growth path, we wish to be in the next 3 years enrolling 10 million students. We are currently servicing around 4 million students. So that is the growth path we see for us in the next 3 years, Anisha, and we, like I said, it's a win-win model for everyone, for the school, for the student, for us.
Okay, of this growth, 10 million students that you're talking of, how much will come from the school, the products sold to and solutions sold to the school, and then X million number of students there, and how much will be a direct B2C, straight to students, solutions? Again,
B2B2C will be about 60% of our revenue in the next 3 years.
Okay, 60% of your revenues. What are the elements that are required to create a world-class curriculum? Why haven't schools been able to innovate and fill this gap on their own?
That's a very important point. If you see, the system is straitjacketed by the education policy. And the biggest thing which has happened to us is the announcement of the new education policy. It has removed that straitjacket. It has empowered the schools to now offer courses which were otherwise being offered only in the B2C manner. Again, I go to the coding example. Schools were not giving coding solutions. So there was a play for the B2C players to enter the coding market solution provision. Now the schools can offer and are offering coding solutions through us.
Okay. So initially you spoke about the gaps. Now, one of the gaps is, of course, that what you learn at home is not integrating well with what you're learning in school, and hence your solution exists so that it becomes seamless learning from school to home. What are the other gaps that you see, and you see that there is a potential to fill the gap?
Yeah. So, like I said, there are various skill courses like entrepreneurship, coding, language skills, which are very important, which are not fully being covered and effectively covered because of the adoption of e-learning. We can do many things using e-learning tools today, which will really empower the student as well as the teacher to cover the 4 skills under the 21st century skills requirements.
Right.
So,
but Mr. Srivastava, would this have happened if COVID didn't happen? Okay, students were slowly and steadily discovering new education platforms and new ways of learning. Even before the pandemic, they were doing it on their own as a B2C, solution. If the pandemic didn't happen, would this have happened? Would schools have looked to enrich their own teaching methods?
So you are absolutely right. This pandemic has taught the teachers, the students to adopt online education like it happened in the fintech industry during demonetization. So there is no doubt about it that had not the pandemic occurred, we would not see the acceleration that we have seen in the online education adoption.
But is this going to be the same when we revert to pre-pandemic days? We are hearing of schools opening up. If they're going back to their old ways, how many schools want to still innovate and offer something new?
What we are getting from the ground through our sales network is very clearly the schools are now very actively looking at how to supplement the curriculum which was being taught in the good old way, how to supplement it with these e-learning modules. How do you, for example, give me a minute. It's about the 21st century skills which I was talking about. Critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication. If you look at these four elements, e-learning can do a lot which otherwise you can't do through a textbook. You can't do it in a classroom. Collaboration has to require a platform today. Communication skills can be imparted in a very effective way using the tools which are available today for this purpose. So that is where I'm coming from.
Could you give me an example? Could you give me an example of critical learning? Are you offering solutions that then are played in class? If it's a physical class, will it be played within the classroom? How does this integrated for students learn at home as well? Could you give me an example, say for critical thinking?
Okay, let me give you, not for critical thinking, let me give you an example for communication, because that is very effective and it is very much required today. Let's talk about, can a teacher today ask each and every student in the classroom to recite a poem or a passage? Impossible. Similarly, can a teacher get into an interaction in the language with each and every student in the classroom? Impossible. Whereas we can do all this through a language lab. So the student attends the language lab in the classroom and then follows it up at home. So doing, also collaborates with his peers to arrive at a solution. So those are where the e-learning tools can be very effective.
And you think that this is something, this hybrid or online learning is something that will continue post this pandemic as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. Given the new education policy and its emphasis on digital learning, I think there is no turning back today.
Okay.
It is. Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So it is being adopted by schools as we speak. I'm not just talking about the A-grade schools in the country. I'm talking about the schools at the government level which are adopting this. So there is a big change which is happening. There is a paradigm shift which is happening.
Right. You said you currently have 4 million students and you want to grow this to 10 million students. What does this do for your revenue growth projections and your profitability projections?
Yeah. So we became profitable only in the second year of our doing business. We touch wood, and we expect to grow from currently over $10 million to $100 million company.
Okay, so that's 10x growth. I've also read that you have collaborated with a number of international players to offer, cutting-edge solutions. Are you looking at further acquisitions as well in this direction? How are you going to keep, improving on the solutions that you are providing to students or schools?
This is very interesting. When we began the company, we said we can't do everything ourselves. We cannot invent the wheel for everything, especially in the digital education side, where new solutions are coming out nearly every day, which are very effective. So we said we will collaborate, and you'll be glad to know that we already have 13 exclusive collaborations, which are focusing on various aspects, such as language labs, such as coding. So our ethos is to collaborate with wherever we can. Otherwise, we will acquire. And acquisition is a big part of our strategy now.
And so have you set aside a particular sum for acquisitions or for further collaborations? Did you elaborate
Absolutely. We have set ourselves a target for acquisition. We have set aside a sum for that, for that purpose.
And are you looking at raising further funds for the business?
Absolutely. Fundraising and startup go hand in hand. You are always expanding, you are doing rapid growth. We did 89% CAGR growth in the first 4 years of our doing business. And we wish to keep the accelerator on. And if you wish to keep the accelerator on, you require funding.
Right. And you encompass both the CBSE and the ICSE curriculum. So is the target geography going to be India only?
So one of the interesting things is one of our investors is Al Rayyan Group, which is having schools across the Gulf region. And there's a large number of Indian schools in the Gulf region besides the local schools. Through this strategic investment, we are looking at growth in the Middle East market.
All right. Mr. Shrivastava, what is your advice for budding entrepreneurs? Over the last few years, we've seen a lot of growth come in EdTech, come in delivering apps, home deliveries, grocery deliveries, everything is moving online. Even cosmetics you can buy online these days. Even lingerie you can buy online. So for budding entrepreneurs who are looking up to you, you've already had experience with education, you've taken it further. What's your advice to them? Do something you know or dive into something new? What's your advice?
I think my sincere advice would be to strategically look at the market where they wish to enter. They should be passionate about it. That has to be there. And identify the gaps. If you are able to identify the gaps, then you should go ahead. And as far as the stumbling block can be distribution, so look for a distribution partner who can give you access to the market immediately. And that is what we are doing. Our collaboration right now, we are collaborating with a number of startups who are looking at the reach which we have already created in India and abroad.
Okay. So that sounds very good. I hope all schools adopt new ways of learning. I hope all these education startups find a good partner in you, and we have great solutions in the years ahead. Thank you so much, Mr. Shrivastava, for speaking to us at Green Shoots.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So that was Mr. Shrivastava of eFuse Learning talking to us about the growth the company plans, how solutions are going to schools and from schools to students for education. Do come back for more. We on Green Shoots talk to founders of many startups. We'll be back once more.
and welcome to Green Shoots, a show where we have a heart-to-heart chat with the founders of startups to understand the genesis, nurturing, and the growth of their startups. I'm Manisha Nayyar Dhawan. On this show, we are joined today by Robin Chaudhra, founder of Dextrous. A warm welcome to the show, Robin. How are you?
Hi, Anisha. Doing good. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
So Dextrous has a co-working space in Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex and Lower Parel. And of course, Robin has vast amounts of knowledge of real estate, co-working, architectural design, resource management, and customer experience. So Robin, what made you come up with this idea of having a co-working space, and when did you set up Dextrous?
So it was an interesting personal journey. I think for me, I'm professionally an architect. I've spent almost 12 years working in the architecture field in different companies abroad and things like that. And I was very keen to understand the design aspects as well as the real estate aspects. We kind of, as designers, you're always looking at design. You're not looking at the business of design. So I think I was very keen on understanding the business of design in particular in India. And it kind of dawned on me that I wasn't getting a sense of that as much. I was too involved in design all the time. And co-working was kind of coming into the picture in 2016. It was still very nascent. We were kind of hearing murmurs about WeWork, and it was still something out of New York, and it wasn't as big as it is today. And it got me thinking that co-working is an interesting juxtaposition of design and business thinking. And it helps you because you have to think of the real estate product very holistically, and you have to not only design and build it, but you also have to run it for 10, 20 years. So you have to be very careful with your decisions. So I felt like it was a very interesting experiment that I wanted to pursue. And so in 2016, I kind of, towards the end, I put in my papers and I wanted to take the leap and take a crack at it. And that's when we started working on Dextrous, and we officially launched our first space in March of 2018. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So how did it feel for you first, Robin? Because, designing a space and running a business is quite different. It's not really the same, right? So how was the experience like for you?
It's very messy. Nothing trains you for it. But it's interesting. There are a lot of parallels in architecture and in business. Architecture is as messy that you kind of have to understand. You have to be a jack of all trades. You have to understand design at multiple levels, and you also have to understand project management. You have to understand how to deal with people, your clients, or your own bosses. So I felt like a lot of the skill sets are very similar. And that helped. And I think, as you know, in architecture, there are countless number of hours where you don't sleep, you're just constantly working. And that, too, in entrepreneurship has a lot of similarities. So it kind of fitted in quite easily. But I think I love the experience because every day is very different. There are a lot of challenges, so many things you don't think about, and you have to start thinking about very quickly, and you need to create solutions. So it's very exciting. It's now the 5th year, and I'm actually now going to the 6th year, and it's kind of nothing sort of stops surprising you. Like everything keeps coming on, so it's quite exciting that way.
So, Robin, did you ever think that a co-working works as a business? Because even WeWorks, it's IPO, and there were a lot of issues. Co-working isn't as clean and dry. It's not as straightforward as other people think. What are the challenges that come with running a co-working space, and as a business model, how successful is it?
I think the experience with WeWork, one had to realize that you can't rush it. You really have to think through your scale, your numbers. I think there is definitely a large business model, a very successful one for that matter. But you have to be prudent and you have to be patient because real estate is slow. You have to construct and you have to see how it plays out. Everything doesn't happen quickly. If you compare us to technology companies, a lot of them create an app, they send it out, it's on App Store. In about 2-3 months, you're seeing whether it's successful and you kind of have a fair idea of where you're headed. So unfortunately, in real estate, that doesn't happen that way. Building a wall, building all these things just take time. And then once you're out there, marketing takes a long time, and getting your name out there takes a long time. So it's I think the business model is particularly there, especially if you focus on a niche audience. Like, you have to think about your target audience, because there are different brackets. If you think about it like a hotel, you have different kinds of hotels. You have 2-star, 3-star, 5-star hotels, and there's different target audiences for each type. And I think that was a very important thing that dawned on us, especially when we did our research in that first one and a half year, was that you can't come out thinking of creating a co-working space for everybody. You have to think about who your audience is. And I think that that focus helped us a lot, and it kept things humble, and it kept things small. Like, you kind of had to try it, go bit by bit, see how the first center does, and then go forward with the next. So I think that all those points really helped us create a good perspective on how to go about tackling co-working. Yeah.
Okay, so dropping at one place, you were doing all the research on, who's the audience, who's going to be coming into the co-working space, and then you suddenly hit by a pandemic. So when the first lockdown happened, there was distress in real estate, commercial real estate, even in the co-working space, because everything was shut. So how did you deal with this?
Yeah, I think the pandemic has been a 100-year flood, maybe, for commercial real estate, for malls and things like that. It's messy, and nobody was prepared for it. I think I remember the time when we were thinking, the lockdown's for 1 week, it's for 2 weeks, okay, and 3 weeks, and it just kept on going and got worse and worse. I think one of the strategies we had, which helped us through the pandemic, was because of the target audience that I was talking about, our focus has always been professional companies that are coming in from abroad. They're looking to set up space in India. These companies tend to think very long term. They understand the requirements, and they are prepared for a lot of these exigencies, which you can't kind of deal with, and they stay a lot more stable in their decisions. Having said that, there were still companies that wanted to discuss with us if there were any ways we could figure out whether it was discounting or helping them at a later stage. We had to kind of have a very transparent and honest discussion with all our stakeholders, because everybody was suffering. It wasn't just that, hey, we're not going to office, so office should be free. Even the landlords were suffering because they had taken loans to own real estate, et cetera, et cetera. And, the entire chain was crashing. And that's why having a conversation to keep that chain linked was very important. And that's what helped us through the pandemic a lot, because we were honest with our clients and we were able to figure out how to help where it was possible, and where it wasn't, we told them that, we can't. And then we had to take decisions that mutually worked in both situations, for both parties, for that matter. So I think that was a really important point, which is target audience helped us because we had companies that were quite stable in their outlook. And second was having a very transparent discussion with these companies. And I think the third thing that helps is that we're able to pivot and give clients less or more space as and when they want. And that's one of the benefits all co-working spaces are able to provide. Of course, there's nothing unique about that in any one space. But I think that helped because there was some clients who said, okay, we're going to scale down post our lock-in period and keep some office space because we know we need kind of rotation staff and things like that. So I think those three parameters really helped us. I think the first two were very unique to Dexterous. The third one's a little bit more
generate to the industry. Okay,
Yeah.
So the USP of the co-working space is, of course, the flexibility that it gives to companies to keep their employees. Then they don't have to sink in the real estate cost for office premises. Now, how does it work for companies like you that manage co-working space? How do you build on predictability of revenues in the future? And how does it work for you now that the pandemic is wearing down, things are opening up, more people are going back to office, and it may just be that companies are looking at a flexible way of working where some days people work out of home, some days they come to companies, some may just go closer to their homes to work for greater productivity. So how does it work from here? And because of the flexibility of it all, how do you get predictability in your revenues?
Yeah, I think the first is that because of the USPs with Dexterous from design to service, etc., that kind of assures you a constant flow of clients. Because with word of mouth and all our other networks, the kind of it's spreading. And overall, in general, I think what the pandemic did is it helped co-working come on the radar of a lot of companies and people who weren't looking at it. And we've been seeing a lot of different kinds of companies who are starting to very actively look at co-working and they may not have done that before. And exactly for the reasons you said, because you're able to get flexibility not just of space but also of lease terms and things like that. I think predictability for us, there have been a couple of things that we've done. One is with the second space in Lower Parel, we've taken a lot larger of a space and we've dedicated a lot of space to enterprise clients. And what are enterprise clients? We're looking at very customized and curated design for office space for clients who may want to look at a 3-year horizon. Usually you're looking at a lot of clients who look at 5 years. Earlier it used to be almost 9 years. So I think the 3-year horizon also helps. 2 to 3 year horizon helps a lot, and that gives us a little bit more stability. And we are also kind of it's where we've done a lot of ingenuity and design there, where we're able to very quickly give different kinds of spaces for different clients over time, and even the same client over time, and be able to customize that relatively quickly. I think that benefit becomes huge, and because the market is nascent, people are realizing that advantage. There's a sort of period where you're educating a lot of the audience. You have to go through that, and that's that phase that we're in right now. And I do think that brings in a lot more stability from that perspective. I think the other side of the stability, that one that doesn't get talked enough about, is on the landlord side. If you do pure vanilla leases and things like that, obviously your cost becomes, as a co-working player, becomes much more problematic, right? Because it's a heavy cost. And you have to do that in some places because the space, the location might be amazing. The landlord may not be keen on looking at a revenue share. But you need to capitalize on that because that space and the location is too unique to pass up. But I think overall, co-working spaces have to look at deleveraging that risk as well a little bit, or quite a bit, at least 50%, I would say. And that's where you could, if you get landlords who are willing to work with you and do revenue share agreements, and I think that would be a huge plus as well for co-working, because that will help the upside be amazing for landlords when the profits are soaring. And of course, when they're tougher times, it's managed. But over a long period of time of 20 years, if you think about it, they would have a person who's in there, a sort of operator in their space. So there's a lot of guarantee of future rent for them as well. So I think it goes both sides, like it's also on the client side, but also on the landlord side that you have to manage.
So Robin, what metrics do you work with for your company's growth? What targets have you set for yourself? And at this point of time, how do the margins look like?
So we've, I think the first thing that you have to get off the bat when you're getting new spaces is that you want your occupancies to go up. And I think we always target to have a healthy 50 to 60% to make sure that your kind of your basic costs are protected. And I think in the pandemic, that's been difficult, but we've been able to keep above that. We've been able to keep our essential cost numbers lower. That's helped us as well. And you have to be very smart and sort of nimble about managing that process. And I think the most important part is occupancy. Like you want to get a healthy rate occupancy there. And I think as we see the pandemic coming to a close, and of course we'll see waves. There's no doubt about it. The hope is that we won't see lockdowns, because lockdowns are what hurts sentiment the most. But when you see waves, and if you're seeing death rates and things like that stay very stable, almost minimal, then you're going to see sentiment continue to rise, and that's something we're very optimistic about from that perspective.
Okay, so what are you planning for the future? You have 2 centers. Are you planning to add more? Are you looking at different geographies? Popular office markets like Bangalore or Gurgaon, and what are your expansion plans?
That's a very interesting question because I feel like in real estate, things get very complicated very quickly. So you have to be very careful. Short answer is that we are keen to expand because something that we've realized, especially with the second center's launch, is that people are really liking the product. And that's always nice to feel. We got a sense of that in the first one, but the second one has turned out a lot more of a response, a positive response, and we very quickly been able to fill our current inventory. And I think that's given us a lot of confidence that the product that we are making has a lot of takers, and it's giving us a lot of confidence. So we are keen on expanding, especially to different cities. Within this city, of course, Bombay, I think, has tremendous scope, but across cities as well. But I think how we do it is a very important point that we don't want to rush into, because we want to make sure that we have the right internal systems, be able to design each space as well as we do, because we have a very strong focus on design, and we don't want to let go of that. So keeping all of those priorities in mind, I think over the next year we would be looking at some avenues on how to expand, but carefully. I think that's always been our motto.
Right. Robin, you spoke about high occupancies and you said that the second center has seen good response and high occupancy. But along with the occupancy, what about rentals? Because those were depressed during the pandemic. What is the outlook like? So I'm just trying to understand that occupancy is one of the metrics. How about revenue growth? What kind of revenue growth are you looking at in the next 3-4 years?
I think, for us, the revenue perspective, which is married to price, but also other products that we release, is very important because occupancy is one metric, but if you're heavily dependent on just seats, that's also going to be a problem. So we've been working on figuring out how to do cross-brand partnerships, etc., to be able to bring more revenue from different perspectives. But I think to come back on the point on the pressure on price per seat, I think that's definitely been there. We had expected it to perhaps be 5 to 10% higher than where it is currently. But it's a give and take. You kind of have to hold your price as well, because if you have belief that your product is worth it, you kind of need to decide that, okay, this is our threshold. Even if the market or maybe your competitors are really undercutting the market and trying to do it, I think you have to believe that if you do that, then you're also losing faith in what your product is. So it's a little bit of a risk. But it's always a balance, and as a result, we don't get as stressed by just undercutting everything and just selling everything. Because tomorrow if we have to cut our rates by 50-60%, I'm sure we'll find takers, but it's not a good long-term strategy. That's not going to secure your revenues for the future.
Yeah, but what are you penciling in for the future, very quickly, over the next 3 years?
So we from the existing inventory, or do you mean like from our expansion perspective as well?
Existing inventory plus if expansion comes through, given the rentals you're taking, the kind of occupancy you're penciling in, what kind of revenue growth are you looking at? Say 3 to 5 years.
So I think over 3 to 5 years, we'd like to see 25 to 30% of growth easily. And I think that depends also on our expansion strategy. Our current centers themselves, we'd like to see a healthy rate of revenue growth, keeping occupancy at 90%, 95%. We were at 95% before COVID hit. There's no reason why we won't hit that. We had reached 95% in about a year and 3 months of being operational in BKC. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to see those same growth numbers with our current center. And I'm pretty optimistic that if that third lockdown doesn't happen, we'll probably reach there by December or Jan at the latest. And that'll enable us to really expedite what we're looking to do going forward.
Are you looking at raising any funding?
We're looking at options on from different perspectives, because funding in real estate can be mixed. If you work with partners who are looking at perhaps putting in the capital expenditure, then the revenue share model works great. And as a result, you don't have to look at high numbers of funding. But if you're looking at the capital expenditure yourself, then the equation changes. So it really depends on the partners that we work with going forward. And I think that's what's going to decide how we grow.
All right, Robin, thank you so much for joining us and talking to us about Dextrous, the co-working space with 2 centers in Mumbai. Just wishing you all the very best for the years ahead. Let's hope we see many more Dextrous centers all over the country.
Thank you, Anisha. Happy to be here. Really nice. Thank you.
That wraps up another episode of Green Shoots. We'll be back with another chat with another founder. Join us again. Till then, bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Green Shoots, a show where we catch up with the founders of startup companies to relive the journey of their startups with them, their highs, their lows, their lessons, and their learnings. I'm Anisha Nair Dhawan. In this episode, we are joined by Ragini Verma, growth lead at Find. And Find is India's largest omni-channel platform helping retail businesses accelerate their growth. Thank you so much for joining us, Ragini. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Anisha. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm super excited to talk about Fine and the journey that we are on. Just quickly going to explain what Fine Platform is and what we do. Fine Platform is essentially India's largest omni-channel platform, as you already mentioned. We actually help lots of brands and e-commerce platform to come on board, create their website on our platform and take their business online.
Okay, so you're helping businesses move online. How has this been in a pandemic when everything moved online? What was it like over the last 2 years?
Yeah, so post COVID happened, all the brands were more focused on, all the retail stores were more focused on their offline stores. They were focused on mom and pop stores. They were focused on more on exhibitions, and that's where the sales happened. As COVID stuck, right, a lot of brands, a lot of entrepreneurs decided the shift has to be online. They have to go where the customers are. And the customers were waiting for these brands to come on board. Hence, we kind of decided that it is an extremely amazing opportunity. I won't call it an opportunity, but it was crucial for brands to come on board and start their business. So there is where Fine Platform came into the picture. You can literally take your website online in just 30 minutes. That's how easy the platform is. It's a software as a service. And we have seen a lot of women entrepreneurs actually come on board and create their website and just started selling.
Okay, but for somebody who wants to, come on board, he may not be an established brand.
Right.
Wouldn't it be easier to go to a existing marketplace to sell? And for an established brand, they would probably have a team working on their website. So, who are your customers actually?
So we actually have customers from large retail organizations like Steve Madden, Diesel, etc., to small entrepreneurs who are just starting their business, right? You're absolutely right when you say that these people can go to Amazon, Flipkart, and large marketplaces to sell their business, but then there is a huge commission involved in that. Here you can actually sell for a very less commission and for a simple subscription. Our smallest plan actually starts at 599 rupees per month. So even if you're not doing any selling on board, you just want to have your brands on board, you just want to have your own website, you can just do that at such a small cost, right? In India, we kind of realize that it's a very frugal investment mindset with these entrepreneurs. They want frugal investment, but they want large returns. So hence the pricing.
Okay, Ragini, so I understand that I sign up and I get a website ready. But if I want to sell things, Amazon will help me with logistics. Will you also help me with logistics?
All right. So I'll just describe the Fine Platform and what are the features that we give, right? Fine Platform is an integrated solution for payment gateway, your logistics, your marketing communication. So if you are a customer who's coming on board, right? Customer by customer, I mean you're a brand. You want to create a website. So you do not have to go to different shipping partners or different payment gateways to get integrations done. Everything is there at one place. You just need to sign up and add your products. That's it.
Okay, so even the logistics, picking up from the warehouse, delivering, all that is sorted for on Fine.
Absolutely, all that is sorted for. You don't need to do anything. It's just a click of a button. You accept the order. When your order if it's made to order, it's already ready. Pickup will be done and it will be delivered to your customer's place.
Okay, so how is Find platform making money out of this?
So we make money through the commission structure that we have. One is the flat fee that we charge, that is, the subscription fee every month. And then we take a small percentage of the transaction fee. So, for example, if you're selling something for 100 rupees, in the lowest plan, we will just be taking 4.5 rupees out of that.
And how do these commissions compare with other marketplaces like Amazon, Flipkart, and the others?
So Amazon and Flipkart usually have commission starting from 25% to 30%. That is, and going upwards from there. So that we do not even are there next to the Amazon and Flipkart level.
Okay. So would you then compare yourself with Shopify and WooCommerce? I mean, how does that compare with some of these websites?
So Shopify is definitely our largest competitor. But again, when you build something for India, you have to think for an Indian market, right? Our prices do not fluctuate according to the dollar rates. We have everything integrated at one place. So if I talk about our competitors, right, you need to integrate different plugins. You need to integrate different delivery partners to kind of start selling. But for Find platform, everything is just present. You literally have to just sign up, add in your products, and just make your website ready, and it will be live. And we have actually timed it. It just takes 30 minutes to go live.
Okay. And, but it is similar to Shopify, right?
It is, yes, it is similar, but built for the Indian market, built for the Indian consumer. What the Indian consumer is ready to pay, because if somebody is starting out and they do not have any knowledge of how e-commerce works, right? We kind of guide them from the first touch point wherein they sign up to the end till they are live. So we actually take part in, and there is no agency involved. We actually have a lot of women entrepreneurs come on board and do everything themselves. So that is a big win for us, because we wanted it more to be a product led rather than we going and sales and pitching our product, right? We actually have a lot of customers coming to us through referrals, because brands who started their business somewhere last year, who were doing some 1,000 rupees sale through offline sales or through WhatsApp and Instagram, they have now started seeing a 6-figure result, right, in terms of their sales. So that is a big win for us.
Okay. And for somebody who already has a presence in some of the marketplaces, how do you integrate with Find? I mean, you could still go sign up with Find. And, what happens to, how does Find tie up the warehousing and the logistics for some of these sellers?
Yeah. So when we started this, we kind of mentioned that Find is an omni-channel platform, right? So omni-channel essentially means you can actually connect your inventory of your warehouse, of stores at one place. So what Find essentially does is all your inventory in real-time inventory integration can be done on the platform. We also provide the opportunities if you want to sell in other marketplaces, right? Because we firmly believe that all the marketplaces tie up together to ensure that more and more businesses get sales, right? So we also help brands list their products on Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra. There is a different set of commission involved in it, and there are certain rules that the brand has to follow. And you can see all your orders at one place. So imagine you selling on different marketplaces and also having your own website and one order dashboard to process everything.
Okay. So this one order dashboard, what all do I see? And how does it help?
Right. So imagine you're a brand, you're selling on Amazon. You also have your own website where you're selling your products. You are selling on other marketplaces like Myntra or Tata Click. You can actually see all orders at one place. You can see, okay, this is the order I got through Amazon. This is the order I got through the website, and you can process it from one single dashboard. So it makes the life of the brands easy, because they do not have to go to other market, to Amazon's integration.
So you're saying is that for these brands, there is one option of having a website on Find, and one where you're giving a back end for them to streamline all their sales at the different processes. Okay.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
you spoke about you wanting to give women entrepreneurs a platform. Is it special? Do you have special plans for women? And how do you bring women on board other than the word of mouth marketing?
So women entrepreneurs, when we started Find platform, when we started reaching out to these entrepreneurs who are just starting out, we kind of did a survey. They mentioned they do not have a large team. They do not want to speak to agencies. They have very frugal budget, and they want to do everything themselves. So we kind of train these women entrepreneurs to come on board. We are also starting something wherein if a woman entrepreneur is doing very good, we actually connect them to investors who can, further invest in their products. So that is something that we have started. We guide them through every step of the way. Our customer care, we actually get more encouragement on our customer care, that we really take care of the customers once they are onboarded. Fine.
Okay, but if I go and type in find.com, I go to a marketplace like Amazon. So for the end user, it's like a marketplace, right?
So Find has a lot of verticals. Find.com is a marketplace. Find platform is a SaaS solution wherein brands can come create their website and also list on different marketplaces. So if you type findplatform.com, you would be able to see our entire website, our entire journey, and of course you have to sign up to see the back end of the same.
Right. So Ragini, could you tell us how do you plan to grow from here? I mean, will the growth come from additional commissions? Are there other, revenue verticals? Could you tell that how Find grows from here? Is it Find platform that is going to grow? Find.com that is going to grow? What are the avenues available for you for growth?
So I will speak about Find platform because Find.com is already growing. They're already working with thousands of retailers across India. For Find platform, what we now want to do is we want to reach our brand partners, right, from not just metro cities, but also from tier 1, tier 2 cities who have the will, who have just a laptop or a phone to come online, right? They want to sell their products to a bigger user base.
Okay.
What we want to do is we want to provide them with our robust solution wherein if you want to run a sale where millions of customers are going to come on your platform, we have actually tested that the website does not go haywire, right? Your website is still working and you can cater to millions of users. So what we want to firstly do is reach out to each and every customer out there, right? If their first intention to going online, it has to be through Find platform.
Okay, but you are looking at onboarding more people, more sellers. That is the way you're going to grow. Are you looking at advertising, or other, revenue?
Yes.
Streams? What's the way you're going to grow?
So we are looking at advertising. We are looking at getting more and more sellers. I firmly believe over the fact that the word of mouth is the largest referral engine that you have. And we have started seeing a huge growth there because brands are actually coming because they heard from someone that Find platform is a robust solution where you can do everything yourself. That is one. We have started advertising. We have also started helping brands who want to grow because they now know they have gotten organic traffic, right? But you need to pump in some money to grow better and grow bigger. So we have started connecting these brands to other agencies so they can grow. Once they grow, it kind of helps us to grow, understanding their market position, understanding how we can help them, right? So similarly for Find also,
you're saying for Find platform, commissions is going to be the mainstay of the growth going ahead.
Yeah, commission, yes. Commission is one of the biggest, not one of the biggest because there are a lot of brands who actually come and do not sell anything online. They just want an online presence. That's a big deal for them. So subscription plus commission is how we plan to grow.
Okay. And what kind of growth are you seeing so far and what are the projections in the years ahead?
We have seen around 500 plus brands and small to medium entrepreneurs come on board and started their business, right? As I mentioned, I cannot give you a number, but I can say that anytime you search, like as you mentioned, right, you search and you got Find.com, but anytime you search for business online or how to take your business online, Find would be your ideal choice.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand the growth metrics, like by what percentage are you growing? Either be by the way of people you're onboarding or your revenues that are increasing. Because your revenues, of course, you have different streams, like subscription and commissions. What is the growth that you're seeing in these two divisions?
So since Find platform, we started slowly making Find platform grow to customers. We have seen like a 50% year-on-year growth. From last year, we have seen 50% growth, and we hope to continue or increase this growth next year as well.
Thank you so much, Ragini, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Anisha. It was a pleasure speaking to you.
So that was Ragini Verma of Find talking to us about how this SaaS service works and how they're bringing on many sellers online. With that, we'll wrap up this episode of Green Shoots. Stay tuned. We'll be back with another conversation with another founder. Bye-bye.